I finally did it. I finally finished Andor Season 2. I went back and rewatched all of Season 1 and then Season 2, which is why it's taken me so embarrassingly long to finish it. I really liked Season 1. I didn't review it at the time, though, because it took me a while to finish it. And back then, when I was still doing moist meters, I figured if you're not first, you're last. I thought if too much time passed, no one would care. But I'd always talked very positively about Andor Season 1 on streams. But now that I don't do moist meters per se anymore, now I just do really thorough reviews from the perspective of a Cro-Magnon man. So I don't feel like there's a time limit on that anymore. I don't feel like, the opinion's not worthwhile anymore because, the shit's already been in the toilet bowl steaming. Who cares? It's done and dusted. I no longer have that philosophy. So I'm even more tardy to the party with Andor Season 2 here, and don't give a fuck, because I really want to talk about this. It is some of the finest television you'll find. And I mean that genuinely. It's not just good for Star Wars, it is just good in general. This is like some really intelligent writing. And I know that makes me sound like a fucking Rick and Morty Redditor, but this is one of the actual smartest shows I've seen when it comes to their villains and their schemes. But not just the villains. The villains are so fucking smart and conniving that it forces all of the heroes, the people that you root for, to also be even smarter to try and stay ahead of it or try and use that to their advantage. It's such an incredible show. Like, I mean this sincerely. It is the best Star Wars that Disney has produced, by far, but also some of the best Star Wars produced in general since the original trilogy. And I know a lot of people have shared that sentiment, and before I finished Season 2, I didn't really see that because the first couple of episodes I watched when they dropped, and they didn't hook me. Not in the same way that Andor Season 1 did, which is why I kind of petered off and waited so long. They didn't grip me. But after those first 3 episodes, the whole picture comes into focus, and what they create here is nothing shy of a masterpiece. And it is a tragedy that so many Star Wars fans wrote this off as something that they wouldn't support because it's too dark. Like, what the fuck even is that criticism? We're not allowed to have, mature shows in Star Wars. There are a lot of people unironically arguing that Star Wars is supposed to be for everyone of all ages all the time, which this show is definitely not. A lot of viewers will find a lot of instances in here very disturbing. So they said that because this show is more gritty and dark, it's not a Star Wars show, and it shouldn't be supported as such, which I think is so stupid. To actually lobby against a show that is actually trying to deliver something special, something thought-provoking, and be like, nope, that's bad. That's real bad. We don't tackle those kind of themes in Star Wars. We need mind-numbing slop. What we need is to be fed more fucking bland garbage like Book of Boba Fett. Can we get a Season 2, please? It makes me upset, because this show is incredible. And I know a lot of people have sung its praises and given it its flowers, but I still don't think it's enough. This donut deserves more glaze. It's not up to my satisfaction here. I'm gluttonous when it comes to the praise that Andor, I think, deserves. So, if you know nothing about Andor, it follows the rebellion. Literal, boots on the ground, grassroots rebellion. We follow Cassian Andor. He's looking for his sister. And through his search, he ends up killing 2 Imperial agents. And this murder, well, it gets him into some hot water, which, series of dominoes start to fall over, leads him to a man named Luthen. An incredible character. He is the one that's really trying to just put as much tinder on the fire as possible to build into a rebellion to finally bring down the Empire. And he knows that he is trying to lead this group to a treasure he himself cannot possess. He knows he will never see the fruits of his labor, but he does it because he believes so strongly in it. And we follow this rebellion as they fight against an extremely smart, thorough, and patient Empire. They have ISB agents that are always coming up with plans to use propaganda, use false flag operations, and use all kinds of underhanded tactics in their tool belt to try and snuff out these flames and try and find the rebellion and stop it. They are ruthless, merciless, but they're not dumb, and they're not just always a show of force. So stormtroopers, they're intimidating here. They're not just goofy cartoon characters that are just miss every single shot. The stormtroopers, when they are here, like, you know shit's serious now. They make them scary in the context of this series. They don't always just rely on going in nuts to butts, guns blazing to just kill rebels. They have to destroy the idea of rebelling. They have to tackle it in creative ways. They can't just go and conquer Gorman, for example, which is a huge part of Season 2. And what everything builds to, ultimately, is Gorman and the secret resources that the Empire needs from Gorman for their top secret weapon that they're building. If you've got your thinking caps on, you can probably wager a pretty strong guess on what that might be, Death Star. And they know they can't just go into Gorman and just, like, strip mine, destroy the planet, full stop, caution to the wind. They can't do that. They can't just send in the droids and throw the kitchen sink at this planet. It has political power. So they have to use propaganda. They have to try and, like, subtly plant these seeds of inciting violence from the Gormans to fight back against the Empire, so the Empire can use it as a convenient excuse to snuff out this rebellion and get the favor of the general galaxy and the rest of the Senate. They can't just go in there and just start murdering everyone all willy-nilly, loosey-goosey. It is so smart. It is a show that's not just all about, like, action. You won't see a lightsaber turning on at any point. You won't see someone fucking force choking somebody. You won't see a ton of fights. But when you do see those conflicts, they mean something. They are so big in scale for what they actually mean in the galaxy here. It's so good. And the character work is so amazing. So, like, one thing, like I mentioned, Cassian was searching for a sister. Well, I get into spoilers. I don't remember if I gave a spoiler warning. I've kind of been talking kind of broadly at the moment, but I'm going to give you the spoiler warning now, just in case. In the beginning of the show, Cassian is looking for his sister. That leads him to eventually getting down this path on the rebellion, but he never actually finds his sister. Some people might find that to be an unresolved plotline that might be unsatisfactory. In a lot of cases, I would agree, like, why would you set that up if there's no actual closure there? But in this show, her purpose isn't to really be found. Her purpose of just, like, existing as this idea that Cassian chases that leads him here is far stronger than if he would have had this sibling reunion. So him never finding his sister, it didn't feel like just an oversight or something. It actually made sense. Pretty much everything gets resolved, and even the stuff that kind of doesn't, like that, there's a reason for it that fits really well in the universe there. But by far my favorite character is Luthen. Luthen, he is not a good guy per se. He operates in the morally gray for what is the greater good. So he'll do some very questionable things, and he lies to everyone, he manipulates, he uses everyone, and he's got no qualms about just executing someone he thinks might be a liability. Like, if you've got Bubble Guts on a mission and he thinks you might just, like, break some wind, let out a little wet fart, he will just blast you and throw you into a dumpster. Like, he does some things where he will just put someone down after they've outlived their usefulness, just on the slim chance that the Empire could use them against him. And that's like a bad thing he did. Like, that was evil, but you also understand why he did it. He never compromises on his morals or anything like that. He is very upfront about who he is and why he does what he does, and god damn it is he effective at it. Without Luthen, the rebellion doesn't get to the point that it reaches. But once again, as he said, he is leading them to a sunrise he will never get to see. For all of his effort, everyone in the rebellion doesn't trust him. Pretty much everyone hates him. Even the people that owe their life to Luthen, they don't love him. Like, they appreciate what he's done, but they're not very Luthen positive. And it's tragic, but sensible. It's a show that, like, really respects the viewer's ability to actually get invested. Like, it's a show that doesn't just spoon feed you everything. It's a show that respects your intelligence as a viewer. So when it's setting up all of these complex themes and all of these, like, moving parts about what the Empire's doing and why, and how the rebellion is going to try and fight against it, it does it slowly over the course of multiple episodes, and then builds into a huge payoff. The best example of that is the Gorman Massacre. That single episode is not only the best episode in the show, but I think it is like one of the strongest episodes I've seen in a series for a while. Like, it is up there with some of my favorite singular episodes. What that episode does is it is the boiling point of everything that's been built. All the propaganda the Empire's been feeding about Gorman, all of the seeds they've been planting to the Gormans without the Gormans knowing, and one character we've followed since the beginning, Cyril, who believes he is on the right side of history by trying to find Cassian, the man responsible for the murder of two of his associates, two people that he worked with, like they're part of the crew, part of the ship. He believes from the very beginning, he is on the side of justice. So he takes a position on Gorman to try and lure out lure out the big forces of the rebellion. He dedicates his life to this cause. But it turns out his presence on Gorman was not what he thought it was. The woman that he falls in love with, Dedra, she is someone that's very ambitious, but she is extremely smart in the Empire. And they know that, so they're using her to take control of Gorman through all of the propaganda, through all of the trying to spark a rebellion so they can have a convenient excuse, and she's using Cyril to get close to them. And Cyril believes he's getting close to them to try and get close to, like, the actual rebellion, not so much the Gormans themselves. He knows nothing about the actual purpose of all of this being the resource that the Empire wants. Well, in episode 8, it all becomes very clear to Cyril he's been used not just by the Empire, but by Dedra. She played his ass like a fiddle. Not in the love department. They do a really good job of establishing she does actually really care for him. And he did save her life. Like, she does really appreciate him. But she's got a job to do. And he's a really good pawn to use for this. So he sets pretty much everything in Gorman in motion without him having any idea what he was really contributing to. And then as they're funneling all of the protesters, all the Gorman protesters into the city square, they're setting up a blockade. They've got some big droids there. They've got all the pieces on the board. And Cyril starts to figure it out. Cyril really all clicks all the dots in his head. He connects all the breadcrumbs, but it's too late to do anything about it. The Empire has a sniper on the roof. They shoot one of their own to make it look like the Gorman protesters have become violent. This insurrection is here. What the Empire has warned the rest of the galaxy about, the Gormans are violent. They have to be stopped. So they just start slaughtering all the Gormans in the town square. Thus begins the massacre on Gorman, the Gorman Massacre. And Cyril, traumatized, looks around seeing it all, and his whole view on everything collapses around him. It is incredibly well done. It builds for so many episodes and culminates with this. But not only that, the man he has been chasing the entire time, Cassian, is also there. Because Luthen was more than willing to let Gorman be a sacrifice to progress the rebellion so they could capitalize off that, where they could use their power in the Senate because they had a senator sympathetic to the cause that Luthen was working with, Mon Mothma. He was willing to let Gorman die for this, so that way they could use that to try and ignite more rebellion across the galaxy. Like, look what they just did on Gorman. Look at this massacre. Here's the truth. But Cassian was there and was witnessing all of this and was there to kill Dedra. Well, Cyril takes notice of him, and then he attacks Cassian. He actually gets the upper hand. Cyril has the gun to Cassian, and with a single sentence, Cassian basically just drives the nail in the coffin of all of Cyril's belief. Cassian says, "Who are you?" The guy that Cyril has hunted, dedicated his life to, thought that what he was doing all this time was for justice. This guy, he doesn't even know who he is. Cassian has no clue who Cyril is. Cassian is just focused on trying to stop the actual evil. And it wavers. It like breaks Cyril right there. And then he gets killed. He gets shot in the head and dies. A super sad character arc, but a beautifully executed one. And the same can be said for just about every character that you follow in any capacity in this show. They all get so much tender love and care put into it. I actually just can't compliment this enough. I cannot believe that it came from Disney Star Wars. I actually cannot fathom that. This is so far removed from all of the boring, safe, sterile garbage that Disney Star Wars has become, that it really doesn't even feel like it should be called Star Wars anymore. It's so much better than all of what's preceded it. It's like, I feel like it's almost a disservice to how good this show is to even have Star Wars attached to it in name. Like, I really think that this show is something special. So I highly encourage anyone out there, even if you don't like Star Wars, like typically, I think you should still give this show a chance. It is really something that I think they nailed. So I just wanted to gushing grannies over this for a little bit here, because I am just giddy with how great this show was. They also had a really satisfying conclusion, I felt. I really think that at no point did it ever falter towards the end here. Like I said, the first couple episodes of season 2 didn't like draw me in as much as I would have expected. Like I didn't love those all that much, but in the context of the rest of the season, they're great. Like everything about this show is extraordinary. So yeah, just wanted to review Andor a little bit here. That's about it. See ya. Backing projects on Kickstarter or Indiegogo is a lot like sticking your penis into a glory hole. You never know what you're gonna get, or in most cases, what you're not going to get. You roll the dice with your wallet by backing something you think looks good, but a lot of times it doesn't deliver, it never had a chance of delivering, or you get something that's super shitty or not at all what you thought it would be. But Indiegogo, I think, is far worse than Kickstarter in this department, because a lot of the projects that go up there just seem like they have no vetting whatsoever, where they'll have these products that aim to cure climate change by making you put a butt plug in your asshole or something for $50 on their campaign. It's just outrageous pseudoscience nonsense. And to illustrate this point, I found the latest one that I think is quite the banger. This is the Lucha T8.
Life on our planet exists in balance. Or at least it should. Yet, as we shaped our world, we've tilted the scales, and now the natural balance between us and our planet is lost.
Yeah, that should just be all kinds of red flags. Unless you're like an anti-vax mom, that right there should just tell you this product they're about to sell is super bullshit. They're making it sound like some Star Wars shit, you know? We're just way out of line with the Force. We've lost our connection to it. Like fucking Dragon Ball Z, we can no longer draw energy from the planet into a spirit bomb.
We now live in a world no longer naturally in sync with our bodies. But not all is lost. We may not be able to go back in time, but we can go back to our roots. Back to our true selves.
It just sounds like the plot to a Neil Breen or a Tommy Wiseau movie. And I'd like to point out something right here, address the elephant with the condom in the room. The backers and the amount of money they have makes no sense. There's no way they got $12,000 from 48 backers. This is most likely just the creator pumping money from his own asshole into the project to kind of prime the pump to make it appear to people that it's legitimate. Like, hey, look, all these people are putting money towards this project. Look how much it's making. People want this. You should be in on this. It's a common technique for a lot of these fraudulent businesses on Kickstarter and Indiegogo. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going on here. But I also wouldn't be surprised if it is real and this product just caught fire in a bunch of those soccer mom, don't trust science Facebook groups.
Lucha T8 is a health improvement device that creates and emits the Earth's natural frequency of 7.83 Hertz. By emitting the Earth's frequency, Lucha T8 utilizes the naturally occurring synchronicity between our body and our planet to support regeneration of the organism.
Sci-fi fanfic from middle schoolers is more scientifically grounded than that explanation for what this piece of shit is and what it does. They make it sound like Earth is constantly emitting a 7.83 Hertz frequency to the cosmos like a distress signal, like a fucking SOS. It is just a mindlessly ridiculous product that is very common on these crowdfunding websites, and some of them do get real funding from real people, which is the saddest part, that people buy into this garbage. But I mean, you have these people going crazy for essential oils, damn near giving a suppository to their children of eucalyptus leaves because they read one article on the internet that said that that would help somewhere, and then you trace it back and it turns out it was just a joke started on 4chan that now people are actually buying into. It's sad how easy it is to exploit this growing movement of distrust science and believe garbage. Because there's definitely people that would look at something like this and go, wow, that makes a lot of sense. If I wear this block of wood on my neck that just has a blinking red light on it, it's going to help. Because the video said, the Earth is constantly making a synchronicity titty at 7.83 hertz, and if this thing's emitting the same frequency, well then man, the science checks out. You'd be dumb not to buy this thing. It's just pathetic.
Lucha T8 helps eliminate lack of energy, exhaustion, anxiety, insomnia, stress, tension, migraines, and different types of pain.
Yeah, the only pain this would help with is the pain of having too much money. If you're too wealthy, you can throw some money to this thing and it'll help with that problem.
So how does Lucha T8 work? All you have to do is place the device close to a painful or troubled spot for no more than 30 minutes at a time, and it will balance the body's energy, metabolism, and polarity in a way that gives the organism a chance to recover.
It's just a blinking red light. You could get the same effect if you have a wireless mouse. Just put that on some painful spot on your body. You'll get the same effect. And it's also very evil from this creator to say to hold it there for 30 minutes. That's fucked up, man. You know some dumb fucking idiots are actually going to hold that thing there for 30 minutes. I mean, you could have just said 10 seconds, they'll believe it and do that, and that's a lot less time consuming. But maybe this guy hates his customers, and to be fair, you'd have to be pretty goddamn dumb to buy this in the first place. You may as well just laugh about it, like, haha, made this guy actually hold that thing there for 30 minutes, just wasting their time. Could have said 5 hours, and I guarantee someone would have done it.
Lucha T8 is made to be by your side all the time. It celebrates the fact we only thrive when we align ourselves with the forces of the planet to which we owe our existence. Lucha T8 is not an instant cure or miracle medicine. It's a symbol of where we've been and where we're going.
Yeah, but you just said it helps actually cure some of these things and work towards making them better. You're calling it a regenerative device. That means you're saying it is helping to cure those things and improve those things. But now you're just saying it's a symbol of where we've been and where we're going, so it's just a fucking souvenir from a gift shop? It sounds like they're trying to cover their own ass. If someone actually buys this tries to use it on an injury and it doesn't help at all, they can't come after them legally because they said it was going to work and it didn't. I get that they're trying to do some legal talk here, but it doesn't work when everything else in the video contradicts what you're saying.
It paves the way to a harmonious and peaceful existence, leading you towards what you are meant to be. Stable, strong, happy. Lucha T8 unlocks our organism's potential to self-regulate and balance itself.
It's a blinking light on a string. But that's Indiegogo in a nutshell, baby. That's what you sign up for when you're looking on Indiegogo for something interesting. You get shit like this. There's also one I saw a while back that was about water, a special kind of water that they hyped up as like this panacea that would cure anything because it was water that they made listen to Mozart for a month before selling. It was as dumb as it sounds. But yeah, that's Indiegogo, just the kind of shit you find on there. That's it, see ya. This whole Andy Byron affair with Kristen Cabot is probably the most gripping cheating scandal this nation has seen since Tiger Woods boinked like 2 million women. It is crazy how big this story has become. It's up there with like Bill Clinton catching the Blowjoptimus Prime from Monica Lewinsky in the Oval Office. I'm assuming all of you know the Cliff Notes. I already made a video like when it happened, but I am so enthralled in this story. I'm like parasocially following it now at this point.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure.
You couldn't have had a more suspicious reaction to being briefly put on the Jumbotron. Andy Byron acts like a fucking Oblivion NPC that just got hit with 10 arrows. He just quickly, like, went limp. And Kristen turned around in shame and then fled. It was very clear that something was awry. The Coldplay singer even calls attention to it like they might be having an affair or they're just very shy. And it was an affair. That is Andy Byron and the chief people officer at his company on a romantic evening at a Coldplay concert. And it turns out that this wasn't just some squeaky clean date. It wasn't just these two attending a hootenanny and good fun and good spirits. No, this was sin. Turns out, big spoilers, Andy Byron was married, will likely not be married going forward now that his wife has found out. He may also not have a job going forward either now that the whole world has found out that he's been doing the old bedroom ham sandwich with his HR head, the Empress of chief people officering. Both Andy and Kristen have both been placed on leave at the company, Astronomer. Astronomer has taken action against them since this is all blown up here. At least they'll have more time to spend with each other. Now they can go on a picnic and be unafraid, because Lord knows his wife is probably not going to stick by him. From what I've seen, she's changed her name on Facebook and then deactivated all of her socials. I don't think she's too pleased here. Now, before I stir the pasta a bit further with the follow-up that's happened since this has gone so viral, I would like to briefly talk about what everyone else has been pointing out of how easily avoidable this was for the two of them here. And I don't mean just the obvious solution of just not going to the Coldplay concert in the first place and just staying at home transplanting farts into each other or whatever. I mean, like, even when they were on the Jumbotron, it still wasn't checkmate. It was their reaction that brought down the house of cards here. Had they just played this off normally, like they just laugh at the Jumbotron and wave, probably no one would have even been, like, tipped off that something was awry. Like, I guess there's a chance, like, one of the Astronomer employees might have seen it, but your odds are pretty good that that would have just flown under the radar and they would have continued to get away with it. Now, of course, you shouldn't be cheating on your significant other in the first place, but if you're going to, and you happen to be plastered on the Jumbotron, the worst thing you can do is this, where they acted like there was a fucking bazooka being aimed at them, like there was about to be like a fucking Predator missile that hits them. The way that they reacted to that. So immediately everyone could sniff something was very stinky here. Anyway, though, let's take a peek at a little bit more of the follow-up. Also, you should take a peek at GamerSupps. Go to gamersupps.gg and get any of the amazing flavors for sale there using code MOIST to get some money off your order. Or you could just get the best flavor on GamerSupps as well, Goof Juice. I wanted to just mention that real quick because I've been fucking pounding Goof Juice since the cans came out. So, Astronomer made the announcement that they are both being placed on leave for obvious reasons. In the meantime, someone named Pete DeJoy is going to be serving as CEO. They were previously the chief product officer and co-founder of Astronomer, and they put out a statement on LinkedIn that states, "Our leaders are expected to set the standard in both conduct and accountability," and then that the board of directors has initiated a formal investigation into this matter, and we will have additional details to share very shortly. They also then addressed some of the incorrect information that was going around the internet, which was the misidentification of another person in the clip, which was the person that was laughing, the woman next to them that was laughing. They were identified as another Astronomer employee, but the statement from the company saying that is just not true. That's a load of fish paste. And they also shot down the bogus statement that was spread claiming that it came from Andy Byron himself, but it was not shot out by Andy. That butthole did not squeak out that terrible fart of a statement. It was clearly just a joke, and they are clearing the air on that it's not actually from Andy Byron. I also just learned this, which I found to be an amazing cherry on top of the cake. Apparently, Coldplay's Chris Martin had just warned fans that they might be plastered on the Jumbotron, saying, "Now what we'd like to do is say hello to some of you. The way we're going to do that is using our cameras. You can look at the screens and we can see who's out there and say hello. Let's go looking, please." And then, inevitably, it goes to Andy and Kristen, and the rest is history. But I can't believe that they even got, like, a warning here. Like, they were even given, like, a fucking DEFCON alert, like the air raid sirens were going off on this affair, and they still just disregarded it. Like, they had plenty of time for Andy to slap on, like, the big glasses and the nose and mustache, and just, like, pretend he doesn't know who that woman is. But he was just, like, in love. That man was seeing hearts floating around his head, and he wouldn't let go of Kristen come hell or high water, and then hell arrived. Chris Martin got the cameras on them, and the affair was broadcast to everyone. I'm still eagerly awaiting a statement from either Andy or Kristen. I thought for sure they would have released one by now, just because of how big this is, and they did have high-ranking positions at this company. I thought for sure they would at least put something out, but they haven't yet. So maybe they won't. Maybe they'll stay very tight-lipped on all of it and just quietly go into the background, and that'll be that. But my heart does break for his family. I think that is fucking horrible, and I can only imagine what they're going through right now. That has got to be miserable. So I'm wishing them the best. And yeah, I just want to give you a little follow-up here, because it's pretty fucking crazy. That's really about it. So yeah. I recently made a video talking a lot of shit about the Poopsie Slime Surprise Unicorn, which is a unicorn toy that you make take a shit for you on the toilet, and then you play with its shit, which is some slime. And I called it the worst toy ever made, a war crime, the one sin the Lord can't forgive, just a whole bunch of things. But recently I've been watching a lot of inspirational Darman YouTube videos, and I've learned something very important. Never judge a book by its cover. I'm not trying to get too fucking philosophical on you here with this Socrates knowledge, but appearances can be misleading, as the great Darman says, so I had my friend Matt go out and buy me a Poopsie Slime Surprise Unicorn. That way I can experience firsthand the joy and jubilation of making this unicorn take a shit for me. Now, the reason I had Matt go out and buy it isn't because I was embarrassed. I mean, shit, I buy fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon cards from Walmart, so there is no shame there. I would have no problem going right up to an employee and asking where their Poopsie aisle is. It's just I'm afraid of being around people in this area, and Matt's got fucking nuts of steel, ironclad nuts, and he went out and he was totally fine getting this for me, so thank you, Matt. Now, apparently these naughty little things are flying off the shelves. There was only one Poopsie left, and he checked 2 Walmarts and a Super Target and found it at Super Target. Not only did he find that, though, he also got us our own little slime surprise. Our Poopsie Slime Surprise starter kit, I guess, whatever the fuck this is, a little birthday gift, I don't really know. But I figured we needed both just to make sure we got the full, authentic experience. So first impressions right away, I can tell you, this is the worst thing a kid can have next to the chicken pox. If your parents told you on Christmas they were getting a divorce, it would still be a better gift than getting this. What are you going to do with all that poop, am I right? Now, I'm sure you can hardly contain yourself. Go ahead and amplify that excitement by 100 for me. I'm about to start scratching at my neck like a meth addict if I can't get into this box soon. So let's just go ahead and dive in here. Let's go ahead and raid the public bathroom and check this shit out. So we'll crack this open here. We'll start with the actual Poopsie unit, and we'll save the slime surprise for later. Jesus. She's really sealed in here real tight. Like a fucking sarcophagus. I'll save you, Poopsie! Ah! Come on! Damn it! Fuck. Oh! Oh no. I think I snapped her neck. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Alright. We'll be alright. She doesn't need her neck to take a shit, I guess. Alright, well now that I've hit her with like a Mortal Kombat fatality, I'd say we're about 50% of the way there to getting her out of this. So, I didn't have a pair of scissors, which is why this is like so primitive here and like caveman-ish, like a Neanderthal ripping it out. I can't trim the shit on the back. Ah! Alright. So I hit myself extremely hard in my sack, and, well, that's just a little wake-up call. You gotta bleed for the Poopsie if you really want to enjoy it. I guess the surprise in the name was for the surprise vasectomy I accidentally gave myself, getting it out of the box. Anyway, we got her here. She still kind of works, but I do think I broke her neck. Yeah. Not bad. This was moving around a lot more initially in the box, I think, so that something definitely went awry in there, but that's just entirely my fault for not having the proper equipment. So let's go ahead and check the back and go through what we learned from the tutorial and see if we can start making her take a shit. So on the back, of course, Wait, what? Oh, don't fucking tell. Oh my god. So I just looked it up. There's actually other Poopsie models that don't take shits. They just sing about taking a shit, and that's all. Unfortunately, this happens to be one of those musical Poopsies instead of the actual shitting ones. Which is beyond disappointing. I guess I can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt is if she has an asshole. Let's see. Nope. As you can see, there's no butthole here, so this model absolutely could not take a shit. I feel like I got scammed. Now's not the time. I feel like I actually got scammed. This was $60. $60 fucking dollars. What am I gonna do with the slime surprise kit? I can't even make slime out of her fucking colon. This is the only... How popular are shitting toys? How the fuck is this the only poopsie they had left is the singing one? They don't actually have the shitting one. I feel like this would be the one kids would want. Something that like sings and jingles keys. Not just shits. I don't get it. Well, this is probably the most disappointing moment of 2020 for me, I'd say. I was really looking forward to getting this experiment going. But, well, at least we have the memories, and now I have a cool singing and dancing unicorn that talks about shitting without actually doing it. Well, I guess that's where that journey comes to an end. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm gonna be talking about some more shit. Now, before I do that, the footage you're seeing right there in the background is just me getting my ass kicked at Mission 89 of Earth Defense Force 2025. Alright, well, I don't like talking about myself, but I feel like I kind of need to right now. Like, I need to make this video here because what's going on may affect how often I make videos for a little while. Alright, so, about a year ago, I got into a car accident. Luckily, no one was hurt, so that was good. But one of the women who was involved in the accident faked an injury and was trying to get money out of the insurance. And now she's trying to sue me personally. So I had to get an attorney and all that shit. And I really have no idea how all this suing is going to play out or how long it's going to take. But it comes at a really bad time because I'm not in a very good financial situation right now. I'm unemployed right now. And I need to make money, and I don't exactly know how I'm going to make money. I absolutely will not be taking any of the YouTube money for myself. I will still donate all of the YouTube money I make to various charities because I refuse to let this hobby of mine become a job. Because if this turns into a job, making videos just won't be as much fun, so I'm not going to let that happen. Now, I'm not in danger of becoming homeless or completely broke or anything like that, so I'm sure I'll find something. I've wanted to be a voice actor for a long time, but I have no idea how to get into the voice acting industry. So I'll probably have to do some type of creative job. Like, people pay me and I'll milk them or something. Something that'll really get the income flowing. Now, the reason I'm making this video is because there's a possibility that between getting sued and looking for a moderately decent job, it could affect how often I make videos, but I don't think it will. I think I'll still be able to make videos whenever I want to, and I usually like to make around 2 videos a week, and I don't think that's going to change even with the shit that's going on right now. But this video is just here to kind of explain fucking, just to, you know, to really sum up fucking. Son of a bitch, I really don't know why I'm having such a difficult time putting into words the reason I'm making this video. I feel like a fucking Martian trying to have a political debate with a dinosaur. I'm making this video to explain why if a fucking... Alright, let's try again. Try again here. The reason I'm making this video is for an explanation if, given the worst case scenario, I don't make a video for a week or two. This video tells you why. I think that's the best way to sum it up. So, if a week or 2 weeks goes by and I haven't made a video, it's because of the shit that's going on right now that I've mentioned in this video. So, that's why I'm making this. And in all honesty, I don't think anything's going to change with how many videos I make a month or anything like that. And I don't have like a set number of videos I make a month. I just make a video whenever it seems like fun, so that's not going to change, I don't think. But I thought it would be better to be safe and let you all know what's going on in case I don't make a video for like 3 weeks or a month or some extended period of time. So, that's it. See ya.
Oh boy, we got another huge lawsuit against Valve that just popped up today. Recently, Valve's been catching lawsuits like Pokemon, and they are fresh off a W against the Rothschilds. Only a week ago, they squeaked out this huge W against the Rothschilds. I can't emphasize enough just how impressive that is to beat them. That's like beating Umbrella Corp. Like, that was an incredible win for Valve there, and now they immediately go into round 2 here with a lawsuit from the New York Attorney General Letitia James, basically claiming that Valve knowingly promotes illegal gambling with their loot boxes in games like CS2, Dota 2, and TF2 that is accessible and even targeted at minors. Now, this is far from the first time this has been a big subject. In fact, many of you might remember in 2018, Belgium actually had a loot box ban. This was during the incredible EA era where they put their own dick in their ass as much as possible with the, sense of pride and accomplishment and surprise mechanic spin they tried to put on like loot boxes and shit. And Belgium eventually ruled that it was predatory, it was a game of chance that would lead to profit or loss, and thus they banned it in Belgium. And fast forward to today, you can't open CS cases in Belgium, it seems. Now, at the time, this was a pretty big deal, and the US and the UK also tried to make arguments that, yeah, this does constitute gambling, but as they went through the process, they then declared that it's not really gambling because you're getting an actual in-game item, you're not getting money. But now, to today, they are now saying that because it has grown so much, this ecosystem through these loot boxes where some items are selling for thousands of dollars or even the famous AK that sold for $1 million not that long ago. And then there's also like these third-party sites that are using CS cases and CS items to instantly turn it into money where it is just full-blown gambling casinos based around CS items. So they are saying that Valve can no longer use the excuse of, no, it's just in-game cosmetic items. They are now saying that it isn't just a cosmetic in-game item. It carries very real monetary value that leads to people getting addicted to gambling and trying to win them fundamentally. Now, it seems like Valve might have seen the writing on the wall at some point because they have been making changes to the way this functions in CS. So, like, they have done, like, Genesis Terminal stuff like that to try and change things around a little bit to avoid falling into hot water, but the hot water has come. And Valve is far from the only gaming company that has mechanics like this. It's a very standard industry norm now when it comes to, like, loot boxes and cosmetics that carry real-world value, especially in mobile games, for example. And other companies have been hit in the past by lawsuits alleging illegal gambling practices in their games. Valve is just the latest target, and they are by far the biggest one. And in the lawsuit, there is some really sketchy stuff. Like, there is a whole section about games causing violence. For some reason, they decided to just fucking toss that little sour nugget in there for no fucking reason. The most dunked upon, the most spit upon, the most debunked nonsense talking point ever. They decided to slide into this lawsuit against Valve on illegal gambling practices. And also, they have very misleading stuff in there, like this section here, where they're saying that they have these near-miss mechanics where they'll show you the gold item and then you'll stop one slot right before it. You'll get the worthless item right next to it while seeing the gold to keep you hooked, like, I was that close, I'll get back into the Crucible now. Except that doesn't happen in CS anymore. That hasn't been the case since, like, fucking 8 years ago or something? They changed that a long time ago. If you see a gold, you're getting a gold. If it was a red item there, then that would be real, but that screenshot they show there is just fraudulent. And also, apparently, it's taken from an Oni Pixel stream where he even got the gold item there.
You can actually see a Twitch chat with an emote from Oni Pixel. And when they tracked down the exact stream the screenshot is from, he actually wins the knife in the clip. So just blatant misinfo.
Like you and they.
That's a certified objection moment right there. That is just blatantly wrong. On purpose. That is very, very deceptive there. So, anyway, there is some funkiness in this lawsuit that's very fishy. Anyway, we're gonna get more into the nitty-gritty here in a moment that I was going through on stream. But I do believe most people agree that CS skins and the skin economy, the cases, and all of the shit that's spawned as a result of it, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry here from the cosmetics. I think most people agree it does very much revolve around gambling. That is a real thing. And that means it'll be a really interesting lawsuit to see how it all shakes out, because I think it will be difficult for Valve to once again say, like, no, these are just in-game items. There's no, like, real money there at all, because it's a huge, huge, huge industry now. And this is a very big deal lawsuit that would have wide-reaching effects across many different games, because again, it's not like Valve is the only one that has things like this. Even League of Legends has Hextech cases or crates and Hextech keys. So this is a very big lawsuit. I do find it interesting that they've gone after Valve here for their first big fish, especially in an era where things like fucking Polymarket and Kalshi are extremely accessible to literally everyone and are, by all possible definitions, just gambling, despite how they try and spruce it up by calling it, well, prediction market, that kind of shit. I am somewhat surprised that they wouldn't start going after them when that is becoming very, very normalized to the point where even fucking CNN has a Kalshi partnership. Instead, they would rather go hog wild and laser focus on Valve of all things. That is an interesting decision, if you ask me. You heard Valve is being sued by the New York Attorney General for promoting illegal gambling through loot boxes? I did. In the lawsuit, they say video games cause violence and Valve is responsible. In the gambling lawsuit, they say that? New York sues Valve, alleging its loot boxes are quintessential gambling. Letitia James seeks to stop Valve from promoting gambling features in games like CS2. Since when does Verge not let you read articles without paying? Okay, last time I go on Verge. Citing the alleged promotion of gambling towards minors, Letitia James is suing Valve. Lawsuit claims this is in direct contradiction to the state's regulations on the matter, and the end goal, should the court rule in James' favor, is to put an end to these practices and require fees to be paid in reparation. Landmark lawsuit, should it prove successful, would be another tidal wave in a long-running gaming practice that has faced significant setbacks over the many years since loot boxes first became a popular money-making tool among US-based publishers. I'm old enough to remember when EA tried to rebrand them as surprise mechanics. Illegal gambling can be harmful and lead to serious addiction problems, especially for our young people. The value of Counter-Strike skins rose significantly in recent years, attracting speculators and investors who viewed these virtual items as potentially lucrative digital assets. That is true. We've seen a single weapon command a $1 million real-world price tag on CS2's marketplace. We've watched as the game has straight up crashed over valuation. And that's just Counter-Strike. Valve's really gone full hog, some might argue, with other games that happen to have 2 in their title, Dota 2, TF2, are the Attorney General's other big targets. Valve's loot box model can be especially harmful to children. They assert young users with limited funds can be enticed to start gambling through loot boxes in the hopes of attaining a virtual item that they believe will enhance their status in the game's virtual worlds. Research has shown that children who are introduced to gambling are 4 times more likely to develop a gambling problem later in life than those who are not. In addition, although this case is about illegal gambling, it is important to note that Valve's promotion of games that glorify violence and guns helps fuel the dangerous epidemic of gun violence, particularly among young gamers who can become numb to grave violence before their brains are fully developed. Yikes. Oh. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Holy shit. I just can't believe they still try this. There are plenty of conversations to be had about loot box and gambling and all of that. I totally understand. That's been a conversational topic for years. This is just a dead fucking end, man. I can't believe they still bring this shit up. Actual yappuccino over nothing. I've never even understood the argument. Like, would books and movies not cause violence? Like Catcher in the Rye? You're not old enough to remember when they tried that exact same thing. Video games is just the latest target. Before video games, it was movies. Before movies, it was books. Like, it's always just a popular scapegoat to say this thing causes bad stuff. And then in between books and movies, it was music. Like Elvis, the devil music, stuff like that. They've always done that. It's just changing targets. Elvis was the devil, to be fair. Well, I mean, Elvis was a bad guy, yeah, I get that, but rock and roll, here, to broaden it, rock and roll being the devil's music. That was a very popular thing. A very popular target. So what are we predicting? A Valve winning sweep? Well, this being thrown in here is complete useless gobbledygook. This is absolute mumbo-jumbo nonsense. I don't even know why it's ham-fisted into this. The actual lawsuit meat is somewhat interesting, and I'm very curious how it shakes out here. This is not the first lawsuit about loot boxes and gambling, specifically about, like, gambling that minors can partake in, like mobile games have gone through lawsuits similar to this. And it's never, like, resulted in anything overly huge outside of, like, a couple of areas, so I guess we'll see. I'm very interested in this one. Valve is on a hot streak right now of W's. They just won that other lawsuit like fucking 4 days ago. Like, they've got a lot of momentum here. I wonder what Gabe Newell thinks of this lawsuit. You think he's going to leave his yacht over this one? Nah. Absolutely not. He's too busy out there on the sea. Researching, shooting some hoops, grinding. I thought he sold his yacht. Did he get a new one? You not know about Gabe Newell and yachts? Dude loves yachts so much, he bought an entire fucking shipyard that produces the yacht that he likes. So now he has a yacht manufacturer for himself. And just got a $500 million research vessel. What was the name of that shipyard, actually? Because I hope he renamed it. Just to make it like Gabe Newell's Fun Factory or some shit. It's a Dutch yacht builder named Ocean Co. He keeps getting sued so much he's escaping the international waters. I bet Gabe Newell doesn't even know that his company has been in these lawsuits. I bet he has no fucking clue. He just gets infinite money checks every, probably quarter. I would say he probably gets paid out quarterly or something, maybe. I don't know how they do dividends over there. But he just gets infinite money and he's like, alright, that's cool. Yeah, go back to doing whatever you're doing. I'm busy. Get the fuck off my yacht. Yeah, I have no idea how this one's going to shake out because this is like a very contentious subject. Because, I mean, at the core of it, it is gambling. Very much so. It definitely is. Always has been. Everyone knows that. So I wonder what'll happen. Probably nothing would be my guess. They should have targeted EA, much easier to beat them. EA's already been targeted. So I feel like they didn't want to do the same target again. I don't think there is a loser more degenerate, more pathetic than Johnny Somali. His lore is sadder than the ending to Marley and Me, and it's entirely by his own doing and his insatiable appetite to be famous. Like, his clout obsession has created a terminal illness that has led him down this path that will most likely see him behind bars. And I say most likely, even though from everything I've read it is guaranteed he is going to jail for his new charge that he is now facing. It seems there's no wiggle room for him to squeak his way out of this one. His newest charge carries a mandatory prison sentence of up to 7 years in the slammer. It also happens to be like his 150th charge that he's currently facing in Korea right now. It's because every time he goes live, he asks for $5 donations to commit a new crime. So he is constantly just getting more. We're going to dive into this new charge in just a moment, but I just want to make a strong argument that Johnny Somali is the most pitiful soul that has ever entered the streaming space, period. He is the GOAT of cringe in streaming. He has one goal in life, one purpose, and he's not shy about it. All he wants is to be famous and rich through streaming. He is neither. He is only famous to people that like lolcows and love to make fun of him and throw, tomatoes at him and cover all of his degeneracy. His own community doesn't actually like him. They just really like the idea that they get to control this man's life and send it down the shitter. It's like when you're playing Sims and you tell your Sim to put their hand on a hot stove and it catches them on fire. That's what his community does. They'll put $5 donation there in order for him to break a law so they can watch him get arrested and ruin his life, or have him harass someone in public so that way he'll get his ass beat and they get to laugh at it. So that's his whole legacy. He's also not rich from it. He doesn't make much money through streaming. He makes just enough to survive and also travel to more places for the global ass-beating world tour that he goes on. But the people who cover him, like all of the streamers and YouTubers that make videos about him, they make thousands of dollars. He is actually a golden loot box. He is leading people to a treasure he himself cannot possess. It's almost poetic. He has thrown his whole life away, willingly just sacrificing his freedom for nothing. But it has helped all the people that make fun of him. He provides them with basically an endless source of content, endless source of revenue, because who doesn't want to tune in to the pathetic story of this wild specimen of degeneracy, while he himself gets nothing. He doesn't even get morsels, crumbs, nothing. No attention, no money from it. It's unbelievable. You cannot write someone more pathetic than Johnny Somali. But anyway, let's go over his most recent charge here. Yep, he's guaranteed prison time. That's the good news. It's big, very big. I tried to refrain from diving too deep into it on my own so we could learn together on stream. But this is for the AI deepfakes he was making. This is the mandatory prison sentence, which I recall people were saying would likely be the case because of how seriously they take it. The controversial American live streamer notorious for his brazen antics and public disruptions is guaranteed to face prison time in South Korea. A fifth and most severe charge violating the country's Special Act on Sexual Violence Crimes has obliterated any remaining hope for leniency. The days of online infamy are over. For Somali, the virtual stage that once gave him global attention has been replaced by the harsh reality of legal consequences. They make it sound like he was actually popular. He never has been. The only people who know about him are people like me who follow lolcows. Almost nobody, as like a stream watcher, a viewer, will have ever heard of his name. He never even got global attention. The attention he got was the locals of the countries he would visit beating his ass because he would constantly be disrespecting them and making a huge scene every time he went out. This is kind of just going over a lot of what we've already gone over. Here we go. This goes more into the deepfakes. Prosecutors revealed that Somali is now facing charges violating the South Korea Special Act on Sexual Violence Crimes. The charges stem from an AI-generated deepfake video that depicted popular Korean streamer Bong Bong in fabricated intimate scenes with Somali. That's something we talked about as well, and a lot of people mention that they take that shit very, very seriously, and that seems to be the case. Under South Korean law, the creation, distribution, or possession of non-consensual AI-generated explicit content is classified as sexual crime. Woof! Legal experts have confirmed that this offense carries a mandatory prison sentence up to 7 years. Unlike the previous charges, which allowed for financial penalties, this particular crime eliminates the possibility of a mere fine. This is not simply an issue of digital mischief, explained a legal analyst, Legal Mindset. This is a serious sexual offense, and South Korea's court will treat it as such. When deepfakes are weaponized to humiliate or defame, the legal system responds with severe consequences. What a fucking W. Oh, what a W. And again, another thing to make big mention of, this is one charge. Keep in mind, he has also pled guilty to other charges carrying a minimum of 5 to 10 years. But this one is a guaranteed prison sentence up to 7 years. I guess we don't know exactly how long it'll be. And he still has more charges to come. He just got new charges when he got arrested on stream the other day. So he is still collecting these puppies like the Infinity Stones. When it's all said and done, this guy actually could end up with like 30, 35 years in the slammer. All for like a crumb. A tiny tiddlywink of internet attention. It's unbelievable. It's a bold statement, but I'm gonna make it. I think he is probably the most degenerate lolcow, at least in terms of like the consequences he's facing for being the lolcow, you know what I mean? Chris Chan is inarguably the GOAT of lolcows. No one will ever beat that. But not even Chris Chan received punishment to this level that Johnny Somali is. He's also going to get tried as a repeat offender with all the recent stuff too. I keep seeing that, but I don't know if that's confirmed. It sounds reasonable, like that sounds right. South Korea has cemented its reputation as a global leader in combating digital sex crimes. The country's strict laws were forfeited following a series of high-profile cases involving sexually explicit deepfakes and online harassment. In 2024, lawmakers passed legislation criminalizing the possession and viewing of non-consensual deepfake content. The penalties are unyielding. Offenders face up to 3 years in prison or fines reaching 30 million won, or 22.6k. Distributing or profiting from such content carries even harsher consequences, with sentences up to 7 years behind bars, which is what Johnny Somali's facing. South Korean society, still healing from past cases of cyber exploitation, has shown little patience for perpetrators like Somali. That is an understatement. They beat his ass every single time he goes live. They literally had a UAV online where they'd track him, follow him, and beat him. Oh yeah, they were fucking spawn camping him. In one of his streams, I already showed the clip multiple times, but in one of his streams, he literally leaves his hotel, and right after he gets out of his hotel, he just gets his ass beat. It's like GTA RP when you leave the hospital, but your ops are still waiting. It was so good. And this is just going over what we already talked about when he went to court. He went to court beyond hungover and just being extremely disrespectful. He was over an hour late. Yeah, we already went over all that. Also, we're coming up on his next appearance in court. It's next week, I believe. What would this guy even do? You're probably not familiar with his face because usually it's face down in some concrete after getting his ass beat. But he's an IRL streamer whose entire content was just breaking laws on stream for donations and just being racist to everyone in every country he'd visit, trying to provoke them into a confrontation, and then he'd get his ass beat and cry about it. He did this in many places. Most notably before Korea was Japan. And that's just been his whole content. His viewers goad him into breaking more laws for their own entertainment, their own amusement, watching him throw away his life. And he does it with a big smile on his face, drinking himself into a coma every night on stream. It's fascinating. He doesn't stream on Kick. Kick doesn't even let him on there. He streams on Party. And even Party fucking banned him. I think they took the ban back, like he's allowed to stream again, but even Party, which I didn't even know they had banned features over there, they banned him for a little bit. So, my dad's got friends, and all of them have unique talents and superpowers. It's like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Like, one of my dad's buddies was a pilot, and then he was at, I think it was an airport bar or something, on the job, and then the bar stool just exploded because they, I don't know, never fully screwed it in or something, and it really destroyed his back. And that was like Peter Parker being bit by the radioactive spider, but instead of getting the ability to crawl on walls, he got the ability of money. Huge payday from that, and he's just got like this group of friends that all have like very unique stories and abilities. And one of them is named Dave. And he has a hobby of making flintlocks, like from scratch in a lot of cases. And yesterday we brought him out and we got to shoot a couple of them, and it was a lot of fun. So I wanted to show you it because I just think it's really interesting and I think it's very cool.
Now here's what we're dealing with today. This is an actual copy of Davy Crockett's first rifle. Now the original rifle is located in the East Tennessee State Museum in Knoxville, Tennessee. So I went out and took a look at it. I've seen pictures of it, got measurements, and I wanted to recreate what the original was like. Now other guys have done the same thing. But this is made out of what we call curly maple or tiger maple. And if you look real close, you can see there's a lot of those stripes in here. So it's an expensive wood to do that with, but it really makes a pretty rifle out of it. So I got brass on it here, brass patch box down here.
Real quick, I want to come in here and do a bit of glazing because Dave doesn't really brag about his craftsmanship, even though it's genuinely incredible work, so I'm going to brag for him. Everything you see on his flintlocks, we only shot 2 in this video, spoiler, little spoilers there, but everything you see on his flintlocks, he makes himself freehand. That includes all the brass work. It includes every ornate engraving he does in silver. He does gold trimmings. All of it he does freehand himself. I think it is amazing.
And we're all brass trigger guard. This is what we call a double set trigger. And I'll talk about that when we get ready to shoot it, what it does. But basically, what you do is you cock it, and you can fire it by pulling this trigger, or you can pull this back and set it, and then you have a hair trigger here. So when you touch that, it really will fire, so you better be ready. This is called a flintlock. This is was used for a long period of time in the history of rifles and guns. And it's got a flint here. it hits what we call the striker, and when you pull this back, you fire it, this rock or flint will strike on that, set off the powder in here, and the gun fires. Later on, it went to what they call a cap lock, and it had a little cap that went on here and got rid of the flint, and then it finally ended up going to the cartridges, which is what we have today. But this is a flint lock. Takes a little while to load these things. This has got about a 42-inch barrel. It's a 50 caliber, and it's a rifled barrel. So these were fairly accurate back in the day. But anyway, enough of the talk. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh, by the way, I want to show you this. This is something that's not common. But what I did is when I built this, right here on the side plate, I put Davy Crockett's name on there. And that's his actual signature on there. I was able to make a copy of that and copy that on there. So that's what his signature looked like.
That is so cool.
He also does all the woodwork too. He's selling it short on just how nice it looks.
Well, we also did a lot of carving on this. This was common on this thing. This rifle originally was probably made in Pennsylvania, in York or Reading, somewhere around in that area, which was common at that time. That was where all the rifle makers were. And we did all the carving here, which is exactly like what they had back in the day. So if you go to Knoxville, go to the museum, you can see the actual rifle there. So let's see what it's going to sound like.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say, we need you in every video.
I know, wasn't that good?
It's almost like you're a professional or something at this.
You should also see his whole collection. He's like the fucking Kakashi of flintlocks. He's able to he's able to copy like every rifle ever. He's working on George Washington's pistol as well.
The thing I have is I got black powder. I have it in here. This is a 2F powder, which is a heavier grain. And to be safe, I always measure it out like this. And the rule is always remember powder patch ball. And the reason for that is if you get it confused, then you got a problem. So you put in your powder. Okay. Now you take your patch, put it up here like so. And then you take your ball. This is a 50 caliber ball, lead ball. You lay it right on top like so. Try to get it as centered as you can. And then we have what we call a starter here. This will help you get it down in here. And I've never fired this thing, so it's going to be all new. Well, that went in pretty good. We push her down. Make your ramrod. Okay. You want to do that, make sure it bounces, that way you know you got it on the bottom. Put it back in. Now we got to prime it. So put some primer, this is gunpowder again, in the pan. Put that down. All right.
Well, you hit the target because it moved.
Yeah.
Didn't blow the tree in half. That's a good start.
Yeah, that's great. You straighten that target.
So at the time, we thought that Dave's shot was that like super clean, precise hole at the top, and just assumed, man, that fucking ball must have traveled at the speed of light there to have a perfect hole like that go through it without like the normal things you see when you shoot a paper target, where of course it like blows it up a little bit. So we just assumed that was that, but clearly watching it back on the footage, that hole was already there. What it actually hit was the metal stand and ricocheted off. So in the slow-mo I played there, you can see it hit the stand, I'm pretty sure, and bounce. Obviously, we couldn't track that at the time in the thick of it there in the fucking Thunderdome.
So that was the first shot ever out of that gun.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've never, I just rough set the sight, so I mean, I have to take it to the to a range and set it up, and then adjust the sights on it. But
Charlie will zero it in for you.
yeah, I was lucky to even hit the friggin' targets.
That was good. And this is how much powder? 50?
This is 50 grams.
Perfect.
A little pause. We thought he was going to be like, "This is 140."
This is 5,000 grams.
Gonna knock Charlie backwards.
Well, you could put 120 in that thing.
No, we don't need to do that. This is my first flintlock. I don't need to fall over.
It's going to be like the R2D2 scene on the screen as he shoots backwards.
Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Okay.
Now just pull back on the front trigger, because
The front run?
Yeah.
Right here? Okay.
Yeah. Now you have to pull back a ways on it. Wait a minute, let me get out of your way. I don't want to stand there but the side.
All right, here we go. Did I hit it?
Hit something.
Holy.
Oh, that smell.
That was cool.
You like the smell? I feel like this is like a gas smell kind of thing where you probably either like it or hate it.
Nothing like the smell of
Yeah.
gunpowder in the morning, right?
That smells kind of good.
How was the kick on it?
There was no kick.
No kick at all.
You can one-hand it, come on.
Oh yeah.
You missed.
Oh no.
Totally missed. I felt like I was right.
Oh wait.
Wait.
Oh yeah, you got it
look
right
at
there.
that.
You got it.
Bullseye.
Yeah,
On
see,
the little target.
I never. That's what I was aiming for.
He was trying to scare him, go over his shoulder, you know?
Right there, look, Danny. Right there.
Yeah.
Hello! Right there. You got a bullseye on the little target right there.
Yeah, I zeroed it for you.
What were you aiming at?
Literally anything in this direction.
The tree.
Is that really where you were aiming for?
Absolutely not.
Where were you aiming?
Genuinely anywhere in that vicinity.
Have you not heard of aim small, bet small? All right, I'm gonna shoot in that 30 square feet.
If I can get somewhere in this direction.
I just want to.
Sailor's log, just want to make a note. That is exactly where I was aiming.
All right, you have to tell us before where you're aiming.
Yeah.
I will. I'll tell you exactly
You
where I'm
don't
at.
get the Charlie specialty.
I can't believe you hit the bullseye in that little target.
Well, you best start believing it.
Yeah, well, sorry, bud.
Guy's incredible.
Yeah. That had no kick at all. I think at the last minute I jerked up and I probably went to the top of that tree.
I think I see something on the right one.
Were you anticipating a little more kick than it gave you?
Yeah, actually I was.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice shot.
Oh, you did hit it.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Hey, hey,
That's a great shot.
check that out.
All right, here we go.
Where are you gonna aim, Chelsea?
The red?
The red on the right target or the left target?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I don't think I hit the red.
I don't think you did either.
My God, you hit the bullseye.
That's fun.
Anything?
And it's a miss.
Well, damn.
Okay, who
Can't-
else wants
can't
to
hit 'em
try
all.
this? Okay, we'll do the same thing here.
That is insane that you built that by hand.
It's incredible.
It is so nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see what we can do here. We'll just use the same powder.
And is this a replica of a specific one?
It's
or-
just a Kentucky pistol.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a replica of any particular one.
I think maybe you clipped the right side of the red one.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Right side.
Right there.
All right.
Good job.
What are we looking? Oh yeah.
Oh, that rattlesnake.
Oh, yeah, that's a scary snake.
That is a scary snake.
Right there.
That's not
Oh,
a...
that's, don't go near that.
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
a-
water moccasin or
Yep.
a copperhead or something.
I was gonna say copperhead. Well, that scared me.
What you got?
Probably heard the noise of a flintlock and was like, I don't really want to be around here. I'm gonna...
Let us know in the comments what kind of
Yeah, you
snake
tell
that
us what
was.
we just
I
saw.
think it's a rattlesnake.
And scale 1 to 10, how dangerous?
It'll stop.
Okay.
That was a miss. I think I saw the leaf go flying off.
I saw the.
Really?
It looked cool though.
I thought I
really cool.
I was right on the money, to be honest.
I saw the patch fly out.
Keep an eye out over there.
Yeah, be careful of the snake. It's insulting to think that I'd ever missed the target. Never happened, never will. You could see it on the camera there. The precision was magnificent. It was a little off target, but I gotta hone in a little bit. I haven't used flintlocks before. They're unusual instruments in my hands right now, so I gotta get more reps in there. But not a bad shot. It's about where I was looking. That's about where I was aiming. You know, that Dark Tower shit. He who aims with his hand. You know, that kind of vibe.
Hey, look, right there.
Isn't it weird
Yeah.
how every time the camera turns away, Charlie magically gets the...
Yeah, how
Wait,
about
it's
that?
oddly like finger hole
Yeah,
shaped.
look like. Big thanks to Dave.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for bringing
Hey.
him out. This was fun. This
It
a lot of
was
fun.
great. I'm glad to see you guys take advantage of it. Now you see what it was like about 200 years ago.
Yeah.
How guys had to fight. Can you believe that? Because each one of them had to do the same thing. So
It was so fun, man. His work really is just so impressive with these homemade flintlocks, his home brew here. So yeah, anyway, thanks to Dave again. If you're watching this, Dave. Anyway, that's really about it. Yeah. Boy, howdy, do I have something wacky to share with you right now. This has to be one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in a tournament. Full stop. It happened at a Pokemon Go regional. A player named Firestar73 came through loser's bracket and won the entire thing, becoming the Orlando regional champion, but he was too happy about it and they took it away from him. He had a small pop-off, like a little celebration, and pop-off is a word I'm using way too loosey-goosey because it doesn't really apply. He was excited, so he dropped his headset and gave a single fist pump, one pump, not even 2 or 3 pumps, one fist pump, and then shook his hand, and they deemed it excessive and unsportsmanlike, so they stripped him of the win, gave him a game loss, and thus his opponent became the champion for it.
Now on his 11th one, he is the first-time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion!
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon, taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else.
That's the entire thing. That's his celebration that they thought was just out of line. They said, "You're disqualified, Buster. You were too excited. We can't have that. We're like fucking Dementors. We have to sap that shit up. So your opponent is now the champion." And by the way, they didn't even announce this during the official broadcast. It wasn't until after it was all said and done, after the dust had settled, then they made it clear to the community that Firestar73 was not the winner because of this unsportsmanlike celebration. It's unhinged. Any sane, normal human being would look at this and tell you that there was nothing excessive or unsportsmanlike about what he did. His conduct was totally acceptable. It's just wild to me how infested the upper echelon of the Pokemon brass is with the unhappiness virus. Joy is the arch enemy of Pokemon tournament organizers and like Pokemon businessmen, these suit and tie zombies that actually control Pokemon. They hate happiness. Truly loathe it. And this is just a further evidence of that. Firestar73 was excited, he was happy, and he did a very light celebration. Like, I mean it. Like, that is not excessive by any stretch of the imagination. I get more animated and excited when I find an extra fucking french fry in my goddamn Miller's Alehouse order. Like, he did not go crazy or anything. When I saw the headline, I was expecting like a Hungry Box level pop-off where he just stands up, picks up the chair, throwing the chair into the audience, lights a match, and then throws like a fucking stick of dynamite or something, like fireworks display. Like, I expected something chaotic, catastrophic, where he was like piling up corpses from celebrating, just beating the shit out of people or something. Something so extreme that it would somehow warrant an automatic game loss there, which gave the opponent the tournament victory. It would have to be something extreme. Like maybe they found out that he wasn't showering using cheeky soap, and then I'd understand why they'd disqualify him, because that's just not good hygiene. If you're showering, you gotta be using cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. But this, all he did was he dropped his headphones. He didn't even throw them. He didn't spike them. He didn't give it like a Gronk spike in the end zone. He dropped the headphones, and then he pumped his fist once before shaking his opponent's hand. That is not excessive. That is not unsportsmanlike. Jiminy Christmas, I can only imagine what these dweebs would do if they saw Hungrybox, for example, pop off. They'd have a heart attack. They would keel over and die on the spot watching someone get that excited. If this was enough for them to be like, that's a game loss. Oh my god, I'm gonna have nightmares. Oh my god, it's so much. Give it to this guy. Quick, quick, quick. We have to punish him for being happy. I can only imagine if they saw like an athlete or something, like an actual athlete celebrating, you know, a big shot or a big moment in a game. These are the biggest fucking losers, man. Actual dorks. And I've seen a couple of people mention that Firestar73 got an earlier warning from one of the judges because he had, like, dropped his headphones earlier when he was excited. So this was them, you know, following through on their threats and punishing him for doing it again. That's still stupid. He shouldn't have, like, it shouldn't matter. He didn't do anything wrong. You can see him shaking in excitement. So he's taking his headphones off, he's shaking and drops them. He doesn't do anything like throwing them at the computer screen. He doesn't fucking rocket them at his opponent saying, you know, eat dirt, pussy, and like flicking them off or anything. He sets his headphones down. He drops them. That's not a big deal. Now, I don't know how he reacted earlier where he may have got a warning. Maybe it was more excessive then. But what he did here shouldn't have even constituted any level of, like, eyebrow raising in the slightest. Not even an ounce. So I just think that's a load of barnacles. There is a game theory, though, that's being cooked up that I actually do think has some real oomph to it. There is a belief that these judges maybe bet on the match. And maybe they bet on his opponent to win, because Firestar73 did come through loser's bracket. Making a loser's run is extraordinarily difficult in any tournament. And perhaps they placed a bet on his opponent to be the victor. And you know how the story unfolded? He won. Firestar73 did make the loser's bracket miracle run, squeaking out the big W here. And now the judges, they're not going to get that payday. They're out that money, but they see a way of kind of weaseling a W, snatching a victory from the jaws of defeat by DQing this guy for being too happy. Because fundamentally that's what it is. Hey, you were too excited, so you lost, actually. He won now. So I can definitely understand this conspiracy theory here, and I do believe there's a non-zero chance that it could actually revolve around that entirely. There's enough question marks here for how this was handled to at least warrant an official investigation, I would argue. Gambling has become a core component of basically everything. Esports, sports in general, TCGs, basically anything. And prediction markets are only serving to even further blow that up and expand the scope of gambling. So I have no doubt that there probably were bets placed throughout this tournament here, because in every single tournament, in every single game or whatever competition, there are people betting on it. So there is definitely the possibility that maybe these judges were betting on Firestar73's opponent because it was kind of a safer bet. Firestar73 looked unlikely coming through losers. It's a lot harder to pull that off, so they wanted to make some easy clams, but it didn't go in their favor, and instead, they found a way to try and weasel their way out of it and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Match fixing is something that is extremely prevalent in esports in particular. So it is definitely possible that this could be the explanation for it, because I just really don't buy into this garbage that he excessively celebrated and it was unsportsmanlike, thus they had to punish him by taking away the win and giving it to his opponent. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely absurd. Now, Firestar73 has responded after this whole thing has blown up, saying, I am incredibly thankful for the support directed my way. I have a direct account of my experiences releasing soon in an interview, which I will link when it's out. For the moment, please use the support link if you disagree with the ruling as well. Love y'all. Hopefully there are enough complaints to get this ruling overturned because it just doesn't make any sense. If it stands, then I really think Pokemon Go as a competitive scene should be curtains. I think that should just be the end of it there. The competitive integrity is completely fucking ruined, right in the shitter with this. I think it's unacceptable. And judging from the response to all of this, it seems like the community agrees as well, which is extremely nice to see. So hopefully we'll see some kind of action here as a result of what the judges ruled. I hope they actually pay attention to the direct complaints. I don't know if they just wipe their ass with it like normal Pokemon Company does. I couldn't tell you. I am not an active Pokemon Go player these days, nor do I pay attention to the competitive scene, but this is just completely unjust. It's not fair, and it's unacceptable in a competitive environment. It just truly is. Like, maybe going forward, the Pokemon Go competitive community can rally together, and at the upcoming tournaments, maybe after every player drops their headset in similar fashion to how Firestar 73 did, to see if they're going to rule it like this going forward across the board, where that's going to result in a game loss every time for being unsportsmanlike or some shit. I don't really know. I just know that this is just garbage. And I needed to yap about it because it's one of the most embarrassing things I've seen in a fucking tournament setting. That's really about it. So yeah. I saw a video today of a fedora tipping gentle sir freaking out, going ballistic, and I thought for sure it was just a skit. It was a staged video. It was fake for the sake of like rage baiting and engagement farming. But now I've seen that same video being picked up by actual journalists, like actual outlets. So maybe it's real. I just find it hard to believe that this is legitimate because everything about it is too perfect. This guy is wearing a Demon Slayer shirt with a pseudo trench coat and calling himself the name of a fictional character who is known for being in a trench coat. And he just actually looks like the quintessential Discord moderator.
Hello?
Hi there, can you open this door, please?
For what?
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There seems to be something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know, I just figured I'd check on something.
This saint was just in the neighborhood making sure that there was no ne'er-do-wells up to no good. He has just finished his training with the katana. He often studies the blade, and he thought he would just kindly pay you a visit just to make sure everything's all right over there. He is a master of cringe breathing, and this guy is a force to be reckoned with, so if there was any trouble, he could just slay them on the spot. This fucking guy is like a mystical cryptid. He's like Santa Claus, but for Redditors. How Santa Claus knows who's been naughty or nice, this guy knows who's got too low of karma, and he pays them a visit, but instead of wiggling his big ass down their chimney, he just knocks on their front door and then blows a fucking gasket.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Open this fucking door! Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter, man?
What are you talking about?
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro.
I can't believe the door didn't just explode. He should have deatomized that bitch. This is a very strong advertisement for that door. It must be like an adamantium core in there because I don't know how it withstood the power of this man's kicks. Granted, he was nerfed. He was wearing flip-flops, so he couldn't really get the oomph, the elbow grease that he usually would get there, but this is a superhuman we're dealing with. It was so powerful it almost sent him tumbling backwards. He had to regain his balance while, falling back down the stairs there. It was a devastating blow right there. That shit would make Omni-Man tremble. And then he starts asking where his daughter is. Perfectly normal question to be asking a complete stranger. Maybe he'd been talking to some kids on Roblox or something, and now he's trying to track them down. I have no idea. But it immediately gets unhinged. And speaking of unhinged, you're crazy if you don't check out the new Starforge sale going on right now. There's a huge sale on Voyager, Navigator, and Collab PCs, so click the link in the description, best PCs in the universe.
Bro, if you don't
open this fucking door. Open this door, I'm breaking it fucking down. You understand me?
Leave my house. You don't...
Are you okay? Is everyone in this house okay?
What? Everyone's okay. What do you want?
It's hard to tell because of the quality on the Ring doorbell, but he's actually activating his Sharingan right now. It's about to get serious. They're in a standoff right now, and he is subtly powering up because it's looking like it's gonna be a scrap. And trust me, I know a warrior when I see one. This guy fucks. Like, this is not someone you want to be taking lightly here. His body is a weapon of mass destruction. He looks like if someone wished Millhouse was real.
Can you leave my house, please?
Can you open the door, please?
You have nothing to do with my house. Can you leave my house?
You know what my name is?
I don't know who you are. You don't belong in this neighborhood. That's for sure.
This is my neighborhood, though.
Yeah, I live there. I don't know you.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door.
Yeah, that's the thing I mentioned at the start. He calls himself Harry Dresden, which is a fictional character from something called the Dresden Files. He's a professional wizard who solves supernatural crime. This is why I'm saying, like, I find it so hard to believe that this is real. Like, he's the one that just offers that up out of nowhere. It feels like they were trying to really dial up, like, the amount of cringe, so now he's trying to pretend that he's a professional wizard and investigator and that this is his neighborhood. You're on the property of Harry Dresden. You're breathing my air, Buster, so you better open this door. I gotta go in there and check. Where's your daughter at, huh? Where's she at? And then, like, throwing these, like, puny kicks and stuff. And now he's about to get a lot more wild about it. Like, to me, it just feels fake. Like, it feels like this is all staged. Everything about it is just too perfectly embarrassing and, like, shameful. This guy is what you picture when you think of Reddit mod, like, hey, I saw that your comment got down-duded a lot. I've decided to ban you for the sake of the r/defending AI art community. To get out of here. That kind of thing.
No, or I will fucking end you. Do you understand me?
Now you better start sweating. He put on the big boy voice. He got low into the baritone, the sultry tones there. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Playtime's over. Scary. Aura so powerful I was trembling through the computer screen and it wasn't even my Ring doorbell. Just seeing the way he monk palm strikes it, the way he's grabbing at it, like, oh man. I don't know the aftermath here. I don't know if the homeowner called the police, but if he did, I don't know if the police are strong enough to stop this man on a rampage. That probably was just more bodies left in his warpath. It's terrifying. Having the virgin Viltrumite come up to this guy's door and start asking where his daughter is and whatever. It's what a wild set of circumstances here, and what an interesting freakout. Like I said, I still am not convinced this is real. Everything about it is too perfect to showcase a loser, like a pathetic, unhinged loser. And I feel like this guy had to be in on it for the sake of engagement farming. I feel like he was typecast to play this character in this video. I don't know. I still just have a hard time buying into the authenticity of this. But who knows? Maybe it is completely real. Either way, wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. What's the big difference between AI and my height? AI is still growing. And most people recognize that a lot of jobs that exist today won't exist in the next handful of years because AI will replace them, and companies are being pretty forward about that. There's plenty of signs about, the corporate direction here and the role AI is going to play and the effect it's going to have on the workforce. But what a lot of people still don't fully understand is even if somehow your job survives the initial purge, your life is still directly being affected by AI's existence in a negative way, such as electronics prices getting higher and higher. Most recently, the RAM crisis that hasn't even fully set in yet, by the way, and already seeing an explosion in price there. But even outside of that, as data centers become more and more common, as more and more get installed, the price of just living in the area is going to go up. And we're already seeing that in communities that have data centers going up, where water, electricity, all of that, their price has started to increase exponentially because of data centers. So even just being in proximity to AI as it becomes even bigger is a net negative on your life in terms of being able to live it or own things or pay for things that you previously had no problems paying for. But also, outside of that, not even your gooning is safe. AI filters have gotten so good that now anybody can pretend to be a hot babe, holy honkers, big-titted online influencer that's influencing the nut right out of your sack. And you're none the wiser to it actually not being a human being there. It's all AI. Or in some cases, a dude with the AI filters on as well as a voice changer. That's another thing that's become very common so far since this has gotten so sophisticated. But oftentimes on Instagram in particular, it's just fully AI, no actual human being there. And they're making tons and tons of money, tens of thousands of dollars per month based on some of the reports I've seen from these individuals, as well as some of these are even like small businesses that are just pumping out AI women on Instagram to make money. I saw the real-time AI filter on Twitter. That shit's crazy. Which one? There's a bunch of them right now. I imagine it was probably this one. This one I think is the big one. You're gonna be squeezing your hog to this pretty soon, and you'll never even know. Meanwhile, our boy here's gonna be raking in all the doubloons. But this is big now. I've seen quite a few of these. Still very easy to tell, though. Not really. Not at all, actually. Imagine just in a small face cam on stream, you would have no idea this would be an AI avatar. He will absolutely just be using an AI voice filter. You would have no clue. You'd have to really, really, really be getting into the weeds of it to try and spot anything. It's very, very tough. My 50-year-old coworker subbed to like 6 OnlyFans girls. This will destroy him. I'm pretty sure it's bannable on OnlyFans to do AI creators there, but if you just shit out like 100 of them, it doesn't matter how many get banned as long as you can just have a few of them last long enough to get the money out of it. It's really big on Instagram right now. AI Instagram influencers are making tons of money. Like, here's one of them that has 550k, Emily Pellegrini. But this one is at least disclosing that it's an AI influencer. Some of the other really successful ones don't do that. I don't know, Emily Pellegrini AI lady. But there are so many. Kind of obvious that it's AI, right? To some people. And in some ways, but not all the time. This one will absolutely be hard for people to find out. And in some of the other videos I saw of this, the hair moves like 1-to-1. It's like really very difficult. Especially when you consider that the way this will be used is just on like normal streams or like TikTok lives where it's going to be much tougher. Dolan made a video on an AI music artist that signed a $3 million deal. I know, I covered that same story. And it's not a music artist, by the way. That implies that there's like an actual art to it. It's just AI drivel. Signed a $3 million record deal. I went to a marketing conference, and AI influencers are going to kill influencer jobs. All the big brands will just make a character do whatever they want. It won't happen overnight, but that is something I've talked about as well. Why would a brand even work with a human being for like a brand deal? It's expensive and you can't control everything they say or how they talk about it. A brand will most likely just invest like very tiny amount of resources, like a matter of $100 or $200 to just do an AI avatar to promote their product. Absolutely. That is definitely coming soon. Yeah, they're already doing that. It's fucked. Who's doing that right now? Give me a brand. I want to check it out. I didn't know it had already started. The only ones I know are the TikTok AI influencer farms that I was just briefly mentioning, where they just have AI like this endlessly on loop shilling products. Oh, that's what you're talking about, the AI live sellers. Yeah. I know about that. I thought you were talking... I'm talking about like big brands are going to do it too. Like, I think Coke will probably be one of the first ones to do that. Coke loves their AI-generated ads. I'm sure they'll just start partnering with... I'm sure they will stop partnering with any real people for their advertising. They'll just do AI for it. Here's an article, though, on the AI live sellers. I don't know if it has the collage that I've been trying to find. Wow, what is this fucking URL link? Holy shit. AI virtual sales avatars are transforming live stream e-commerce by outperforming humans with 24/7 real-time demonstrations and higher conversion rates. AI-powered tools grow more sophisticated. Concerns about job security among workers have been rising. However, certain professions still appear to be safe, like sales, where the human touch, charisma, and conversational skills remain essential. Sales domain, nonetheless, might be experiencing a transformative phase. In China, AI-powered avatars are increasingly being leveraged for product sales over live streams, as reported by Wired. Notably, these virtual entities are beginning to surpass their human counterparts in performance. Case in point is Japanese electronics firm Brother, which has adopted virtual salespeople in China, where live streams serve as a popular and effective vehicle for product sales. Within just 2 hours of deployment, Brother's AI avatar secured 2,500 in printer sales, representing a 30% enhancement over traditional live stream sales. These avatars are crafted by Shanghai's marketing agency Pilter Firm and have been unleashed across significant e-commerce platforms like Taobao and Pinduoduo, where they promote an array of products from office devices to typical consumer goods. This is a bit of an older article, I imagine. Yeah, 2025 August. As of like 2 months ago, I've seen the AI sellers are now just big on TikTok. This is what all our RAM is being used for. Pointless shit. Pointless shit? What do you mean? They're selling fucking fake products to fake people using fake people to make fucking imaginary money. This is a requirement for a civilized and, functioning society. The AI influencers will also try to sell you courses to become an AI influencer too. That one is adorable. It's not the AI influencers. What you'll see oftentimes is people like trying to hawk a course on how you can make your own AI e-commerce shilling avatar, as if it's something hard to do. As if it's not something anybody on the fucking planet with access to the internet can do right now. Shameless. It's so shameless. What percentage of people do you think care about stuff like this? I would hope it's high, but it's probably not. I know people like to pretend that, it's not a lot of people that care about this. It's just people online, terminally online. That's just not true. Your average everyday layman is not thrilled about this shit either, because it is literally directly affecting people's lives right now. My mom and dad are like the least online people imaginable. My mom, I went to dinner with them tonight. My mom was even talking about how, like, she just recently learned how to scan things to get rid of her fax machine. These are not online people, but one thing that we always bring up when we talk is about how fucking terrified they are of AI and how much they hate AI. Like, it is a very normal perspective that actual people have about AI being really not good right now. So I think that is a sentiment shared by a lot of people, not just those online. Once the data centers go online and the electric bills go up, shit will get crazy. Oh, and you're already seeing that. We watched, not too long ago, a short news segment on a town that just got a data center installed, and they just completely lost access to water from time to time because of it. Which, of course, they're pissed about. It's nobody, no real human being wants this. And the ones that think they do, they're going to soon learn they don't. When the data centers get installed and everything gets more expensive around them. Oh, here's a nice little segment on it. But this one's only focusing on the China AI live selling. I'd love to find the one for TikTok.
Taking over pop always in videos like this.
It's basically just like this, though, to be fair.
These are AI clones of human live streamers, built to host shows by themselves. Is this what the future of online shopping looks like?
It is. It 100% is, but not just online shopping. Shopping anywhere, anything. The future of literally fucking everything, unfortunately. We'll see how bad ChatGPT usage drops off since they're introducing ads in the US. Wait, what? A piece of AI news I haven't heard? Wait, is that real? Are they actually doing that? Here's something from OpenAI. Our approach to advertising and expanding access to ChatGPT. No way. No way. Let me read. Okay, what the fuck? Why is it? Did they just take the article down? Oh, there we go. AI is reaching a point where everyone can have a personal super assistant that helps them learn and do almost anything. Who gets access to that level of intelligence will shape whether AI expands opportunity or reinforces the same divides. Hey, also, by the way, brother, this has existed for a while. It's called Google. Just going on your cell phone and researching things yourself. You can do that right now and have been able to for a couple decades. But the difference is, now you'll never even bother diving into things, so oftentimes you'll just get fed wrong shit and learn how to do nothing. It's very cool, actually. We've been working to make powerful AI accessible to everyone through our free product and low-cost subscription tier, ChatGPT Go, which is launched in 171 countries since August. Today we're bringing Go to the US and everywhere ChatGPT is available, giving people expanded access to messaging, image creation, file uploads, and memory for $8 a month. In the coming weeks, we're also planning to start testing ads in the US. Yeah! For the free and Go tiers, so more people can benefit from our tools with fewer usage limits or without having to pay. Plus, Pro, Business, and Enterprise subscriptions will not include ads. Wow, that's so sweet. That's so nice. I'm sure eventually these will start to get some ads, though. They won't just be free users that get to have all the fun. I mean, there's so many people now that will just switch to Gemini or DeepSeek. Until they do the same thing, man. All of these fucking companies are so parasitic. Once ChatGPT proves that people will just sit there and mindlessly watch ads like the good little drones they are, everyone else is going to follow suit. You see Jeff Bezos about renting computers. I forgot to look into that. Did he actually say that he wants people to be renting computers? Which, by the way, is nothing new. We're kind of going in that direction where you won't even own your fucking computer anymore. It'll all just be cloud computation and shit, and you're renting your devices. Let me see. I see a bunch of articles on it. That's not going to laugh. Jeff Bezos believes AI will force you to rent your PC from the cloud, and the RAM crisis is accelerating it. Yippee! Renting computers! You can't even own them now! NZXT already offers computers for rent. Oh, I know, that's why I said this is nothing new. Pitching local PCs for subscription-based cloud computing. In an interview with the New York Times, Bezos talks about how AI is the main focus at Amazon. Shocked! I'm shocked! That's hardly a surprise, seeing as every company is doubling down on incorporating artificial intelligence into their products, apps, services, and more these days. But the real kicker comes in when Bezos mentioned a brewery he visited, and this company had to build its own power station to improve the efficiency of their brewery with electricity. Since there was no power grid, they had to build their own form of electricity. At the time, that's what everyone did. If a hotel wanted electricity, they had their own electric generator. I looked at this and I thought, this is what computation is like today. Everyone has their own data center. Interestingly, he continued to say, that's not going to last. It makes no sense. You're going to buy compute off the grid. That's AWS. That comment was said in 2024, and today it rings more true than ever. Oh, so this isn't even new. Renting everything is on the table. Man, you could fucking rent burritos with Klarna. You remember that? Fucking just put that shit on Klarna. Pay it back later. The fuck they gonna do if I don't pay it? Reach into my stomach and take it? Yeah, I don't know, man. Who's to say? Well, I think we don't even need to worry about spending in the future. AI will just do everything for us.
They've got that covered.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Money won't even exist in the future. It'll all just be AI tokens to ChatGPT and Gemini. I've mentioned this a few times over the last couple months, and it seems to always raise some eyebrows and spawn question marks, so I figured I'll just make a whole video here talking about it. It's true, I bought a farm. And I don't mean that as a euphemism for I died. I'm still very much alive. In fact, I've evolved into a good old-fashioned red-blooded patriot living off the Lord's titty out here. So, I've now got a lot of acres under my belt. I've even got some classic overalls and everything. And trust me, when I slap that get-up on, it's a whole new ball game. I look like a $10 stripper you found outside of Walmart. There is something about my physiognomy that is just not conducive to farmer attire, but I'm gonna brute force it till it looks good on me. Point is, I do have a farm now, and I no longer have the warehouse, which is very sad to say because the warehouse was a huge part of my life for the last almost 5 years now. It served its purpose well. It was an amazing headquarters full of fun and whimsy. Fucking 5 years ago almost, we got that bad boy, and man, did we turn that into a special place. That was heaven on earth. All started with this video here, riding around our motorized gaming chairs. We even debuted the Moby Huge Mobile there, the apotheosis of engineering. We even had our own fucking wrestling league, a wrestling ring in there, putting on our own productions. It was amazing. I don't know how many total videos were filmed at the warehouse, but it has to be like 500 if I had to spitball a guess. And they're all bangers. Turbo bangers, even. And we did, of course, give the warehouse a swan song. We did a little something special as a group on the other channel for a little murder mystery. Feel free to check that out. I think it was a lot of fun, and it was a nice little bon voyage to the warehouse. You might be wondering, well, Charles, if you love it so much, why didn't you marry it? Why don't you have the warehouse any longer? And it's because there's a lot of things that I want to do now that I just couldn't at the warehouse anymore. Namely, building things on it. There are certain things you cannot do when it comes to a warehouse space without getting into the nitty-gritty. No need to dive into the weeds. And there's just a lot that I want to be able to have the freedom to do. So the question naturally becomes, what's the goal of the farm? And I have a lot of ideas for the land, some of which we're already actively working on, and I'll be able to show you pretty soon. That won't be today, but soon. And some of those ideas do, of course, include like actual farming activities, growing crops, shit like that. Have a nice array of like orange trees and all kinds of things there. And that does include having animals on the land as well. Not like for the sake of food production or anything like that. I'm not trying to create like some kind of self-sufficient sovereign nation. Not like some kind of cult facility or anything. I'm not trying to make like fucking Rapture out of BioShock. I'm talking about housing some good old-fashioned barnyard animals. You know, like maybe sheep. We could shear the sheep and spin our own jackets out of the wool. Sheep like to be sheared, from what I understand. Of course, I'm not a fucking sheep whisperer, but that's what I always hear. Stuff like that. Maybe even a horse or two, and I could learn how to horseback ride. Probably really hurt myself. Hopefully, it doesn't end up kicking me in the chest and killing me instantly. But like stuff like that, it could be fun. But it's not just like general farming activities. That's not the entire goal of the land. I really want the property to serve as like the one-stop shop for all of the content that we do, where typically we have to spread out across Florida to access some of it, like gun ranges. There are gun ranges in Tampa, sure, but they are very strict on what you're allowed to shoot there. So the gun ranges that you've seen in the videos I've posted with like the wild weapons that we've used, we've had to drive like 45 minutes to an hour out of Tampa to very specific locations in order to do that. I would love to not have to do that and instead have a gun range on my property where we can use whatever weapons we want in our own privacy. And that is something that we are actively working on the land right now. Another thing that I've always wanted to be able to have access to without having to drive like hours away is a forge. Like, we all did some blacksmithing. We posted a video on that a while ago, and we all really liked it. Danny in particular. So, I'd love to just build a fucking forge on the farmland that we could all just go and forge some weapons in sometimes. Maybe even have our own Forged in Fire kind of show. Just wacky, fun shit that is only possible to build on this amount of land. And of course, like I said, I do want farming, like actual like farming and agricultural stuff to be like an integral part of it, but it's not the sole goal. And one thing that we've already got, which I'll be able to show you pretty soon that we've already finished, is I've been gaming a lot, as all of you know. Moist Critical Gaming Official, best fucking gaming channel on YouTube, go subscribe. I've been gaming a lot, and one of the things that I did day one on the land is build out the barn into gaming pods for me and my friends to do a lot of gaming content in. So I plan on going full chub into gaming even harder. And it's not just that, it is more than just gaming in the barn. It is also built out for our esports watch parties, which will be a lot of fun there. It is also built out for Skill Check, our nerdy paradise where it's mainly card games and D&D. So Magic the Gathering, One Piece, all of that is also there on a different floor. It's just extremely nice to be able to build out these kind of things on this kind of land. And like I said, we are going to be getting animals. In fact, we have a few on the way. I'll introduce you to them when they get there. And that's probably when I'll do like a tour of the farm, which I haven't really done yet. I filmed a few videos on the farm already, like with the Nile Red collab, that was on the farm. The car bubbles, that was also on a piece of the land. Like, we've been actively filming there, and I aim to do significantly more there. Even more there than we ever did at the warehouse. Because, hopefully, we'll be able to do pretty much anything imaginable on the land. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. That's kind of the nutshell summary of everything here. Gonna miss the warehouse, but I'm very excited for the farm arc here. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. The nightmare finally ended. One Punch Man Season 3 just concluded, and it actually went out on a decent note. The final episode of Season 3 was one of the better ones of the season, which isn't saying a lot. That's like saying your most recent fart was the least stinky. Not to say that it was like an all-around bad episode or something, but it was such a horrible season that even like a decent moment just feels very sad still. Unfortunately, this season was a wash like 6 episodes ago. It was just dead, and there was nothing they could do to save it. They couldn't get the defibrillator out and shock it back to life or anything with a great episode. Not that a great episode ever came, but with the Saitama vs. Orochi fight and Flashy Flash fight, those two were definitely the best moments of Season 3, and they do show that the animation team here does have the capability of delivering quality at least the same level as Season 2, but due to whatever unfathomable degeneracy and greed was happening behind the scenes with Bandai, where they refused to give the team any real time or money to flesh it out and deliver something of high quality, we were left with this fucking hemorrhoid of a season. And they're threatening to release a part 2. So there's an official announcement, as far as I can tell, an official announcement. Maybe this is all like a big out-of-season April Fool's joke, who's really to say at this point, where they're announcing a Season 3 Part 2. Now, it's slated to come out in 2027, which means that should be 2 years of being able to cook this season, which is significantly longer than reportedly the team had to work on Season 3 Part 1. From everything I've read, even though it took 6 years between 2 and 3, the actual animation didn't really have all that long to bake. So that gives me a small glimmer of hope that maybe Part 2 will be a significant improvement and get back to what JC Staff was able to deliver with Season 2 at least. That being said, the official poster that was posted for it is literally the exact same one that they made for Season 3 Part 1 2 years ago. They just flipped the PNGs around. If you could have seen my face when I saw that poster, I was sporting the biggest frown you've ever seen. Not even the Grinch could find a way to look that miserable when I saw that. Because that's you can't really come up with a good excuse there other than they didn't feel like making a new poster. They wanted to do the bare minimum. You can't even blame that on, like, budget or, like, a time constraints or something to just reuse the same image from over 2 years ago and just flip the characters around. That's Jiminy Christmas. Holy Toledo. That's rough. Heavens to Betsy. That is already putting part 2 in a pretty sour spot that they couldn't even be bothered to make like a new poster for it. But again, with 2 years here, 2 years of playtime, hopefully it can be an improvement from what we just experienced here with part 1. Season 3 was an atrocity. It was an affront to God when it comes to animation, but not just animation, because everything was so rushed and so crunched. Everything suffered, even outside of animation, so like the pacing didn't work. There were tons of editing mistakes out the wazoo. Characters would sometimes just grow titties, or sometimes like lose or gain fingers, like all kinds of like crazy wacky shit was going on. And then like the humor would fall flat because it was edited so poorly and cut from like the joke away from the punchline, then back to the punchline. It was just a complete disaster. So while the animation did look like a PowerPoint and it's the main thing people criticize and spit on, it had even more problems than just that. The whole season was pretty embarrassing to what the source material had provided. Again, I don't want to just keep, barking up this tree, but I cannot express enough just how good the One Punch Man series is. The manga is extraordinary. And to see an adaptation like this that is clearly rushed and half-baked, it just sucks. And it's why it's become such like a big talking point for a lot of people, because people cherish season 1. And even though season 2 wasn't as good as season 1, in hindsight, we didn't know how good we had it then, I guess, because this has just been terrible. Absolutely terrible. And even if you don't know anything about One Punch Man, just watching season 3 is not enjoyable. There's not a whole lot to like about it. And again, I want to strongly reiterate this for the millionth time. I don't put the blame solely on the shoulders of JC's staff for this catastrophe of a season. I think with the couple of decent moments shown here, it proves that there are passionate, talented animators working at that studio. I think the problem comes from a higher level. The fucking husks, the soulless corporate zombies in suits at Bandai that are so against putting any amount of actual money and elbow grease into this property, and reportedly only giving them like 6 months worth of production to shit out season 3 here. It seems like they are committed to delivering the cheapest, laziest, and most bare bones anime adaptation just to cash in on the goodwill of the One Punch Man name. I don't understand why. And I honestly feel like even though the release date is 2027 for part 2, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that they don't start production until like January 2027 and it comes out in like October of 2027. It really wouldn't even have me raise an eyebrow. That seems to be Bandai's MO right now. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if they fucking put a padlock on the JC Studios office doors, preventing them from even thinking about working on One Punch Man Season 3 Part 2 until they permit them to do so 6 months before it's supposed to air. They just seem fully committed to delivering trash with the One Punch Man name. Bandai is. It's just extremely disappointing because it doesn't have to be this way. It's pretty inexcusable from Bandai's side. And admittedly, I am shocked they're even going for another rodeo here. I thought for sure, based on the reception to Season 3 and how it's become a historically trash season in anime history, I thought they would 100% just wash their hands of One Punch Man, be like, alright, well that didn't work. Seems there's no pleasing any of you. You didn't like Season 3? We spent all of $46 on it. Well, that's the best we can do. Ungrateful. Sorry, no more One Punch Man anime, I guess. Go fucking, drink toilet water for all we care. I thought they were just gonna be done. I thought there was no chance. I thought they'd just bury their head in their ass, call it quits quietly, no more One Punch Man. But they immediately, after airing the final episode, have a part 2 ready to announce. I can sniff the fumes in the air that this was probably always the plan to try and milk it a bit. But I don't think they expected how poorly the first part would be received before they really, latch spread and lock themselves into this path here. But who knows? Maybe Christmas miracles do happen. This is going to sound like fanfic and a lot of like dangerous levels of hopium, but maybe Bandai learned their lesson here with part 1, where they realized that they can't just, plop out any amount of garbage and people will swallow it with a smile on their face and endlessly support it and spend money or whatever. Maybe now they'll get the message and learn that they need to actually put real time and resources into developing something meaningful. Anime is bigger than it has ever been, which means there's far less leniency from the audience to just stomach trash to this degree here, where it's like almost insulting to the human eye. There are just so many other things, they'll just go watch something else. It's not like Pokemon fans, where no matter how shitty the Pokemon game is that comes out, they'll still just play it, swallow the shit with a smile on their face. Here, people are a lot less receptive to that. They'll just go watch something else and drop this because it's just not very good. It's just a stupid decision across the board, even from a business perspective of trying to save a couple of doubloons on the bottom line by giving them no time and money to make your anime. You just stand to lose more than you could ever possibly gain there. It's just silly. Especially for something like One Punch Man, where there is only 3 seasons in the last 10 years. They haven't built up like the brainwashing like Pokemon has, and I know I've already made this point before, but I think it's an apt comparison, where people will just watch it no matter what. With One Punch Man, a ton of people dropped it because it was shitty. The only people that stuck with it are masochists and fans that just couldn't look away from the train wreck. They had to watch how their boy was being massacred here with season 3 of a beloved IP. I'm in that group. It was a stupid decision, and hopefully this message has made it loud and clear into the minds of the Bandai executives that made the initial call to spend no money and give no time to JC staff. Hopefully with part 2, that has really sunk in, and they are going to actually put more money and give JC staff more time so they can hopefully get back to what they were doing with season 3's. Oh God, good Lord. That was like poison coming out of my lips. With season 2's level of quality. Hopefully we never see anything like season 3 ever again. Holy shit. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. The season 3 part 1 is over. Hallelujah. That's great news. That's about it. See ya. Expedition 33 is a new game that came out last week and has been received with the utmost enthusiasm. It's been getting glazed out the wazoo, a bukkake of compliments and accolades. I believe it's one of the highest rated user scores in all of Metacritic history, and also just one of the highest rated games ever in general. And for a lot of people, this came out of nowhere, like an RKO, people talking about it like it was a surprise that flew under the radar no one had heard of. And that may be true for most people, but I'm not most people. I've had my eyes glued to this puppy for the last 8 or so months since the very first trailer. It just seemed like the kind of game that would tickle all my favorite neurons, so I've had my peepers on it, and I expected big things from it. And it blew all of my expectations out of the water. This game deserves all of the hype and all of the success that it's receiving and more. Whatever you're expecting from all of the headlines, you get more. I couldn't imagine a game hooking me like this at my age. Now, I talk about myself like I'm some kind of geriatric fossil. I'm 30 years old, but I have not been hooked by a game like this in years. The last time I was so invested in a game where I would go around talking to every single character I could find in it was Mass Effect 2. And the last time that I was this addicted to a game, just wanting to play it all the time, was with Elden Ring. That's pretty good company to be in for both of those categories. This game is something special, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of people talking about how impressive it is that such a small studio made it. It's impressive by any metric, but the fact that a studio of only like 30 people made this is mind-boggling. I don't even know how it's possible. Now, of course, they did use like outside contractors, but the core studio is only like 30 or so people. The team is unbelievably talented. It's their first game together as a studio. And they hit an absolute grand salami here. This shit is in slapper. I mean, this was, I couldn't be more happy with this game. So let's get into it. First and foremost, this does everything you want to see from modern gaming. Where right now the trend is make games more expensive for less content and then charge more later to like fix the game or make better content for it with DLCs and shit. This bucks that trend, and it's actually a cheaper game for more content. So it's a $45 game for about 60 hours worth of extremely high quality content. Even the side quests in this game are better than most games' main story. I did, like this, again, this is one of the few games where I couldn't help but start doing like 100% completion because it is just that good. Anyway, let's get into the game directly, the actual spaghetti and meatballs. Expedition 33 is a turn-based RPG with one of the best stories I've seen in gaming, fucking period. Now, I know it being turn-based has just made a lot of people roll their eyes and they're considering leaving the video because you just can't imagine stomaching the boring turn-based combat systems of the olden age that you think is outdated and archaic. You know, you're sitting there going, what the fart, dude? Turn-based? No thanks. I think you're a fucking goober for that take, and let me go ahead and try and sell you on this being different than whatever you're expecting from turn-based games. This game is significantly more interactive with its turn-based systems thanks to parrying and dodging. You'll see some people make the comparison to Souls games. I think that is way overblown. This has nothing in common with Souls games just because there's dodging and parrying, but it does make the combat feel a lot better because instead of being sitting around waiting for the other enemy for the enemy to attack you, and you either have to like hope for RNG for a miss, or you set up a turn so that way you can block or mitigate the damage. This doesn't have that. If you are good at this game, you can always forever take 0 damage through dodging and parrying. And there's also counters and another thing called gradients. So there's a lot of skill expression here where the parry timing in the dodge window is unforgiving. Assuming you play on expert. Normal, it's a lot more forgiving, but on expert, it is tight timing. Like the parry timing in here isn't quite to Sekiro's level of unforgiveness, but it is not easy. Like the parry window demands that you be actually good at this game instead of just like some fucking lobotomite that's hammering parry, just spamming it. Dodging is a little more forgiving, but even that is still difficult because the enemy's attacks, like their actual arsenal of moves, is so well designed. The combat is flashy and it is interactive. Like I know people have been seeing the quick time events when you use a move. You do have like a timing window. If you hit a perfect, it'll help you out with that move and what it does. But the quick time events aren't the actual interactive nature of the game. That's just there as kind of like a little bonus, a cherry on top to keep you invested on both offense and defense. And it is something nice. It adds more depth to it. But the actual bread and butter of the interactivity of the turn-based is in the dodging and the parrying. Because again, if you are just good, you can be unkillable by everything in the game fundamentally. And another thing is the build variety. There are so many builds for your party that you can run, it is mind-boggling. I've spent hours just making builds for my characters. So you build through things called pictos. So you can unlock skills, sure, but the main bread and butter of a build is the pictos, which are these cards that you'll pick up throughout the world or through fights that'll do things like crit on burn. So if you burn an enemy, you'll get like an increased percentage chance of critting, or it'll do like completely game-changing things. Like there's a really fun synergy with something called auto death, where if you equip that picto, your character will instantly die. But then there's another picto called second chance, which will instantly revive them. And then there's buffs you can give your whole team if a character dies. So what you do is you put auto death on a character that gives out all of these buffs to your party, and then that character revives and just everyone's got these buffs and now everyone's super fucking strong. There's just so much creativity to the builds here, and it changes from character to character with what you want to do for them. There's also a free aim mechanic with all of your characters where you can turn it into a third-person shooter for the cost of AP, where you can target weak spots on the enemies, or I even made an entire build around free aim for one of my characters where he was just chunking like a fucking Gatling gun, where he's recharging his AP thanks to the pictos I put on there. So I'm just constantly shooting over and over and over again, just stacking up millions of damage. Like, I just love how much flexibility there is with builds in this game. I was hitting over 100 million damage by the end, just through so many different pictos and combinations of skills. It was just actually super fun to engage with this system in a meaningful way. Like, there's so much min-maxing here and just so much meat on its bones. So I really think this is the best turn-based system for, like, in this genre. I really think this is the absolute cream of the crop. So for people that don't like turn-based, I think you're doing yourself a disservice by just writing this one off because of that. This is an experience that I really think will resonate with anyone who gives it a chance. It is just a beautiful story, and it is one of the most visually impressive games I've ever seen. The art design, like the direction, oh my god. It is fucking cinema. Like, absolute peak. The cutscenes are hype. The enemies look incredible, and they're super creative. The world, the environment, every zone you visit. So, like, there's this overworld. So when you're walking through the map, you'll find, like, a ton of different, like, enemies to encounter, like, bosses, as well as, like, different zones. And all of them are so visually interesting and just unreal, like, breathtaking. And the music, holy shit, the music in this game. This is a 100% shoe-in to win Best OST this year. There is no game that I think will even come close. The soundtrack for this game is one of the best. I would comfortably put this up there with Nier. This is 100% a soundtrack that's going to be winning a lot of awards that it deserves, and it will be a soundtrack that I think will be talked about for years to come. Now, I want to give you, like, the overview of the story without any spoilers, because I really don't want to even drop, like, the tiniest breadcrumb of a spoiler here. So in a nutshell, the story takes place in a world where people live in a place called Lumiere, and there is a giant monolith with a giant creature, the Paintress, sitting in front of it, and every year she paints a number on that monolith. After a year, that number gets erased and everyone of that age dies, and every year the number gets lower. So if you've got your thinking caps on, you'll recognize that there's a certain amount of time left for these inhabitants of this world to survive. So they go on these expeditions to try and kill the Paintress so she stops painting those numbers and having everyone of that age just evaporating. It's gone on for many, many years, and no one's successfully been able to kill her, so the society starts to just accept that this is a way of life, so people live under the assumption that they only get to spend a handful of years with their kids because they're dying at the age of like 34, 35. They're just getting fucking snapped out of existence because of the Paintress painting that number on the monolith. We follow Expedition 33, our main character being Gustav, as we venture out to try and kill the Paintress. Everyone on the expedition only has a year left for the most part, and they want to put a stop to this cycle so that way people can finally live. There's nothing but tragedy in this world because of the Paintress, and they want to put it into it. And they also want to understand why. What's it all for? Why is the Paintress doing this? It's just incredible. I think this story will hook you within the first 30 minutes. This has one of the best intros in any game I've ever seen. This is actually up there with like the first Last of Us in terms of emotional, hard-hitting introductions to a game. I think people will immediately get invested into this world and its characters. It is one of the best written games I can think of off the top of my head in the modern age. I love the story. It doesn't have any cheesy cliche writing. Characters aren't just super quippy for the sake of like these really silly jokes. Like, yes, there's some comedic moments here, but they're few and far between, so when the comedy is there, it actually hits. This is finally a game that doesn't just follow the same formula of writing that everything else does, where it's just all so safe and Weenie Hut Jr. This is a game that's not afraid to be dark. It's not afraid to be a slow burn and build up of tension and anxiety and mystery. It doesn't just fucking vomit out everything about its world immediately and all of its exposition. It is totally fine to let you wait 20, 23, 25 hours before you finally get most of the pieces of the puzzle to this mystery and this world that you're in. And it feels so good when you do finally get that information. And as it builds up to it, it keeps feeding you these tiddlywinks, so you start coming up with your own theories on what's going on and what it all means. It is so good. The writing in this game is superb. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. None of the characters are unlikable. There is not a single character in this game that I didn't love. There is pretty much nothing I dislike in this game. I had early complaints about, the movement being a little clunky, but the game seems to lean into that in a way that it actually kind of complements it. So the movement is almost identical to Only Up. And I mean that genuinely. The sprinting and the jumping is pretty much one-to-one. They even have little side quests where you do Only Up courses at these places called gestural beaches, and you get rewards for completing the Only Up minigames. So it seems like they knew that, leaned into it, and the way the world is designed, the map's actually set up, I don't think it's ever, a detriment that the movement isn't super clean. It does feel a little janky with the movement, but because of the way they've designed all the maps, it works. So, like, by the mid-game, I no longer had that complaint because everything felt fine with it. It wasn't, like, inhibiting my enjoyment of exploring or anything. Like, I do think there is definitely a way they could have cleaned up the movement, but again, it's not even really a complaint because they were able to utilize it well, and I had a lot of fun with the only up components. I also really did have a problem early on with the subtitles always having a blur on them. I really wish I could have turned that off. I don't know why. That was just a little pet peeve of mine, having blurs on subtitles. Well, the subtitles aren't blurred, but like the background on subtitles blurring the things around it. I don't know. I just don't really like that all that much, but obviously that's like the smallest possible complaint you could ever have for something. The only other thing that wasn't like perfect was the lip syncing. The lip syncing was not amazing at points. I think during all the cutscenes it was totally fine and great, but during like a lot of the side stuff you'd notice the lip syncing wasn't always matching, which again, super tiny complaint. Like this game is so close to perfect actually, to the point where I almost feel bad for Sandfall Interactive, the developers here, because they have made something so unbelievably good that their next project is going to have so many eyes and such high expectations on it. I really don't know how you can even top a game like this. I have a lot of faith in this team now because of how good this game is, but man, it is a daunting task to have something this good as your first project. Like, there's so little to improve on. It really is that close to just being the perfect turn-based RPG experience. I love this game. I think this is easily a Game of the Year contender. Easily a contender for Game of the Year. If it's not in the conversation for Game of the Year, something is truly wrong with the industry. It is corrupt and foul, rotten to the core. I absolutely love this game. It is comfortably in the top 20 best games I've ever played. It is in my top 20 favorite games of all time. I love Expedition 33. I could gush about this for hours, like actually talking about the story and stuff, but I don't want to get into any spoilers or anything, but there's just so much to unpack with it, so much to talk about. It's such a beautifully tragic, enthralling experience. So, yes, I think this game lives up to the hype. I think it exceeds it in every possible aspect. Expedition 33 is a masterpiece. That's about it. So, yeah. Right after the Stranger Things finale aired, a lot of people were drawing comparisons to Game of Thrones Season 8, and I thought that was pretty overblown. Like, it's not the most amazing finale, it wasn't the greatest final season, but it's nothing even close to the catastrophe, the downright sinful finale to Game of Thrones. See, even just saying its name evokes waste from my body to be expelled. That was gross with Game of Thrones Season 8. Stranger Things Season 5 was just But there is a comparison you can draw when it comes to how the writers are explaining some glaring issues with the finale. In Game of Thrones, there was an infamous clip from one of the goobers saying, "She just forgot about the Iron Fleet. Danny just forgot about the Iron Fleet." It's up there with somehow Palpatine returned, except it's even worse than that. Just forgot about the Iron Fleet. Oh, right, makes sense. And that's been a meme for a while, and it's just been like a source for spit where people will always quote that as like an example of dog shit writing where there's no explanation or even an iota of justification for it. Oh, we were hitting some whippets and slipped our mind would be more honest than just saying like, no, actually, the character is the one that forgot, and it makes perfect sense if you don't think about it. You want to hit this whippet? Like, it's very silly. In Game of Thrones right now, the Duffers, they're doing something kind of similar. People have had a lot of questions about a lot of really interesting choices, as well as some huge plot holes. Spoilers. Getting into spoilers. This is your warning. Spoiler alarm. Okay, now we're getting into it. The biggest one that a lot of people have been clowning on them for and even making memes about is the absence of the Demogorgons, the Demodogs, the Demobats when the crew enters the Abyss. Literally the home turf, this is where they spawn, they pop out of the fucking womb up here, and yet not a single thing is in the Abyss other than Vecna and the Mind Flayer. How is that possible? why are they not there now at the most important moment? So people have been making memes that the Demogorgons, were off taking selfies in France and shit, or, whatever. Popping champagne, doesn't matter. For some inexplicable reason that is not present in the show in any way, shape, or form, they are just absent. Vecna gave them all a paid vacation. He said, you know what, guys? Holiday season, please, spend time with your families. And they weren't there, thus Vecna and the Mind Flayer got fucking ganked and blasted. Well, Matt Duffer was asked about this, and his response, I think, is fucking terrible. This comes from The Rap. Fair enough. Another question I had that other people have been asking is, once they get to the Abyss, where are all the creatures? Where are the Demogorgons, the Demodogs, the bats? Are they hiding? I'm actually surprised they asked this question, because that is, very blunt. That's like, hey, so, what the fuck happened to all these creatures that we spent, 10 years being afraid of and seeing them, in droves, where if you even step on a tentacle, the hive mind is alerted and you get swarmed by Demogorgons like it's fucking football players trying to recover a fumble. Where are they in the Abyss? Their literal home turf. And Matt Duffer said, mainly it's just that Vecna was not expecting this sneak attack on his home turf. Never in a million years could he have even imagined that. They're there somewhere. They're at the fucking titty bar. At the Abyss titty bar. They're looking at honkers and boobies. They were busy. They're somewhere, though, I'm sure. We obviously discussed having a demo battle on top of the Mind Flayer battle, but it felt more right to us that why does he need the demos when the Mind Flayer is this giant thing and can attack them? What the fuck are you talking about, man? It has used Demogorgons for 10 years. I imagine would of course still be using them as bodyguards and henchmen instead of trying to do the dirty work itself. That's the whole fucking point of them. It would want them. He doesn't need his little ant army to attack. He's going to take care of this himself. It's a giant, desolate planet. If you recall, you see Henry wandering the planet back in Season 4, and at some point in his journey, he does see a demo far in the distance, but it's not like they're hanging out in little huts. There's not a giant civilization of demos up there. There's not a cantina bar for demos. It's like they think the audience is so stupid that they weren't actually watching the show with their eyes open and brain on. What do you mean Vecna couldn't have imagined this in a million years? If you recall, you wrote this, by the way, Vecna went into the mind of Hop. This was after their whole plan was in motion. It was shortly before the ambush, and Vecna was poking around in his noodle there, looking at all of his neurons and using his past against him to even convince him that he shot Elle and then panicked and yanked Elle out of the tube, out of the bath, which then took her out of Henry's mind. He saw into Hop's mind. He would have seen this plan. But even if he didn't see the plan in Hop's mind, he briefly entered Elle's mind when they were in the house. So he had two people's brains, both of which knew of this plan, and we had seen in the past Vecna, when he goes into someone's mind, he sees fucking everything. How would he have not seen this ambush? How would that have missed him? When this is the most, important plan they've ever concocted, and it is a fresh plan. This is, their most recent memory. This would be, the first thing he'd have to, push by in order to get to Hop's past with, his daughter. How would he have missed the plan? Did you just think it was, useless? They're probably not doing that. It's a load of fucking barnacles. There's no way they're doing that plan. This is something he would have seen. It's not even something he needs to imagine. He would have fucking seen it in their minds. Especially Hop's, for how long he spent in there. That's... how did he miss that? But even setting that fact aside, let's say for some reason those memories were blocked off, they for some reason had Magneto's helmet on for a brief moment there in order to block out Vecna's ability to see that. Why would the Demogorgon still not have even shown up at any point? I feel like they would have had ample time to arrive. They're extremely fast, and we've seen that when you agitate the hive mind in any way, they get swarmed. Demo bats, demo dogs, demogorgons, they come at you hard and fast. And I imagine around the fucking Mind Flayer and Vecna, literally the hub of the Abyss, there would be some Demogorgon nearby. In that moment that Matt Duffer is referencing where Henry saw a Demogorgon leaving, well, to me, that indicates that there is a plentiful amount there. And since he controls them, they are at his disposal, surely he would have thought to have them stationed nearby, even if not for defense, in order to more effectively send them out where he wants them to go. It's just pretty silly to say, he probably wouldn't use bodyguards or anything. The Demogorgon wouldn't be there. Mind Flayer wants to throw up a set himself and get pugilistic. Do it himself. Get right up in there and motorboat him to death. He wouldn't use anyone else, no pesky demogorgons, demobats, and demodogs like he'd been doing for 10 years now prior. Not this time. But let's not harp too much on that, because there is one extremely huge plot hole that people have pointed out that I actually didn't even catch when I first finished watching it, and it is a huge plot hole that is pretty inexplicable other than whoops-a-daisy or suck our dick. We said so. There's no actual way of explaining it. And Collider did an interview with them and asked about this question, and their response is not very good. His response is basically, well, oh well. I saw this from a number of people talking about this online, and the staff also wanted to know. Will was connected to the hive mind, but didn't feel anything when Vecna was impaled and decapitated when the mind flayer was attacked. Why not? Matt Duffer responds, well, we aren't showing him when the mind flayer is being attacked. When he's getting decapitated, at that point, the mind flayer is dead, and so it, at that point, has severed the connection between him and Vecna. I swear to God, it's like they got hit by the Men in Black's neuralizer. What happened here? It's like they forgot their own show. What? Will is part of the hive mind. This was a crucial piece of lore, a crucial problem to be solved for this entire run of the show. All 10 years, this has been a big issue because he is connected to the hive mind. Thus, when you are hurting the hive mind, you're hurting Will. They even explicitly showed that in one of the earlier seasons where they're burning tunnels, and Will's like, ah! Ah! Wah! He's feeling all that pain. And even right before, the Mind Flayer final battle, when Will is experiencing Henry's memories, and Henry got shot in the hand, Will felt him get shot in the hand. It still hurt Will. He still experiences that pain because he's connected to the hive mind. And while they were burning the Mind Flayer alive, throwing the Molotov cocktails and stabbing its taint, right in its gooch with the spears that Dustin and Steve were using, all of that Will should have been experiencing as well, because he is still connected to the hive mind. And when pressed on it a bit further, and so you're saying it could be off camera, Matt Duffer says, when the Mind Flayer is getting attacked, we see how much in pain he is, obviously, even with Henry's memories, but we just wanted to focus on the final battle with our heroes. Exactly, so they are recognizing that he is still part of the hive mind, feeling all of this pain, but then he says, but we wanted to just focus on the final battle with Henry. So he's basically saying, yeah, we know, it's a problem, but fuck you. We just wanted to focus on that fight with Henry, which was a pretty underwhelming fight, by the way. It was a very anticlimactic, not an amazing showdown, unfortunately. And all of this happens in 10 minutes. You build up a huge, big bad, two big bads for 10 years, and it's over in 10 minutes. It's very underwhelming. That was one of my big complaints. But this is a huge, glaring plot hole. Because the connection wasn't severed, Will would have also died with Vecna's death. There's no getting around that. You can beat around the bush all you want, but even Matt Duffer's saying, we just wanted to focus on this other thing. So we didn't really give a lot of thought there on how to, provide a solution to that issue. We were just hoping you forgot. And in my case, it worked because I did forget about that. It didn't even register with me that Will should have also died then. But when you stop to think about it, yeah, there is no reason why Will should still be alive after Vecna's death when he was still connected to the hive mind at that moment. And when directly asked about it, they said, well, we didn't show it happening. It's like baby brain with no object permanence. Oh, my eyes are closed. The world around me must not be existing right now. So since we didn't show you any of that, you shouldn't be thinking that it's happening, because it's not. So stop putting any kind of actual thought into this product. It's so weird. And then they're like, yeah, we just wanted to focus on the hero's final confrontation. It's a very weak explanation. That is not very satisfactory. And then another thing that I pointed out in my review is it's extremely fucking weird that after killing so many military personnel, foiling their plans, doing an unbelievable amount of illegal activity leading to the destruction of so much military property, and, like I said, murdering a bunch of military personnel, all of the main crew, everyone just gets to go free without a single, bump in the road. So they were asked, what happened with the military after blowing up the Upside Down? Ross Duffer responds, in that 18-month gap, I suppose there's not much else to do. You can't explore this other dimension. There's no 11 to chase anymore because she's gone. So my guess is they just sort of slowly dismantled operations and left town. Your guess? Buddy, you wrote it. It's your story. What happened? Why are you guessing? What the fuck is this? Is it like Voldemort's diary where it's writing itself? Like, what the fuck do you mean? You guess. It's like they don't even know. They didn't even bother to think. It's just like, and then 18 months later, everyone's happily ever after. Oh yeah, what happened in between? In between what? It's so weird to me, man. Like, again, as I pointed out in the review, they killed a bunch of military people. Like, these were like the most wanted criminals imaginable during this whole season. And now they finally get caught by the military, and then they just get let go? Like, there's no mention of, like, jail time or some kind of agreement that was reached between all of them. And it feels like Dr. K, since she's supposed to be the evil military lady, you know, cutthroat, literally torturing women and impregnating them against their will for their psychic program, yet for some reason, she showed mercy to all of them, even after they were responsible for her entire life's work crumbling and tons of her peers dying. Like, she decides, okay, that's fine. Hey, we're just gonna boot, scoot, and boogie on out of here. Have fun in Hawkins. We're all just gonna pack our bags and scram. We're gonna get out of town. What the fuck? Why don't you tell us what happened? Why don't you know? Why isn't that something you stop to consider? It's so odd to me. It's also so interesting to see answers like this. So, a question that was asked, why did Vecna need 12 kids and not 5 or 20? And Ross Duffer apparently laughs, you know, giving a little giggle. Tee-hee-hee. It's no specific reason other than he realized how much power he could exert from will, and to do something of this scale of moving the planet, I don't know exactly how he did the math. Matt Duffer then says, thematically or symbolically, we like the clock symbolism. How deep? So, why did Vecna need 12? They don't know. They just thought it was cool, I guess. Whereas fans have like tirelessly worked on some really interesting, elaborate, thought-provoking theories on the significance of a lot of things, including like needing 12 vessels. And then when you hear from the people that wrote it, it's like, oof. So there was not a whole lot of thought into that at all. It actually doesn't mean anything. It's just like very deflating. If I was someone that got big into like theory crafting around Stranger Things, I'd be very disappointed hearing from them just saying things like, yeah, I don't know. The clocks are cool, I guess. They're pretty dope. I don't know, it's upsetting because, like, fans have cooked up much better and interesting theories for a lot of things than the writers were able to do here. It's so fucking odd. And I didn't know this at the time of my review, but it looks like there's going to be a lot of Stranger Things spin-offs, which I didn't know was confirmed until today. And it is clear this is going to be milked out the wazoo. So I feel like a lot of decisions that might have been made for this season were made with the idea of trying to stretch it out past the finale in order to like leave little things that they can explore for spin-offs and thus leading to a less fulfilling, less conclusive finale. So get ready to be seeing a lot more Stranger Things, even though this was the finale, I guess. It really is just, the whole thing is very underwhelming. As I said in the review, it's disappointing. It was the weakest season in the entire franchise for sure. And then when I hear from them about some of the decisions they made where I thought I was being very charitable, I thought maybe there was things I missed, like maybe there was like deeper meanings behind things. Well, it turns out not really. A lot of it's just them just saying, I don't know, or I guess maybe this. Like, it's just, that sucks. It is very similar to, like, how Game of Thrones Season 8 writers were about it. Like, just kind of forgot. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. So, yeah. There's a handful of things that can instantly make pretty much anyone's blood boil. Hitting your toe on something, or road rage, just inconveniences while driving. But few things can make you see red and ruin your day quite like animal cruelty, watching someone abuse their pets. It's horrific, and it immediately elicits a response of disgust and anger. Even the most calm person on the planet would lose their cool and go into a bubbling rage if they saw a video of someone beating their dog or cat or something like that. Like, I know Thorfinn famously said he has no enemies, but he didn't see Aspen Cartier beating her puppy on a Twitch stream. That's what we're talking about today. A couple days ago, a streamer and I guess also rapper named Aspen Cartier was streaming and then started beating her puppy because it got out of its cage. I don't really know how to even show you this clip because it is just animal abuse. It would get the video taken down, I imagine. So I'm going to try and cut around it to show you the very clear evidence of what unfolded on stream that she's trying to deny happened, which has become a very common tactic, I guess, in the modern day and age, to just say that what you saw with your eyes isn't real. Take my word for it, as opposed to what you witnessed.
I think we finna end stream out because this motherfucking dog, like, goddamn. I'm not gonna be on social media until February 1st, so. How you get out the cage? Fuck you guys.
I'm going to cut it right here. This continues for quite a while longer, like another 15 or so seconds, of the dog screaming and yelping in pain with what sounds like her striking it. It then ends with this. What a fucking scumbag. That is a 3-month-old puppy, by the way. So, as a result of this being broadcast on stream, which she didn't seem to have any issue with on her end, she thought everything was, business as usual. What's the big deal? What? You guys don't do this to your 3-month-old puppy? You never heard of discipline? Hey, he got out of his cage. I gotta get him with the goddamn fucking Tekken combo. It's the only way to teach the dog about, not leaving the cage without my permission. It's crazy how it didn't even register that what she did here was bad. So, she did get banned for this, and she tried to defend herself by saying she didn't beat the dog, and brought the dog in as like a witness to explain that it's fine.
Why you beat the damn dog? I didn't beat the fucking dog. Is you beat? Is you beat up? Say I'm really small and I over-exaggerate. Say it. Say it. Okay, tell him. Tell them that you're fine. Tell them right now. I'm not playing. Tell them. Tell them. You're fine and you're for sale. Oh my God, he's so fucking dramatic.
That's her defense, that the dog is dramatic. Regular old Phoenix right here. Watertight explanation here. What an excuse. Pack it up, folks. Case closed. The dog was just being dramatic. Just disregard all of the very clear fucking haymakers she was dropping on the dog. The dog was being, just dramatic about it. You gotta rub some dirt in it, obviously. Fucking psychopath. Absolute lunatic. In this video, in the second video where she's got the dog on its back, it's very clear that this puppy does not want to be around her. It looks traumatized and afraid of her and is constantly trying to get away from her, which is why it's starting to, cry out when trying to remove itself from her grasp. Are some dogs dramatic? Sure. I feel like anyone that's ever had dogs knows that sometimes, for example, when giving a bath, they will sometimes get very dramatic about not wanting a bath. This is so fucking different from that. This is clearly a dog that is afraid and a dog that was crying in pain being hit. You can see it on stream. And you can hear a lot of really concerning sounds on stream as well while the dog is crying. This is a totally different situation. This is not the dog being dramatic. This is her being a fucking monster. Now, this blew up to such a big degree that the authorities were alerted multiple times about this, and they ended up taking in Aspen Cartier. They charged her with animal cruelty, and when authorities brought the dog in from her custody, they noted that it seemed to be in good health, so it doesn't seem like the dog has suffered any, debilitating injuries or anything like that, which the drooling worms that are desperately trying to defend her are really latching onto, saying, see, the dog is completely fine. She didn't beat the dog at all. Let me go ahead and sit you down here, stupid, since it seems like you just blew in from fucking Moronville. Them reporting that the dog appeared to be in good health just means that there were no observable injuries that they were able to notice, like a limp, an injured leg, something like that, when they went and got the dog out of her custody. That doesn't mean that the puppy wasn't beaten. You can watch it happen on stream. All that means is that the beatings didn't lead to any lasting, noticeable injuries on the puppy when they got it. It still happened. It's not, like the fucking Tooth Fairy make-believe. You can watch her hit the dog on stream. It clearly was beaten on stream. And just because she didn't break its legs or something like a Kit Kat bar doesn't mean that the beatings are all of a sudden excusable or, you know, not that big of a deal. It's still a big deal, and she still deserves these animal cruelty charges and a severe punishment. Her being banned on Twitch needs to be a permaban, 1000%. This is some downright deplorable evil shit here that she's done. Who knows how often she's beaten this puppy? All we know for sure is that it's happened at least once on stream, and that's one too many. That should never happen. That is awful. And she 1000% needs to be harshly punished with these animal cruelty charges. Anyway, I wanted to yap about this. That's really about it. So, yeah. I was going to turn on the desk light here to illuminate it a bit better so it doesn't look like I'm telling scary ghost stories, but I decided I kind of like this vibe for the topic. Because this is a scary topic. Too many people are sleeping on an incredible show. I'm not seeing enough glaze. I'm not seeing enough movement. I'm going to be honest. There is a show that I just finally finished, that only just recently ended, that I am just not seeing get proper nut care. Like, I'm not seeing enough people fondling those balls. It's To Be Hero X. So far, it is my favorite anime of 2025. I do still have a couple others to catch up on, but I can't really imagine any of them somehow surpassing this in my eyes. I think the show is extraordinary. The first, 3 or 4 episodes had me under a very different impression for what kind of show this was going to be. Immediately, it's pretty clear that the animation is beautiful, and it's a show that uses multiple styles. So, it'll flip-flop between, an arcane vibe and then a traditional 2D anime style. And it does it with the snap of a finger. The best hero, the strongest character, X, you will sometimes hear snap his finger, and that's when it flips from arcane to some of the most breathtaking 2D animation you'll find in a show. It's not to, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle level, but it's really not far behind either. It excels in its visuals. So it is majority 2D, but for the first arc, the first character you follow, Nice, it's mainly arcane-ish. And I think it is so cool when it flips back and forth. It is so creative. It doesn't feel like a gimmick or anything, because it doesn't need to rely on it. Like I said, it's mostly 2D, but it does go between them occasionally. And it is so unbelievably pretty. Now, don't worry, Puppet Pals, I am going to gush and grannies further on its visuals, but before that, I want to tell you what the show's about. So, this is a world where there are heroes and powers, and those powers are directly tied to how much others believe in them. It's trust value. So if people have faith in somebody, that trust value goes up and it makes them stronger, or if they don't have any powers, gives them some based on people's perception of that person. For example, there is a character, a hero named Firm Man, whom always stands tall, standing up straight, firm, and basically nothing can crush him or move him or anything, because when he was a firefighter, he caught some debris that was about to fall and kill a child, saving her life. So when that story broke, people started to believe in him with that perception of being immovable, firm. So it gave him those powers. It's a creative spin in the genre. I actually really appreciated it. But there's also another force out there that's starting to take hold, and it's fear. Fear also grants people some extraordinary abilities, and of course these two forces clash. That's kind of the big point of To Be Hero X, but it also has a really interesting format where instead of following one character in a story across a season, it follows multiple heroes. And when I say multiple, I'm not talking 1 or 2, I'm talking 6 or 7. So they'll dedicate 2 or 3 episodes to a hero giving you their backstory, as well as setting them up as a domino in an event that has happened. And now these dominoes are falling over, so everything starts to collide and everything plays together. And what sounds like it could be really messy and convoluted, or even annoying, jumping from so many characters in so many different positions, it's not. It flows so well. In the last, like, 5 episodes of this season, I could not turn it off. Like, I literally, like, could not pull myself away from watching it. It was so gripping. I think it is just a really, really well done story. And the first handful of episodes had me believe this show was going to be something that it's not. Because it felt very, like, slice of life-y, and it felt like it didn't take itself super seriously. And it was more, like, about, you know, maybe comedic aspects or something like that. It's not. Like, there's nothing, like, childish about it or, like, slice of lifey or anything. It's a really, like, well done, deep story that gives a lot of emotional depth to its characters, and it's not afraid to kill people off as well. It was very refreshing. It does feel very different from pretty much all other superhero anime. Now, in this world, there's also a, like, ranking tournament that goes on where the strongest heroes will fight each other in order to establish their trust values, because everyone's going to watch and they'll see, like, who's the strongest, what's going on, and the strongest character gets crowned X. And typically when someone gets crowned X, the strongest, they only hold that title for, like, a very brief period of time because everyone else is able to catch up and surpass them in the next tournament. But the new X is someone we don't know a whole lot about, but he defeats people in an instant. With a snap of his fingers. He's just victorious at all times. And this guy aura farms like a motherfucker. He is super cool. Like, he is such a cool character. He has very, very, very little screen time, but every time he is in an episode, he's like the highlight of it. And it just gets you glued to it. I really, like, I cannot praise this show enough. Like, it's not just carried by outstanding visuals. It is the complete package. But anyway, since I did mention the visuals again, I can't stress enough just how good looking this show is. I think this has the best fights of the year as well. Pretty much every single episode has a huge battle, like a big fight between characters. And they do not cut any corners. Holy shit. It is so well animated and well choreographed. They are like drawn out long fight sequences, just full throttle. And they are outstanding. Especially, like, Queen vs. Boa, I think is the best example. That whole episode is basically that fight, and it is so fucking great looking. Like, I highly encourage you to just, like, watch that clip of Queen vs. Boa. We are talking, like, Ufotable level animation to its action. It's so fucking good. Like, I really think that what they've done here is something special, and I am shocked more people aren't talking about it. Another thing about the show, it has really good music. It has boner jams. Like, I'm telling you, they use the music in some very hype moments and it elevates it to a new level. There is one thing though about this show that I really wish they didn't do as much of. Since they are telling so many different character stories, it's more of like an anthology than anything. Which, again, I actually really like the way they do it here. But there is one thing they do a lot that kind of got annoying towards the end of the show, where they will reuse the exact same scene that you've seen before and then sprinkle in, like, the new spin on it from the character's perspective. So, for example, when they're about to go investigate an alien ship, this is a pivotal moment, and you'll see it from one character's perspective, like when he was recruited to it, and then another. But instead of just showing you that character's perspective when they get introduced to it, they will reintroduce the entire scene to you. So they will repeat literally whole scenes sometimes because, again, they revisit it but from a different angle. But instead of just showing you that new angle, they show you the whole scene again and then add the new angle. So there was a lot of times where I was like, oh fuck, I've already seen this before, and I contemplated just like fast forwarding through it because, again, it's the exact same scene with no alterations until the character comes into the fold there for it. So I think they did that a little too much. Maybe that was for budget reasons. I would think that's probably why. Because obviously they've already animated that, it's already finished, so if they reuse it, well, they save some money there having to do something a little different. I think that might be the reason, but it did get kind of annoying. Overall, I highly recommend the show, obviously. I do think it is underrated right now. I think this is flying way too under the radar. This is a show that I really would expect more people to be hyping up because there are so many, like, notable fight sequences. At the very least, I thought this would be something that people would be sharing like a lot of clips of from some of the bigger fights. So I'm really surprised to see that's not the case. So I really think this one, like for me personally, is my anime of the year. And I really think a lot of people would really enjoy it. They maybe just haven't heard of it. So I'd say check it out. To Be Hero X slaps. That's really about it. See ya. No, I'm not the lead singer of Escape the Fate from 2009, though I do look like him at this point in my hair growth cycle. It's me, Charlie, the ace reporter on all things video games. I debated making this video for the last couple days, and I just decided, fuck it, I kinda do want to talk about it. I'm not a massive gamer anymore. I don't sit down and pump the dick into games like I used to. Now don't get me wrong, don't misconstrue my words. I definitely do still get down dirty like a fucking grease goblin sometimes, snorting Dorito dust and injecting G Fuel in the veins, getting after some fat grinds in certain games, but it's not quite to the level that it used to be at for me. That being said, I still keep up with almost everything video game related. I'm still very passionate about the industry and the craft. I mean, I still have video game themed wet dreams and shit like that, like none of that changes. But what I want to talk about today is the internet demands video games always have a deep meaning or be politically charged and motivated, be socially conscious and socially aware of everything that's going on, and I think that's really detrimental to video games as a whole. It's no longer enough for a video game to just be fun. In fact, I'd argue to the internet, fun is secondary to the meaning and the political message behind the game, and I think that sucks some fat, filthy butthole. That makes every game uninteresting to me. I think politics is very unenjoyable as a topic. I don't get political. I never get political. I think it's a very boring world. There's no entertainment to be had. It does nothing but isolate people, lead to arguments. It's not fun. Politics is never something fun. And video games, at their core, were always meant to be a fun escape from reality, a fun time investment, just fun in general. And now, making every game so politically motivated, it makes it not fun. And the internet makes it even deeper than that, where if you don't like a certain game, it somehow gives people the impression that you're some politically charged loser, or you're not a politically charged loser, and thus you're a loser for not enjoying the politics in the video game. You not liking a game now is an indication of what side of the spectrum you're on politically. That's so fucking pathetic. I think making and demanding games conform to what you personally believe is really sad, and it really holds games back. Not that I think if we didn't have politics, games would have reached this level where we're traveling to Mars to play the newest VR, AR experience or anything, but games wouldn't be so samey. Most video games that come out these days follow the same formulas, and for the most part deliver the same messages. I can take or leave the message. There are games that I believe should have powerful messages, ones that are intended to, but for the most part, games are just supposed to be fun, and I'm not there to dive deep, feel something in the real world, a thought-provoking experience where I'm jerking off in front of a candle and really reflecting on the game's message and themes. That's not what I play games for. I'm there to have a good time. Now, why I'm bringing this up is because a channel called Extra Credit released this video called Stop Normalizing Nazis. This video is an objectively large pile of dog shit. It is a horrible video no matter how you spin it. Their message is very clear. Basically, in this video, what they're saying is the old debate of video games cause violence, but they spin it as video games cause Nazis. These people are so fucking shameless, they go as far as to compare playing as a terrorist in Counter-Strike to making people into terrorists in the real world. It's really sad and pathetic. And no one agreed with their message. Even the most politically charged gamers disagreed with how they framed their message. But this made me realize just how ingrained politics and social shit are in the video game industry, and I think it's just not good. I think it's ass. I think it's just straight hairy ass that video games have become so synonymous with politics and social shit that it's, you feel the need to make a video called Stop Normalizing Nazis and using fucking Counter-Strike of all things as an example for how it's a bad thing and that you play as a terrorist in a fucking fictional video game. Their arguments in this video suck. They say, you don't opt in to play as a terrorist when you play Counter-Strike. Well, yeah, you do. You fucking bought the game. You know that it's terrorists versus the counter-terrorists. So you opted in by buying the game, by playing the game. They have no argument here. It's really shitty. It's just this really agenda-pushing piece of shit that doesn't work no matter how you look at it. But that's the video game industry as a whole. The more you look at it, the more you'll, read from a reviewer that the negatives they give a game are almost 9 times out of 10 about the message of the game or the politics of the game, and how the reviewer didn't agree with the main character not being who they wanted the main character to be, or be associated with the group they wanted the character to be associated with, and how it was a missed opportunity that the character's a muscly man instead of a skinny man, or something dumb like that. Like these really nitpicky things, how they want everything in their life reflected in their video game. Why do you want that? Why do you want your fictional piece of entertainment to reflect the sad real world? That fucking sucks. Who wants that? That's like going to sleep and dreaming of doing your taxes. When you dream, you want to be flying around like Superman, firing lasers from your fucking eyes, bench pressing 700 pounds, and, fucking supermodels. You don't want to go to sleep and you're in your high school classroom taking a goddamn math test again. It's stupid to want that from a piece of fictional entertainment. It's really dumb, and it holds the whole goddamn thing back because developers like CD Projekt Red is a good example, how they got attacked for Cyberpunk 2077 that's not even out yet, just this whole laundry list of social problems that they noticed with the game or things that were missing or they felt were missing from the game. So then CD Projekt Red had to go back, allocate a whole bunch of time and resources to make everyone happy that the game is so socially aware of everything in the world that's going on right now to try and make everyone that exists on the internet happy. So all that time they spent doing that could have been spent making the game more fun, making more quest lines or stories for more characters. It feels like to me it holds developers back, it holds games back, and I just don't get the purpose. Why does everything, and I guess it's not even just games, but everything these days has to be so deep and politically driven that it's sickening? And that if it's not deep or politically driven, fucking John Wick got shit on because there wasn't enough politics or social issues addressed in the fucking movie. As if you're going to a movie like John Wick looking to have your goddamn ideals reflected or having a thought-provoking message delivered down your urethra. It makes no sense to me. I don't know why people want the fictional shit to be reflective of the real world. It should be totally separate. It shouldn't be held to this standard where it needs to be powerful or deep. I think it all just needs to be fun. It needs to be entertaining, but that's secondary now, and I think that's a goddamn shame, and I just wanted to vent about it because that goddamn extra credit video was so insultingly bad that it made me open my fucking third eye, made me see the strings that hold this universe together, and made me want to complain about some video game trends. Oh yeah, and also the community manager for extra credits is a big asshole. They go on Twitter and they're celebrating the fact that Extra Credits YouTube channel is losing thousands of subscribers. They have the audacity to go on Twitter and say they are happy they're losing subs because it means less bigots are watching their content. And they double down saying we're celebrating the sub loss with wine because we're losing all these bigots. That's so fucked up. And that's just another thing in the video game world. If you disagree, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're a bad person because you disagree with whatever message was delivered in the video game or even the video about a video game. It's just unreal. You're not losing bigots. You're losing people that thought the video was really shittily done, which it is. It's a really bad video. Even people that do agree with your message, and I don't imagine there's so many people that agree playing a terrorist in Counter-Strike makes you a terrorist, but even lunatics that do agree with that shit on your video because it's a bad video. And to call them bigots, that's just biting the dick that feeds you. I just don't understand. Well, I don't know why they made the video, and I don't know why they're doubling down so hard defending it. Just roll over and admit it's bad. No matter how you look at it, it's a shit video. And you celebrating like this just makes you all look like the biggest douchebags. It's just stupid. I guess the video game spectrum online is fucking wild right now, and I think it's a really toxic environment full of just a lot of bad shit that nothing good comes from it. And it makes video games as a whole and gamers a lot shittier. And that's just my take on the situation. That's about it. So yeah. Yep, much to the chagrin of a lot of people in power, the conversation around Jeffrey Epstein doesn't seem to be fizzling out anytime soon, which is great. Hopefully, it will keep this steam and will never peter out because it is of the utmost importance that this gets corrected, that they stop trying to perpetuate these lies that they're attempting to shove down the American public's throat about Jeffrey Epstein not having a list, not indulging in blackmail, and then trying to drop what has now been revealed as modified footage of Jeffrey Epstein's cell area to prove that he took his own life and no one came in there. There was no fishy business. The Baba Yaga didn't pay him a visit or anything. And they try and proclaim that that footage was like the raw, real deal, organic sourced footage here. But what we're talking about today, it turns out that was once again another fucking lie. CoffeeZilla just made a video talking about it as well, so I'm going to play a few clips from that because he is significantly more intelligent than I am. And buckle your seatbelt because it is a wild ride.
The raw Epstein footage was modified according to its metadata, despite Dan Bongino previously saying that they would release the original footage so you wouldn't think there were shenanigans.
There's video. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
Well, unfortunately, that's not what we got.
To briefly explain for those that don't know, when the DOJ and FBI came out and said that Epstein did not have a list, did not indulge in blackmail, and did in fact commit suicide, they then dropped some footage that was supposed to corroborate that there really was no one else that entered his area and killed him or anything. So they dropped a lot of footage. And it's supposed to be the raw feed of it. Turns out that doesn't seem to be the case. It was very likely modified, and you're about to see the metadata that indicates that it most likely was, as well as a forensic expert that weighs in that also thinks that it was not done properly here.
And basically they pulled the metadata and showed that the footage appears to be assembled from at least 2 source clips, saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded to the DOJ's website, where it was presented as raw footage, which technically it is not. Now, I pulled the EXIF data myself. This is what it looks like. You can see that there's these ingredients file path here, where you can see 4 different files. 2 of them are just identical. So 2 unique files here that have been basically stitched together is the most charitable interpretation.
So they went into Adobe Premiere and edited the footage, saving it multiple times. I cannot believe that they would even leave the metadata intact. You would think that these 3-letter organizations would be better at hiding their dirty work. Now, maybe if they were using the superior editing program, Sony Vegas, they would have been able to, get away with it more effectively, because Sony Vegas probably doesn't even have metadata. It's so fucking archaic. But they went into Adobe Premiere, spliced this together, and then sent it as raw when it is not raw. It is edited. That is, legitimately, by all possible definitions, a lie. Even though Bongino said, no, you're going to get the raw, so there's no shenanigans. But all we get is shenanigans.
Yes, maybe you didn't do anything with it, but it kind of ruins the whole chain of evidence. Wired actually quotes a professor of UC Berkeley whose research focuses on digital forensics. He has testified in numerous court cases, and he says, if a lawyer brought me this file and asks if it was suitable for court, I'd say no. Go back to the source. Do it right. Do a direct export from the original system. No monkey business.
It's actually scary just how blatant this corruption is. For years, they have talked about the Epstein list and the blackmail. It is something that everybody knows exists. There is endless amounts of evidence to suggest its legitimacy. Yet now, all of a sudden, they're like, nah, it's not real. No, that's just fictitious. That's like fucking Santa Claus's list right there. That's not real. No naughty and nice list. No Jeffrey Epstein list. There's no such thing. Jeffrey Epstein's not even a real person. That's just a made-up fairy tale. They haven't gone that far with that claim, but like I said last time, I feel like we're not far off from them just trying to deny Jeffrey Epstein ever even existed, trying to scrub him from the history books here. But they are actively just not even trying to make this believable. They are so confident that they will not be held accountable that they don't even bother to do even the slightest amount of elbow grease to convince anyone to believe them. And they're right, nothing's happening to them. They are covering up for one of the biggest pedophiles in history that implicates some of the most powerful people across the globe. And they are sweeping it under the rug. There have been no arrests made, and it doesn't seem like they're pursuing it at all. Caroline even just recently said that they're not, releasing anything in regards to it because of, how graphic and gross all of it is.
What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Oh, they provided the results of that? How many people went to jail, Caroline? I must have missed that update. Were there a lot of bad guys that got locked up here? Oh man, that's huge. I feel like more people should know that. Can you share who all got arrested from all of the Epstein investigations? This vile worm tries to say that nothing's going to get released, and I guess nothing's going to happen to anyone that was incriminated here, because a lot of it was not fit for public consumption. Fucking weirdo, no one's asking you to, share the videos or anything like that. But you are saying that you have this evidence, and you're doing nothing with it. And we know there is a list of clients and a lot of people that engaged with it. Fucking arrest them! What the public deserves is that you will follow through with your duty of arresting these evil people that you have unbelievable amounts of evidence on, which is not happening. This is the furthest thing from transparency, unless she's trying to argue that this cover-up is so blatant, obvious, and terrible that everyone can see through it, so you can immediately know how guilty some of the most powerful people are. Then I guess that makes sense, because this is such a poorly done attempt at burying this that everyone can see through it. Is that the point she was trying to make? Perhaps, I guess. Every step of the way here, they are lying and trying to cover up everything related to Jeffrey Epstein, including this footage that was supposed to be raw footage.
The video aspect ratio suddenly shifts as the tape changes over, or whatever they claim. You can see that right here. There's a sudden shift in the video. I have not changed this video in any way. I have it in the Premiere Pro timeline, which I guess they had as well. So this is as intended. So there's this just weird shifts in the footage. I mean, this was done in actually a very sloppy way after they explicitly talked about needing to do it in the right way so the American public could rely on it.
Now, as CoffeeZilla says, it could be all just incompetence, actually just fucking troglodytes here in charge of all of this. So even though they called attention to needing to do it the right way, they're just so fucking brain dead, like actual lobotomites, and just couldn't even do it the right way, so then they just farted this out. It could be, no manipulation here, this is just how it's done, for some reason it dumps a minute, as it's switching over, and they had to put it into editing software and fuck up the aspect ratio. I guess it could be incompetence, but I would not be that charitable with this. They are doing so much lying. Again, we already know about the list existing, and we know about the blackmail. That is all real stuff, and now they're denying it. And now they're doing this modifying of footage while trying to fight back against the conspiracy that Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. It's just insanity. They are so confident that the public will do nothing about it. They'll get upset, but they'll just swallow it and be done with it and move on. And some people are, but I'm happy that most aren't. They are desperately doing everything in their power to try and bury this whole conversation about Jeffrey Epstein. A couple days ago where Trump interrupted a question about it in order to try and shift to something else. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, that creep? How can you be talking about him when there's floods going on in Texas? It's such a bad look.
Why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the news set?
Yeah, sure.
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas.
Yeah, people are still talking about Epstein. It's one of the biggest, most in-your-face cover-ups most people have ever seen. This is one of the biggest pedophiles in history that implicates so many extremely powerful people. Yeah, people are still talking about it, understandably, because the people deserve answers, and there needs to be justice for all of the people that engaged in this. This desperation from those in power to move on from the Jeffrey Epstein conversation is extremely scary, and they are doing it with reckless abandon, feeling completely immune to consequences for all of this. And so far they're right. Like, there's not anything that's coming from it. There's still no arrests being made. There's still no new information coming out. The only information we get is more information about how they are lying, like modifying the footage and shit. It's craziness. I just wanted to give you a little update here with everything that's unfolding in the Jeffrey Epstein case. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. First things first, before I cannonball into the spaghetti and meatballs of today's topic, I'd like to let you all know I've been actively working on my Mickey Mouse impression, so please let me know your thoughts. Pluto! So with that out of the way, I'm going to show you all of my analytics from my lifetime of being on YouTube and almost a decade of being on Twitch. Now, the reason for this is, a week ago I made a video called I'm Turning It Off, and in that video I'm explaining why I'm disabling any and all means of people having the ability to donate money to me. No more super chats, no more YouTube memberships, for all intents and purposes, no more bits on Twitch. I say all intents and purposes because you can't actually fully disable that on Twitch. Once you start streaming on there, you're fucking shackled to the bits ecosystem. It cannot be turned off. So I made the minimum so high that no one can pay it, hopefully, and actively discouraging people from subbing on Twitch as well. Any and all avenues where people could just give me clams, I am just putting the kibosh on. I should have done this a long time ago, but better late than never. Might as well get the farty sharded now. The reason is super simple. I would much rather you keep your money, use it for yourself, or use it for things you deem important, whether it's charitable causes or what have you, but just stop forking it over to me. Now, since posting that video, there's been a lot of questions and even somewhat of a pushback from other streamers about how, like, this sets a bad precedent where it, like, starts to shame other streamers if they don't follow my footsteps here. Let me be clear, I'm not trying to make a rallying cry here. I'm not your dad. You do what you want with your own streams. Keep donations and subs on out the wazoo forever. I don't care. That's your prerogative. This was just my own personal decision. Obviously, that wasn't like the most prevalent take or anything, but it is a conversation I saw stirring about after I posted that video, because there are some streamers that believe that normal people having the ability to give them money helps them feel included in the community, part of the crew, part of the ship, and it's like integral to the streaming experience to be able to like sub and donate and things like that. I've never really shared that perspective. I've always viewed streaming as content that you are providing to viewers for free, and if someone's nice enough to toss you a doubloon, you tip your fedora saying, "Holly jolly, thanks for the Reddit gold, kind stranger," and move on. But it's not an obligation, and no one should feel like they need to be able to give you money to be included in the community. That feels very parasocial to me. But that's just my own view on it. But what I will tell you, breaking the magician's code here, there is no top streamer that needs your financial support to put food on the table or continue providing those streams for you. Also, the bulk of a streamer's income comes from ads in the first place. Anyway, though, I think this stems from people just not really knowing how much money a top streamer can make on Twitch, for example. So let me show you my analytics from my lifetime on Twitch. Now, Twitch analytics are a little wonky here on the back end, so I wasn't able to just set the date range from 2017 to 2025 because it would just freeze. It would just have a conniption. I bet the Twitch HQ server just fucking caught flame with me trying to do that, so I had to break it up into chunks. So in 2017 is when I really started like actually streaming on Twitch. I had dabbled in 2016, but it wasn't until 2017 where I got like partnered and everything. So from 2017 to 2019, I made $55,500 for those 2 years. And I wasn't full-time streaming at this point or anything. It was just a bit of goofing around, having some fun, and it brought in $55,500. From 2019 to 2021 is when I took it a lot more seriously, as you can see. My time streamed went from 600 hours on the 2 years to 3,600 hours, and I made $1.2 million for those 2 years. And this was before my Twitch contract, so the only ads that were running on my stream were like the pre-roll ads, the ones that Twitch would insert themselves. So this was still without ads, by the way. $1.2 million, almost 1.3. Then I got a Twitch contract which necessitated a certain amount of ads, 3 minutes of ad time per hour. And from 2021 to basically 2025, I made $4.1 million. And to those astute observers amongst you with those keen peepers, you might notice that my subscriptions are less than half of what they were for the previous 2-year period. So even though I have 180,000 less subs across these 3 years than I did for the previous 2, I still made significantly more. And that is because of ads. Ads are the breadbasket to streamers. That is the jelly to the peanut butter sandwich that is streaming. And keep in mind, these numbers here, the 4.1, the 1.2, those don't even include brand deals or sponsorships. And I didn't have any like ancillary donations, but a lot of streamers do through like Streamlabs for like text-to-speech, stuff like that. So that doesn't include any of those other means of making money through the medium. This is solely through just Twitch itself. And I think something important to mention, contrary to popular belief, I am not a top streamer. I am also not even a full-time streamer, and I haven't been for over a year and a half. So, my 2025 earnings, I didn't really put them here. It's about 100K. So another thing to add to the total here. But I'm not even a full-time streamer anymore, and I haven't been a top 20 streamer probably since the fucking Among Us boom. You know, back in the prehistoric internet age now. Like, the Among Us era is the only time where I broached, like, the top 20. I've not been in that ball game for a while, and yet this is still a crazy amount of money. Where there is no reason I should be taking money from just normal people working normal, everyday jobs. It just doesn't feel right to me. Streaming is the easiest job there is. Hot take, I know, sorry, that was a blistering, scalding magma that I just spewed out there, but it is just the truth. I sit in swamp ass for a few hours every day, well, at least I used to when I was a full-time streamer, playing games, or just yapping. Now compare that Weenie Hut Jr. routine to a normal person who is actually working their ass off every single day in a 9-to-5 environment, grinding in the hopes of chasing the American dream. And then they'll come home, maybe turn on my stream and donate a couple of dollars to me. And it just doesn't sit right with me taking that kind of money, given what I've made from all of this. And I really should have just stopped this a long time ago, especially considering this is just the Twitch side of things. I told you, I'm going to show you my YouTube earnings. So be ready, because here it is. Huge fucking number, an unfathomable amount of money. From starting this channel in 2007 all the way until today, I have made $35.8 million. I never even imagined that amount of money was possible to earn without just being born rich. I have said from day one, I got incredibly lucky. I will never be able to put into words just how lucky I got with all of this shit here. I'm not special. I got lucky. I have always said that, and I still believe that to this day. Now, something I saw a lot of people asking after the video I made about turning off all the donation stuff is how much money I'm leaving on the table. And while it's kind of hard to show it on Twitch considering both subs and bits are technically still on, even though I discourage both and have bits at a point where I don't think it's even possible to use them, I still can't get like a hard number on what's like gone now or anything like that. But on YouTube, I can show you directly. So with memberships and supers/gifts, I made over $1 million. Keep in mind, I've only had those things enabled for about a year. That was $1 million in a year from just normal people donating it to me. Again, that just doesn't fucking sit right with me. Now I know there are plenty of streamers and YouTubers that have significantly more money than me and have subs and donations on and whatever. I don't care. Like I said, this is not me trying to lead some kind of revolution here where all of them turn it off. It's their choice to make. I wanted to explain fully why I don't want normal people just giving me their money anymore at all. Also, to be honest, I think just full goatseeing, showing how much streaming/YouTubing can make, just showing you the full, unedited, raw numbers is probably helpful for normal people so they can see how much money is in this space, because I think there's often so many question marks from people wondering how much does a streamer or YouTuber make? They'll either say like they're making billions of dollars or they're making nothing. there's never like an in-between because there's never any like really hard numbers to look at. So I think something like this can be helpful for that, especially because over the years I've noticed there's been a multitude of creators that have come out and tried to like underplay how well off they are financially because they believe it could be somewhat of a brand risk where if they are perceived as being someone that's very rich, well, maybe their audience wouldn't like them as much because they're no longer relatable. It's just something I've seen here and there over the years from a bunch of different creators, and I just find it a bit disingenuous. So hopefully something like this can help show that if someone is in like the top sphere of YouTube or Twitch, they are very, very well off financially. Anyway, though, if you add both of these numbers up, I've made a total of $41.3 million. But that's not to say that's what I have. Now, I do live in Florida, which means there is no individual income tax. Big time Florida W right there. And I know, I'm big time gushing grannies, Florida glazer. I've lived here my whole life. And that is something very nice about it. But it's not to say that the tax man comes in gentle with the lube. He still goes whole hog raw. It is still brutal when the tax man comes a-knockin'. He'll blow up your guts. And that's just the way that the cookie crumbles. Obviously, a good chunk instantly goes to taxes. There's also like salaries for the people that I pay on my team, other expenses, and also for the first 4 to 5 years of me earning money through my YouTube channel, I donated every single dollar to charity. So while I may have earned $41 million over the course of my time online, I don't have nearly that much. But I still have more money than I will ever know what to fully do with. And I actually thought it would be kind of fun to go through like a deep dive on what it looks like. You know, taxes, expenses, all that kind of thing to see how it all breaks down. But maybe that's a topic best left for a different video. So for now, I'll probably just conclude it here. Hopefully this was insightful. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm going to be using the Vine Sauce ROM Corruptor on some Nintendo 64 games. Let's do this shit. Well, Link's being dragged behind a horse, so he must have been caught by a group of cowboys while doing something mischievous. I'm sure glad I slept on the floor instead of that awful bed. Just look at that shit, it's just a Lincoln log with a bedsheet over it. This floor is comfortable as fuck. I feel excellent. Just a little morning stretch and I'll be ready for action. Where the fuck am I right now? Oh shit, there I am, I'm under the platform. Alright, so I guess Link is an undercover Kakuna. Oh fuck, this is a recipe for disaster. Saria is just gonna run over here and hurl a Pokeball at me. Well, hello there to you too, Miss Saria. I say we just demolish the ground, get rid of it entirely, who needs it? And I must say, Link has a textbook movement position here. He looks like a boomerang that's perpetually stuck in the air but can still be sentient. I've been devoured by the wall. This is the ultimate nightmare, shared throughout the universe by multiple species. The day when you can no longer trust walls is the day the universe crumbles. Crawling through the tunnel. Through the tunnel, I crawl. There we go, where am I? Oh! I fooled you, I didn't crawl through the tunnel. I just went through the wall, like any other normal person would do. So go ahead and put that in your science notes. And then take a pop quiz on fucking yourself. Why can't I open this chest? Damn it, why is this so difficult? Oh, there we go, I can read the sign. Just gotta get right up on it and give it a hug so I can make out the words. Oh, read it again. Alright, let me open this fucking chest, thank you. Yeah, here we go. Incredible cinematography. This is the director's cut Ocarina of Time. Well, that's about what I expected. If you're gonna ride a horse, you may as well be 30 feet above the horse. I wonder how high I can make Link go. If I can just keep adding to the value, and if it'll keep increasing his altitude. Let's see. That's a little higher, but it's not high enough, damn it. I'm not stopping until you're in space, you son of a bitch. I guess I sent him too high, he's not on the screen. Step aside, Commander Shitty. Invisible. Alright, well, not invisible, I guess. I don't know how the fuck he saw me, I am invisible. I mean, he could see me, but he couldn't stop me, but I don't know how the fuck he saw me. Because I'm not even on the fucking screen. He must have like infrared goggles or some type of really advanced shit. Either way, he is a qualified guardian of the forest. Oh, there I am. Just taking a little extreme lounge in the sky. Just a little snooze. Saria, please help me. I don't know what the fuck you're saying to me, Saria. Speak English, not hieroglyphics. Just please give me some assistance here. I look like a fucking floating bowling ball with a malfunctioning television for a face. Damn it, Saria, at least give me a blowjob or something to compensate for this. And stop flying through my face, Navi, damn it. You're making a difficult situation. You stole my face, you sack of shit.
Finished the pirate ship I was building for the aquarium. There. That ship reminds me of the time I went diving for pirate treasure.
I'm having a little trouble understanding you, Grandpa Lou. You must be going through a tunnel. The reception's a little fuzzy. Oh, what the fuck is this? Is this one of those songs that's supposed to make it rain? There's Grandpa Lou transmitting a message to the aliens, telling them it's time to invade. What a sick fuck. Well, I guess that's the end of his story about the pirate ship. And what a riveting tale it was. I guess Tommy's trying to fly away here. He's not really getting off the ground, though. Well, I gained 2 cookies, but I guess 2 cookies was too much for the game to handle. Fucking crashed. Holy shit, Tommy. You alright there, Sprout? This bastard just got re-atomized. But the game must go on. 3 spaces, let's rock and roll. I realize you've fallen into a black hole, Tommy Pickles, but we've got a board game to play here. Goodness fucking gracious, look at Chunky Kong in the back, he's turning into a seagull. What is happening to that poor fellow? I tell you, I remember the song pretty well, but I don't remember the animation being this crisp and fluid. I feel like Donkey Kong should be here. Oh, there he is. He was just exploring a different dimension. The sing-along lyrics are a little behind the actual audio, so if you're trying to sing along, be wary of that. Oh, fuck! Oh my goodness, Donkey Kong is giving us the serving treatment right now. Holy shit. I feel like Donkey Kong just shaved my ass cheeks with those moves. Might just slide out of my fucking chair here now. Oh, here we go, now we're talking. Some river dancing action. Oh yeah, take that, you fucking green mutant. I tell you, the choreography here is outstanding. It could easily win every award at the choreography competitions. Just look at those feet, look at those fancy feet, look at that shit. Look at that fancy feet, you find me feet like that, and I'll tell you, you found a damn good pair of feet. This is the scariest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Well, now this abomination left the game, probably to enter some poor soul's nightmares. Oh, there he is. Look at this fucking creature from the Dagoba swamps. It's basically a demented piece of spaghetti. This is just absolutely disturbing. I don't know what's going on here. Alright, so Diddy Kong seems to be locked in a fierce battle against his hat. So this is where the idea for Beyblades came from, huh? Yeah, this is pretty much what it looks like when I go to a club. Professor Donkey Kong has turned into a piece of paper. Will you please help? Holy shit. The blue dude's riding the lizard like a horse. That is impressive teamwork. Ooh, that was impolite. The blue guy was just riding a horizontal motorcycle.
To keep Donkey Kong distracted. Steal that horde of golden bananas and treasures so much.
They seem like a trustworthy group of gentlemen. They seem loyal, charismatic. I'd trust them to save the world. Especially that pink guy. His energy is really impressive. He seems very passionate about his job.
I hope for your sake you're right this time.
No.
Yeah, somebody give Donkey Kong a smooch. That's what he's looking for. Alright, well that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
Well, we learned how to handle strangers, but how do we handle God? What if God meets us in the alleyway next to the old van? You failed to watch when they got to bad touch territory? You telling me Winnie the Pooh's Too Smart for Strangers gets into molestation? I don't know, it seems like an iffy topic to be covering, especially on Twitch. But as a PSA, don't get molested.
Work until they drop.
Scribes?
Pharaoh Hitler? Yeah, Pharaoh Hitler. This is who Yugi was fighting in the Yu-Gi-Oh show. Oh, good lord.
But now the Spirit of God moved in the land.
Man, the Bible is hardcore.
His children.
What the fuck? It's been a while since I've read the manga, but goddamn, the Bible is nuts. Yeah, and then they put the baby in the basket, push it down river, and then he gets picked up by a pharaoh or something. Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember the Rugrats episode. Dick's Commandments? Well, they need a better name for that. Yeah, here's the 10 Dick Commandments, losers. Stupid name. It's a dumb name. Fucking Penis Commandments. Oh, there it is. That's that Krav Maga. I've seen these in the women's self-defense courses. Start hitting them with the purse.
That's enough of that.
Damn, Moses is a super Chad. What is he, like 6'5"?
Business. I beat you. You're no royal grandson.
You're fucked now. Look at this action. It's not really Killer Bean levels of choreography, but goddammit, they're trying.
But I can explain it to him. He's my grandfather.
Yeah, just check the security camera footage.
I know you.
Do you not remember the river, the basket, the blanket your own mother gave you?
Why did he wait this long to tell him?
It all happened.
I wanted to wait until you murdered a man before I told you the truth.
Miriam?
You finally come of age, my son.
What about you? Miriam, my family.
These muscles are crazy.
We always have.
I want my arms to look like that. Fucking water balloon on top of a water balloon. Oh, nice! Quick, get out of there. Fire that bitch into overdrive. There we go, pump that ass. The Great Escape.
May God be with you, my brother.
He's getting away, he's on one of those Tesla donkey models. Shit.
I'm a dead man to Pharaoh, and my donkey has a bad temper. So why don't you leave now? Let the women tend to their sheep. The two of us.
So now he just becomes a vigilante? Does he become Nightwing? Yahoo! Oh, Yahoo! Yahoo! Oh, ew! Bald! Ew! Ooh! Show them the power of the word of God. I don't know. Good God! This isn't even accurate. If you actually paid attention to religion and watched Beyblade, you would know Moses used a Beyblade to let it rip and parted the sea.
Don't forget the wax.
Those manatees are fake. They're CGI'd. Moses is pulling like a Chris Angel mind freak scam.
They'll kill us all thanks to you.
What do you mean? He's just gonna collapse the lake. Obviously.
Game of Thrones pre-sequel is getting made.
Fuck yeah, I hope it's written by 4-year-olds this time. At least it'd be better than Season 8. Oh wait, is this where he has to sacrifice his son, but then it turns out that God was just playing an epic YouTube prank on him? You guys remember that in the Bible?
Joshua,
Might have been Abraham, I don't remember, but it was like, kill your son for me, it'll make me laugh. And he's like, why, God? Well, because I want to laugh. Slit his throat and put him on the altar. It's like, God, I don't want to. He's like, you do it or the world dies. He's like, alright, God, I'll kill my son. And then as he's gonna kill his son, he's like, no, don't do it. Just wanted to see if you would. Lol. I'm pretty sure that was Abraham. This guy sucks. Fucking fat chef pedophile man. Doubting the 10 Commandments. Oh, also, spoiler alert. God doesn't forgive this guy for this.
Here is your God, children of Israel.
That's a shitty God. Let's worship a cow with a magnifying glass. Looks like one of the Arankar from Bleach firing a Sarrow. Oh yeah, anyone remember the Tower of Babylon? Where God just wanted people to spread out a little bit more because he put a lot of work into the world, so he made this tower that scrambled their languages for no reason. Instead of just asking them to separate, he just scrambled their languages so they couldn't understand each other. God's quite the prankster, actually, like the original YouTuber. Here comes the genocide. The Lord hates golden cows.
What are you afraid of? It's the judgment of the Lord.
Wasn't there one Jesus Christ. Oh! Well, you just broke the commandments. That's your fault, Moses. Oh no. Dear Jesus. Moses is gone mad. Save them, golden cow.
Lord, forgive them.
What?
They're sorry.
You just condemned them to hell. That wasn't
Still
him.
angry.
You broke the commandments.
If you want to punish anyone,
You earthbended, not him.
punish me first.
Oh, nice. Blueprints. For the first RGB keyboard for gamers. What do they even eat out here in the desert?
All Moses does is talk with
What, fucking, they sustain themselves off faith? Is that their nutrients? That's an empty bowl. You're not fooling me, lady. It rains bread.
How long will these people disobey me?
Oh.
How long will they turn their backs on all I have done for them?
See, that's kind of a douchey attitude.
Perhaps I should just abandon them.
Lord, everyone in the land knows how powerful.
I was a star quarterback in high school, Moses.
They will all wander the wilderness until the last of their generation is gone.
That's so
Their
fucked.
children and their children's children will make the final journey without them.
Thank you. All because they didn't kiss your fucking high school ring. See, it was things like that during, like, the church ceremonies where I was like, well, it's a little douchey. You'd think, like, God, the infallible, would be, like, a little more understanding. And also not, like, an angsty Redditor, like, why aren't they worshipping me? Didn't they see my comment karma?
This because
Soon our people will see the promised land.
They won't.
That is a great thing.
No, that's a shame that he doesn't know. God already forsake them. Told them they couldn't see it. He denied them entry to the club.
One time, I failed him.
What?
So, justly, I was punished.
When did... Oh, he failed him when he hit the rock, right? That was Moses' one sin because he hit a rock.
That is to be my reward, Joshua.
That's such cutthroat. Like, those rules are strict as shit. So where's Moses going? Just looking for a nice rock to die on or something? It's kind of fucked up. God's not even letting him go to the promised land. He's right there. He could literally pee onto it. He could drop trow and take a piss and hit the promised land from here.
This is your place.
It's fucked up. All because he hit a rock with a stick? Boo! Bible's too mean. The fuck? I bet I can terrify you with a single sentence. Tiger Woods driving a car. Ooh, even just saying that frightened me a little bit, like a scary story around a campfire. Golly. Yeah, Tiger Woods has just been involved in another rollover crash, and it's far from an isolated incident. He has quite a lot of these under his belt, and a lot of them, well, they were really his fault. And in a couple of cases, like in the one we're about to talk about that just happened a couple hours ago, under the influence of some substances. He has been charged with DUI in this one. He has an extensive history of these kind of accidents dating all the way back to 2009 when he crashed into a fire hydrant in his neighbor's yard, and his wife at the time had to pull him from the vehicle. He went to a hospital and was later released. No charges were pressed there. However, a bit of a different story in his second go-around here in 2017 when he passed out behind the wheel of his vehicle and crashed. He was arrested and found to have prescription drugs and marijuana in his system. He pled guilty to reckless driving, but avoided jail time thanks to a plea deal. They then later dropped the charges of DUI and then spent a year on probation. And then in 2021, he had a major accident. It was a rollover crash where his SUV ended up rolling down a steep embankment. The police said that the crash was caused by excessive speed. He was traveling at 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone and inability to navigate the curve. He needed surgery. He sustained serious injuries, but they didn't seek a warrant for blood tests because they said there was no evidence of impairment or intoxication, so there was no charges filed. It was ruled an accident. I feel like if this was any ordinary Joe Schmo, there probably would have been some charges for going fucking 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone. Was this guy trying to travel back in time like it's the DeLorean? Like, this is absurd. It's a miracle he didn't kill himself or someone else on the road. And really, it's miraculous he hasn't killed someone else from all of his accidents, including the one today, which was another rollover crash that he was involved in. It seems like Tiger Woods is more accustomed to his vehicles being on their side than on their four wheels. Now, this time it is a little different because they are pressing charges for DUI because they did see signs of impairment, not from alcohol, but from substances. Like, Tiger Woods and automobiles just do not mix at all. It's like fucking SpongeBob with the boatmobiles. I now truly understand how Mrs. Puff must have felt every time SpongeBob got behind the wheel of a boat.
Famed golfer Tiger Woods was involved in a rollover car crash, according to the local sheriff.
Our affiliate WPTV posted this photo from the scene. We're told the crash is in Martin County, Florida. That's about 27 miles north of Palm Beach. Local police say the Martin County Sheriff's Office is handling the crash investigation.
The 50-year-old golfer played in a match Tuesday in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
Tiger Woods has unimaginable wealth. You would think that he would have a driver or at the very least pay for an Uber when he is under the influence. Yet, multiple times throughout his life, he insists on driving impaired. Again, it is miraculous that he hasn't killed someone else or killed himself in one of these accidents. Genuinely, he should not have his license any longer. For the safety of all the innocent people that have to share the road with him, he cannot be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. He is a worse driver than the drooling zombies in Grand Theft Auto Online who are like intentionally crashing into people and things. This guy is fucking dangerous behind the wheel of an automobile, and he cannot stop himself from driving impaired. It's such a crazy and sad fall from grace for Tiger Woods because he is undoubtedly one of the best to ever do it in his respective sport. One of the best golfers of all time, just so dominant. But over the years, he has sabotaged his legacy, wiped his ass with his reputation. Like, I remember in 2010, when all of his affairs were coming to light about how he was having sex with, like, every woman on the planet with a pulse, you had to be, like, checking under your bed just to make sure Tiger Woods wasn't waiting there to fuck your mother. And now, like, all of these accidents, it's so sad. It really is.
So just before 2 p.m. today, the Jupiter Island Police Department, which is where we currently are, received a call of a rollover crash about 2.5 miles from where we are. The Jupiter Island Police Department responded out there and found a pickup truck pulling a pressure cleaner trailer and a Land Rover which was rolled over on the driver's door, and we're going to provide you photos of that. The investigation started, and initially, right off the top, it did appear that the driver of the Land Rover might be impaired.
Here's one of the photos from the crash that's been circulating. You can see that his vehicle is rolled over and it's in front of a fire hydrant. This is 2 out of 4 of his crashes right around fire hydrants. One of them, it had him blasting the fire hydrant, so I guess this is a marginal improvement there because he didn't just destroy it. This time he crashed in front of it. Don't exactly know what that means, but maybe there's just something about fire hydrants that makes Tiger Woods want to crash into them or crash around them. Anyway, though, when the authorities showed up to the scene, they noted signs of impairment. They believed that he could have been under the influence. So immediately, it's something that they started to pursue and investigate.
Our investigation revealed as follows. Shortly again before 2, the pressure cleaner truck pulling a trailer, a small trailer, was northbound on South Beach Road and was pulling kind of to turn into a driveway. It was slowing down, starting to turn into a driveway. And the driver of that vehicle looked in his mirror and saw a Land Rover, a dark-colored Land Rover, overtaking him at high speeds, and I don't know those speeds.
If history's taught us anything, it was probably 87 miles per hour through there. That would be my guess. If I had to give a little ballpark figure there, I would estimate probably 87 miles per hour on the dot, is what I would say. He seems to love to just fucking zoom through in excess of 80 miles per hour in these zones that are not conducive to those kinds of speeds.
The Land Rover kept overtaking him. He saw it coming, so he tried to edge off to the side of the road, but this is a small 2-lane road, and there was no shoulder for this pressure cleaner gentleman to get off the side of the road. As he was trying to move to the side of the road, the Land Rover overtook him at the last minute, swerved to avoid a collision, but clipped the back end of the trailer of the pressure cleaner apparatus, listed to the side, and then rolled on the driver's door north past the truck that had just avoided the crash with.
That's how the rollover crash happened. Tiger Woods was looking to overtake this pressure washing vehicle, doing so at a very high rate of speed. The pressure washing vehicle tried to get off the road there, probably out of fear for their own safety, seeing this fucking loose cannon barreling down here, just zipping through. So he's trying to get off the road to avoid a collision, avoid like a catastrophic accident. Tiger Woods, however, does not do a great job here at avoiding it, and instead clips the back, and it causes him to roll over. I will just never be able to understand this mentality demonstrated by Tiger Woods here. I don't get it. I don't see why he wouldn't just pay for an Uber, why he wouldn't have a driver, or why he insists on just driving recklessly in the first place, trying to like bully every other vehicle off the road for him. Like everyone needs to clear out of the way. We're all just NPCs in Tiger Woods' world here. So, like, even outside of him driving impaired, he also just drives extremely recklessly, extremely fast. He is a dangerous driver.
The individual driving that Land Rover was able to crawl out the passenger door of the car and was identified to be Mr. Tiger Woods. Our DUI investigators came to the scene here, and Mr. Woods did exemplify signs of impairment. They did several tests on him. Of course, he did explain the injuries and the surgeries that he had. We did take that into account. But they did do some in-depth roadside tests, and when it was determined, he was placed under arrest and taken to the Martin County Jail.
He must have been tweaking for them to immediately show up and recognize, like, this guy's on some shit, and just start instantly conducting these tests on the scene. Tiger Woods must have been really, like, off the walls or something. So they did some roadside tests. They determined that DUI was likely, so they placed him under arrest, brought him to the jail for further investigation to confirm. They also state explicitly that they didn't believe it was alcohol that he was under the influence of.
At the Martin County Jail, and even on scene, we really weren't suspicious of alcohol being involved in this case, and that proved to be true at the jail. So Mr. Woods did a breathalyzer test, blew 000s, but when it came time for us to ask for a urinalysis test, he refused, and so he's been charged with DUI, with property damage, and refusal to submit to a lawful test. In the crash, no one was injured. Mr. Woods did not seem to be injured at all, and the other gentlemen were not injured. But this happened a few hours ago, so I've given you the information that I have.
Again, it's extremely lucky that no one was injured in a Tiger Woods impaired driving accident, something that he has become known for. Now, as the officer explained, he wasn't under the influence of alcohol, according to the breathalyzer, and according to those on scene, they didn't believe it was alcohol related. they believed it was other substances. So he refused to do the urinalysis to confirm what substances they could have been, which led to them slapping the charges of DUI and the refusal to submit to that test. So yeah, overall, not good here from Tiger Woods. Really not good. As I've said thousands of times now, I have no respect for drunk drivers or anyone driving impaired, risking their lives and the lives of all the innocent people on the road around them that have to share this road with them, who are making the incredibly dangerous and stupid fucking decision to drive impaired. It is just inexcusable, especially for someone like Tiger Woods, who has endless resources to not have to do something like that and make a decision like that. Uber, a friend, his own fucking personal driver, like endless options that aren't Tiger Woods behind the wheel of a vehicle while under the influence of substances. It's just so fucking degenerate, man. It's so scummy. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya. Well, don't I look silly with all this egg on my face? Turns out, I may have been wrong about the rapture. Now, you might be wondering, how is that possible? We're all still here. And yeah, we may not have been, disconnected from the server, from the Lord Almighty or anything, but that doesn't mean Jesus didn't come back. And they say wrestling is fake. So apparently this is an indie wrestler named Jesus. I tried to look up more information on him in previous matches to see who else he brought the biblical smackdown upon. Maybe he squared off against Beelzebub in a Hell in a Cell match. And I thought it'd be fun to take a dive into Jesus the wrestler here. But I couldn't find anything because it's kind of hard to get this by just typing in indie wrestling Jesus. I got a lot of AI videos, if you can believe that. So this is the only footage I can find of him so far. But I don't think it's a coincidence that the rapture was predicted for September 23rd and 24th with the double feature, the double whammy, double fisting. And then shortly thereafter, we see this. Coinky-dink, I don't subscribe to that idea. I think what's most likely what happened is the pastor behind this huge rapture prediction that somehow TikTok ate up. I saw numerous videos of people allegedly, quitting their job. I saw one person who sold a lot of their belongings. This is all things that I've seen in the past with, the 2011 rapture, hoopla. And I also saw a video of someone that's like, I left work early to prepare for the rapture. And it's like, brother, if you thought the rapture was about to happen, why did you even go to work? What the fuck was even the point? You could have just taken the whole day off. Regardless, I think the pastor who made this prediction may have just misunderstood what the message was and what the dates signified. Perhaps it wasn't about, rapturing the believers off earth. Maybe instead of taking from the planet, Jesus wanted to give us something. A beautiful display of whoop-ass. The way he is working these gentlemen in the squared circle is a thing of beauty. He's getting them with the fucking Sith Lord force chokes. He's getting them with almost Jean Grey level telekinesis on them. It is impressive stuff. Look at the size of that crowd. They are so densely packed in there. It looks like when the fucking anchovies charged the Krusty Krab. Everyone is there to see the respawn of Jesus. And man, did he deliver. So we see another move here where he's working the other dude like a fucking fleshlight there. He's got him like a puppet. He gave him the word of God and he followed. I can only imagine all of the wacky moves he must have unleashed that we just don't have video footage of. The faithful Frankensteiner. The 10 Commandments tombstone pile driver. I have to wonder, how much ass did Jesus beat in the ring there? He was clearly victorious. He got the pin and everything. And I'm going to be honest, I don't see who stops him. I feel like he is going to steamroll his way to the title. Like, there is no one that's going to get in the way of that belt. And I'm really curious, how creative they get with this character. Like, I wonder if they do Money in the Bank matches, but instead of money, it's like the Bible. Like, they're both going, like, up the ladder to grab a Bible instead of money or something. Like, I would love to see more of this. I don't even know what indie wrestling promotion this was. I really couldn't find much information on it because I had so little to go off of other than just Indie Wrestling Jesus, which unfortunately didn't lead me to a cornucopia here or anything. But what I saw in even just this short clip was a lot of fun. It had a big smile on my face. Like, yeah, it's silly, but I still think it was well done. Like, it was a show that was very hyped to even see in a short burst like this. I imagine all of the spectators had a great time. I have to imagine they did the holy shit. It would have fit perfectly here, so I'm pretty confident that chant was probably utilized. And I just find this kind of silly stuff enjoyable. I know in some circles it gets a bad rep in the indie wrestling scene if it's not taken like with the utmost seriousness. If it's not like super buttoned up. But I think this kind of stuff is refreshing here and there. It's clear that they're talented, like they still are wrestling like in a professional capacity. It's not like watching your two drunk uncles grapple in the backyard next to the barbecue. It's still a good show that they put on, albeit a wacky one. So I had fun with it. Chase sent it to me earlier today, so I kind of just wanted to put it on all of your radars here. It really does feel like something we would have tinkered around with for our own wrestling promotion, the MWL, which I know we haven't done one in over a year now, but there's a variety of reasons for it. Maybe that's better yapped about in a different video. But point is, I had fun watching this. That's really about it. See ya. Boy howdy, I can't believe it. The title is not clickbait. This is big. Color me blue and call me a Smurf. I'm looking real stupid right now because I've been quite the Scrooge bah humbugging saying that it'll never happen. They'll never release the Epstein files. And look what happens. Random Friday evening, they drop these puppies. Oh, the same Epstein files that the government also tried to say aren't real are actually a huge hoax and you're an idiot if you believe in them. They're like the Tooth Fairy or something, no such thing. Oh, well, here's those Epstein files that we said not long ago weren't real, by the way. Finally, all of the information on all of these evil pedophiles right here at our fingertips. We get one sentence and then pretty much everything else redacted. And this isn't some isolated incident where I'm cherry-picking shit. The bulk of these files are heavily redacted, and heavily doesn't even do it justice. It's so beyond that. Like, it is redacted to a comical degree where it would be laughable if it wasn't just so blatantly evil. Like, look at the thumbnail here. You could close your eyes and see the same thing that these files show you, which is just nothing. Darkness. I always said if they do release it, it'll probably be heavily redacted. I didn't even expect it to be this extreme. This is crazy. They don't even let a couple of rogue words fly, random the or and. It's all just blacked out emptiness. They released hundreds of pages of it's unfucking believable. Yeah, we've really got these evil pedophiles on the ropes now that the most transparent administration in history has dropped these puppies fresh on our laps here. Look at this. Wow. We've really got them now. We've got them cornered. Surely they'll be held accountable with this out there.
Talk about blacking out. I don't know if I can get a close-up of my phone. This is one of the documents that the Justice Department released. It's 100 pages.
Right.
This is what it looks like. I don't know if you can see. It's all black. It's just 100 pages of redaction. That's the transparency we're getting here.
Right, and I'll point to...
This is like the LaCroix of Epstein files, where it's the idea of the files themselves, not actually providing anything. Imagine scrolling through those 100 pages of just pure void emptiness. What the fuck? That is absurd. Now, it's not just these empty files that they plopped out there in the open. They did also provide a lot of new photos that show people like Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, as well as Chris Tucker, even Michael Jackson. There were a large amount of photos that weren't previously public. And in those photos, there are individuals whose identity is redacted. They have the giant black square over them. They've been censored. And I thought that was supposed to be for victims, But according to what I read, this actually comes from Fox News. They said the Justice Department redacted the names and identifiers of victims. Fox News Digital has learned that the same redaction standards were applied to politically exposed individuals and government officials. What the fuck? Why would those same redaction standards be applied to politically exposed individuals? That's like the most important individual to be exposed in these Epstein files. Why would that under any circumstances be suitable for a redaction? That's fucking crazy. So like they can just be censored out like it's fucking Super Smash Bros. Melee when you're about to unlock a new fighter through like a challenge approaching you. Why? That makes no sense. That should just be reserved solely for the victims here. I don't understand, if this is true, why they would be able to redact that kind of information on politically exposed individuals. And it doesn't apply to all politically exposed individuals, clearly, because Bill Clinton is completely unmasked here. He is just like raw out in the open in these photos, as well as others, like I mentioned. So it was, I guess there was exceptions for some of them. I'm not exactly sure how the ruling all worked. There's like a bunch of like nuance to it here. It's very confusing, but under no circumstances should there have been exceptions for these politically exposed individuals in the Epstein files and photos. That's really peculiar, and that really seems extremely corrupt because they should all be going to jail. Like, take, for example, Bill fucking Clinton here. This guy's like the Ronald McDonald to Jeffrey Epstein's empire of child sex trafficking. This guy is in so many photos with so much evidence to support how deeply involved he was as a client. We now have even more photos of him, and still nothing has happened to Bill Clinton. The only person with more photographs with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell is Trump. And speaking of Trump, he is doing everything in his power to ensure Maxwell has the easiest time imaginable. Maxwell, the only person, by the way, who has ever faced even an iota of punishment for all of the innumerable, unthinkable, heinous crimes with Jeffrey Epstein's empire of child sex trafficking, the only person who faced even the slightest punishment, he has now ensured went from a prison to a fucking summer camp where she gets to, like, pet training service dogs now, and she lives luxuriously there. It's pretty weird. I think it's very odd that these files are so heavily redacted. I think there's also a very good chance that the photos released were probably not the entire kit and caboodle. I would bet there were probably even more photos that we don't have access to and have probably been completely burned and buried somewhere that just don't exist anymore. That would be my guess. And if you're wondering about any new photos of Trump with Jeffrey Epstein or Maxwell, there's not really anything new there, but he does appear in a few of these photos they released, like this one where there is a framed photo of him with Jeffrey Epstein and Melania in between, as well as this right here where you can see two different pictures of Trump in the drawer. So overall, no like new photos of them together, but there is a framed one and a couple in that drawer, so he did like to keep photos of Trump around of the two when they hung out. And it's hard to say if there's any new evidence there because there isn't anything new in the files themselves since it's all fucking redacted. So the only thing like new here are some of these photographs, which also are redacted. And while I thought it was supposed to be reserved solely for victims, it seems as though there is the potential that it was also used to hide politically exposed individuals. I don't know if that's 100% confirmed or not, but there is now a lot of hoopla saying that this doesn't comply with what was actually sought, and they are looking to pursue further action because they redacted so much that they weren't allowed to. So I guess we'll see how it all shakes out, but holy shit, I still cannot believe what they released here in the state that it is. I can't believe they thought this would go over well with literally anybody to release hundreds of pages of pure redactions. That's unbelievable. But as far as the new photos go, I don't see how that's not actionable to at least try and investigate further. In particular, someone like Bill Clinton, who's here constantly. This guy's popping up like it's Where's Waldo, but he's really easy to spot. I don't understand how, if all of this information has existed for this long, and even in this administration that was denying its existence, why don't they do anything about what they have? I feel like it should warrant, at the very least, some further poking around to see what the fuck was happening here. Like, it just makes no sense to me until you start to realize that all of these people in power, this administration, the previous administration too, who also didn't release anything of substance when it comes to the Jeffrey Epstein case, still nobody's been punished. It's very clear when you realize that there are people on both sides of the political aisle here that are implicated, and should someone like Bill Clinton fall, there's a chance that many others do too that they don't want being exposed. I think that's probably why there's been so little action being taken. It's just so fucking sickening how blatant this corruption is just out in the open. And now with these documents they released, if you can even call them that, it's even more clear as day just how deep this rot goes. It's fucking absurd. Anyway, I had to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. Nobody wants to be a parent these days because then you have to, like, raise a human being. And what's the point in doing that? When the stork drops off that baby, why should you be the one responsible for raising it when you can just instead have technology do it for you? Sit that child down in front of an iPad, or if you really want to make sure they're set up for success, just have AI raise it. That's the era we're living in now, and I think that's pretty exciting stuff. No doubt we're going to be seeing a lot of superhumans amongst our species very soon, thanks to this upbringing. And I just watched an insightful, inspirational interview from Sam Altman on The Jimmy Fallon Show, where he talks about how he can't imagine raising his baby without ChatGPT.
And do you use ChatGPT when raising your baby?
I do. I mean, I feel kind of bad about it because we have this like genius level at everything intelligence sitting there like waiting to unravel the mysteries of humanity. And I'm like, why does my kid stop dropping his pizza on the floor and laughing?
I like how disconnected from humanity this android is. The thing he feels bad about isn't relying on ChatGPT to instruct him on how to raise a child. It's not having to entirely suckle on the titty of a chatbot to raise his own baby. What he feels bad about is that his questions aren't good enough because he's asking about, like, pizza on the floor. Which is a dog shit question, admittedly, and he deserves an atomic wedgie for being such an insufferable dork. Why are you even bothering to ask that? Well, that wouldn't even be something that I feel a normal parent would Google, because the answer is who cares? Your child will stop dropping pizza on the floor and laughing when it stops finding it funny. Shit, I'm 31 years old. I'd slap a pizza on the floor and maybe giggle about it right now. I don't even really understand why this would even be something that he'd need this information for. He finds it necessary to know when this behavior will stop, needing to know the exact ETA on when my child's going to be a grown-up. When's he going to stop pissing his little britches and just be a fucking adult about it? Put some hair on his chest. Now, what I could understand, and something I do see value in, is having that ability to ask a quick question and get, like, a quick answer to help you better understand something you're confused on. Googling shit has been around for 2 decades now, and I think that has been an invaluable tool for a lot of parents to get information on things, especially when it comes to, like, something generally medical that they could learn about in regards to raising their kid. But what Sam Altman is describing here is not that. What he is describing fundamentally boils down to, like, asking the ChatGPT service for advice on how to raise this child properly. It is basically getting AI's permission on what is normal, what is acceptable, and what he should do as a parent to raise this kid. That is so very different from what I believe the usage of something like this should be, which is just quick questions that a parent that actually wants to be involved in their kid's life, actually be a good parent, would utilize, much like Google has been for like 2 decades. But even in that case, we know Google's not infallible. So you would always get this information, take it with a grain of salt, but you would utilize it as a parent to do the best you could with whatever you were confused on. AI, we know for damn sure, it is far from perfect, and it is far from omniscient, contrary to popular belief. It makes innumerable mistakes. It fucking hallucinates. So, using AI as the sole source to raise your child is a recipe for disaster. And that is exactly how a lot of parents, no doubt, will utilize it. And the way Sam Altman describes it, it feels like that's exactly how he's already utilizing it, where the AI's word is law.
Yeah. You know, and so I feel like I'm not asking a good enough question, but it is, I cannot imagine having gone through that, like figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. Clearly people did it for a long time, no problem.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
so I know it, like
he was on to say he understands it's possible to raise a child without AI, which my jaw was on the floor when I heard that. I didn't know you could raise babies without AI doing it for you, so that was a shocking revelation hearing him explain that. And then he says that he personally just relies on ChatGPT for so much because it's such a huge part of his life, obviously. And then he spends another 3 or so minutes just kind of pitching ChatGPT to everyone on why they need to be hooked on that drug too. Why everyone should be using ChatGPT for everything. It is fundamentally just watching a marketing push for why ChatGPT should infect every single part of your life, and everything you do should be filtered through ChatGPT's permission to do so, and all of your knowledge should come from ChatGPT's fucking butthole. That is basically how this Jimmy Fallon interview goes, but he sprinkled in this nice little nugget here about how he actually uses AI to teach him how to raise a baby. And I'm being very generous when I say it teaches him how to raise a baby. He's just letting ChatGPT do it. At this point, Sam Altman, the human, is gone. The flesh and blood is not there. It is now just ChatGPT working him like a puppet, like a ventriloquist act. So ChatGPT is really the one that's raising this baby from the sound of things here, not Sam. Sam is gone. There is no Sam. Only Zool remains now. That's the parental figure to this baby from the sound of things. And it just happens to be wearing the mask of Sam. It's so fucking sad and pathetic, man. And I know he's far from the only one, and there's going to be, I imagine, so many parents that solely use ChatGPT to raise their child for them. It's actually nightmarish. One of the most basic functions of being alive is the idea of raising your offspring. That is one of the most core components of living. And we have reached a point now where a lot of people like Sam Altman just, can't do it without the advice of AI whispering in his ear what he should be doing. That is scary. And again, he's not going to be the only one. He's probably not even the only one right now doing it. But that is just so alarming. These geniuses here can't even just raise a child, something that humans have done since before we even had the ability to speak. We are now losing the ability to do because we rely so heavily on technology to fucking jerk us off and everything now. We can't do basic tasks. And people just proudly, willingly, just wiping their ass with basic knowledge that we've accumulated from so many years of learning because they'd rather have AI just do it for them. I read a really interesting study a month or so ago that was aiming to see if students at a handful of schools that they were studying were reading at the proper reading level for what grade they were in. And they found that a large percentage of the students in these grades were not capable of reading at that level that you would expect them to, at least based on all of the past data and what grade they're in. They were not reading at the appropriate level. And my hunch, this wasn't necessarily in the study, but I would imagine it's because AI has become so prevalent and so many students shamelessly, openly, willingly talk about how they rely on it to do the work for them fundamentally. So if you're getting assigned a reading, report or something, they'll just have AI spit it out for them. Or they'll just have AI summarize the things they need to know for whatever the assignment is. So a lot of kids are growing up without even being able to do what kids from the past were able to do. So even though we have all these advancements, humans themselves, they are provably not as adept as past generations. And I think it's because there has become an over-reliance on things like AI to just do it for you. And you got fucking goofy goober Sam Altman here, who's really leading the charge. He's getting up there like LeBron James. I let AI raise my child, and you should too. It's so good. AI, teach me how to raise a baby. Wee. It just sucks. That's what it boils down to. It is just fucking awful. Now you're taking the humans out of parenting itself. Eek. That's no good. Boo. Boo, Sam Altman. Boo. Very bad direction. Very bad thing to be preaching about the value of using AI to basically raise your kid. Anyway, though, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's about it. See ya. Good news and bad news. Let's start with the good. We'll feed you the dessert before we give you the vegetables. A prankster whose content revolves around terrorizing and harassing strangers in public is facing jail time in France. The bad news. It's only 6 months. His name is Elon Magnaron, or online known as Amine Mojito, or Amin Mojito, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it. But his pranks were some of the classics that I'm sure we all grew up with and still giggle at, like we're getting tickled in our tummy. Like going to random strangers in public and jabbing them with an empty syringe and then running away, leaving them with the trauma that they may have just now been injected with either a drug or some kind of disease. Get pranked, nerd, right?
Mais nous avait menti. Ça va pas?
This is his peanut butter and jelly prank right here, the feel-good one. He's done this a lot from what I can tell. I've seen tons of clips and videos of him just going up to people with that syringe and just, giving them the old stab on the street there, leaving them to just panic, wondering if their life is now just drastically changed from some fucking unhinged lunatic now. Now, from what I can tell, the syringe is capped. So he's not actually, penetrating the skin or anything with it. But the victims don't know that. All they feel is that hit against their skin, and then this guy with a syringe. Obviously, you are now going to start worrying in a big way.
Mais, depuis mois d'octobre, chien, casse-toi.
Ah! What are you doing?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
Apparently these videos had caused a huge stir in the country, and the Paris criminal court handed him a 12-month prison sentence with 6 to be served behind bars in the slammer, and the remainder suspended over charges linked to harassment, threats, and prior offenses. Yeah, so I don't think 6 months is nearly long enough for something like this. This is unbelievably degenerate. This is just downright evil. Imagine, you're just hanging out in public, sitting on a bench, maybe on a phone call, waiting for the bus, whatever, and then some fucking douchebag here, who himself has been injected with cringe clearly, comes up and hits you with a syringe, leaving you to wonder, what was that even about? And then, let's say he does try and clarify, it's just a prank, it's just a prank. Well, how do you trust that? How do you know it's just a prank? You have no way of fucking knowing if he is now just lying, and he really did just inject you with something, a drug, a disease, whatever. That's extremely scary. If that shit happened to me, I would be living at a doctor's office for a year. I'd be like a lab rat being tested every single day just to try and ensure for my own mental well-being that I didn't just get injected with the fucking T-virus or something from this guy. And I just don't think the courts went hard enough on him. They argued that his actions amounted to harassment, even describing him as a public menace. He also apparently already had a history of legal trouble, including prior accusations of assault and harassment. No! I'll eat my left shoe. I can't believe it. I haven't been this surprised since I learned Batman was Bruce Wayne. You're telling me the guy who thinks it's okay to walk around and stab people with a syringe on the street is someone who also has already had run-ins with previous accusations of assault and harassment? That doesn't make any sense. This guy, the prankster, the jokester, the turbo prank guy? No, that can't be. But at the end of the day, maybe this is all just a big misunderstanding, because according to him, the videos were just meant to entertain and make people laugh, which is so clear because everyone was having a big hoot and a holler after thinking they just got stabbed with a syringe in public. Everyone was giggling. He admitted in court, though, that he now regrets the content and underestimated the fear it caused. Victims testified to feeling genuine panic at the thought of being attacked with a needle, especially in an era where health concerns remain high. At the bar, he acknowledged that he himself would have feared if someone approached him with a syringe. I also find the audience for this kind of content, the fucking goobers who laugh at it, encourage it, and just find entertainment in it, are almost as pathetic as the pranksters themselves. I truly think this kind of content could be like a clinical diagnostic tool for mental disorders, because if you like this kind of shit, there's something wrong with your brain. You are actually just a full-blown fucking loser. Legal experts say the ruling highlights growing concerns over the limits of online prank culture and the responsibilities influencers must bear when creating viral content. Mojido's case has reignited debate in France about where free expression ends and public safety begins. How is there even a debate there? How, in any way, shape, or form, does this fall under free expression? He is going around harassing and assaulting people, making them believe that they have just been injected by a mysterious substance in a syringe from some fucking weirdo. In what way is that free expression? Are you allowed to just go up to someone in France and just punch them in the face? Or what about just some fucking whack job on the subway jerking off and, like, ejaculating onto a stranger? Is that free expression too? Like, this isn't a free expression argument. Even though he didn't actually have the syringe filled with a disease or a drug or anything and wasn't, like, actually penetrating the skin or anything, it doesn't matter. The threat of it was still there, and he still did enact it on strangers. So, what if it was a gun? What if he had a gun, was pointing it in people's faces, saying, "I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you"? It's just a prank, it's just a prank. Is that free expression as well? I just don't know how this can even be like an argument that's being had in France. Maybe it's just a prank, bro, is like an actual really sound strategy, which apparently employs free expression into it in some way. If you just say it's just a prank, bro, you get off very light with anything, maybe, which is crazy to me. Like I said, I don't think 6 months is nearly enough for this. And from what I was reading, apparently there's even been, like, scares in France at, like, festivals where people were, like, worried or had expressed run-ins where someone was, like, injecting people, like, with needles, apparently with, like, drugs or something. I don't know if that was ever confirmed or not, but, like, that fear is already there. So this kind of prank preys on that, making it even worse. So it's just so fucking degenerate. I'm glad he's at least going to jail for a little bit, but it's not enough to teach him a lesson or anything like that. Like, I am pretty confident when he gets out, he's gonna go right back to this shit. He's hopping right back on the saddle. This isn't even like a deterrent to other pranksters or anything, because 6 months isn't like a long period of time there. They might deem all the internet attention worth it, because they'll get out and still have that audience that they built up from this trash. So again, while I am happy he is getting some time in the slammer, because even that seems pretty rare, even for the most diabolical of pranks, I just think it needs to be taken more seriously in order to prevent more of this kind of behavior in the future. So anyway, that's really about it. Just more dog shit prankster activity out there. See ya. This just looks like a domestic dispute, not even a wrestling match. Oh, good God. Oh, he was never coming back from that.
As I said in Season 1, I have some cleaning up to do.
Season 6?
And one of the problems I've run into
Holy
is that
shit.
there seems to be 2 X-Men here at CHW.
Which X-Men? Is it Jean Grey? Because she's got a new movie coming out.
Fucking backyard wrestling hardcore motherfucker. So we're gonna have
This guy is
a
hammered.
very special match.
Absolutely hammered.
I'm going to climb
It's
all over
It's symbolism.
the bodies
You wouldn't understand.
and ascend.
Introducing homeless John
Already
Wick.
have many exes. This is the only one I really want.
There's a very noticeable lack of energy here. Can somebody at least hit a plastic trash can with a drumstick to make some music? For the love of God. Oh, from out of nowhere! He's done it! Yeah, no, that definitely didn't feel good. Yikes. All 60 pounds of the meth addict just hit his hip. Whoa!
Good night, Central.
Good night, Central. His special move!
Oh, sorry, sir.
And the neighbors saw the whole thing, crying out for his fence that now had one man's asshole and one man's face plastered on it. Oh, I feel like that's just actually his angry neighbor. Oh yeah, he's about to get deleted. Just like America's Got Talent, he's hitting the X. Oh, is it over? Oh, here comes the Mortal Kombat fatality. He's gonna rip his dick off through his asshole. He was like an NPC in Elder Scrolls glitching out. Oh, it's a ninja! Straight from the temple at the mountain that Batman trained on in Batman Begins. The speed limit's 15 kilometers per hour, but they're going at least 50 with this kind of hardcore testosterone pumping action. Breaking the law. And bones. Get the weed whacker. Oh, Jesus Christ. Those will work too. Yeah, give him a vasectomy. Oh, even more strategic. The real weapon. Yeah, get him. Yeah, fucking blast him. Excuse me while I go back so we can all admire that display of balancing talent once. The big stunts is what the CHW's known for. Look at this. The fearlessness to stand on the chair. Not even the high-wire circus performers would dare do something this crazy. The adrenaline he must be feeling. Oh, man. Hardcore training. Oh, hey, it's these guys. Why is there no music when these guys are involved? They make it like ASMR backyard wrestling.
See, I didn't come alone today.
Clones Clone.
Yeah, I got myself a
Clones Clone, please. If Clones Clone comes out of that budget equipment right there, I'm going nuts. Shit. It's just a local weed dealer, whatever. It's a guy, yeah. And introducing her partner, her neighbor, this guy. Oh God! Getting right into it. Oh baby, that's a big one. Oh, he's got the cookie tray out. No, no smoke and mirrors there. He just hit his friend with the cookie tray and the toaster. No, this is getting too hardcore. Oh yeah, you didn't. Well, I at least respect that there's nothing fake about it. They just hit each other with toasters. You know, say what you will about the lore, or even the setup, but god damn it, I wouldn't want to be hit with a toaster. He lost his mask! Oh my god, when he loses his mask, it becomes very painful for everyone else. They're gonna light her on fire. No, please! I feel like this is just completely improv. No, there was no rehearsal. It's just like, hey guys, let's go in the backyard. I'll bring a wooden table, a trash can, and 5 popsicle sticks to shove up our asses. We'll see where it goes and film it for the CHW.
What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm playing Taxi Racer for the PC. Let's do this shit. Alright, here we go. It's a fucking utopia here. A tropical paradise. Arrow keys move. Buildings exist. Green circles are— oh shit! I guess that's the most efficient way to pick up a passenger, just run their ass over. The sidewalk is just a smaller road. Ran right into that building. If it wasn't made out of rubber, it could've got messy. What the fuck was that? A glimpse of the future? Just flashed across my screen telling me what's gonna happen next. But I know it didn't predict this type of speed! I'm just zipping through this city. Yeah, who needs brakes? We got buildings at our disposal. Check out the drifting. Collision at its finest. That building is demolished. This is some intense shit. Now I'm eating street lights. This is incredible. Somebody call a company that manufactures anus cream. Tell them there's a new sheriff in town. Taxi Racer. I'm just cruising through this abandoned city. Fuck. Shit. Damn it, what is this, bumper cars? Bitch! Fine, I'll go around. You son of a bitch! I can't go over any obstacles here. Oh, there we go, I guess I just dropped them off at the strip club. We got a paying customer. Overshot is paying radius. Don't worry here, hop in. What is he doing? Telling a horse to giddy up? Come on, hustle. This is a taxi you're entering into, not a fucking merry-go-round. We need to go fast and you're going slow. You don't want to be late for your appointment with death! I was hoping if I hit that hard enough you'd cease to exist. Why does slow shit McGee even need a taxi? I'm the only vehicle in this condemned city. Every other vehicle's already been consumed by this taxi company, along with all the civilians. He can just run to his destination without fear of slaughter and still get there in a reasonable time. Excuse me, building. I thought today was drive through the front doors of a building day. We're hanging a left. There it is. Oh shit! We almost exited reality. That was close. Fuck you, yellow light. There you go. Enjoy your building area. Another green circle. Another human. Get your titties in the... What the fuck? Isn't this the same person I just dropped off 50 inches ago at that building? He must have just walked in there, got a boner, and decided to call it a day. Now he just spontaneously decides there's somewhere he's got to be. Somewhere worthy of his time. He's probably going to go to a library now to get an erection and just peel out. Pardon me. I just really wanted to buy some coral. I only have 167 years before humans live in this city again. I gotta get my passenger to his destination quick. Completely missed the destination. Fuckle your seatbelt. We're going back for it, you son of a bitch. You wanted the taxi, so you're gonna get the taxi. Fuck that palm tree you wanted to look at. Fuck that palm tree too. Palm trees don't exist. You want to be dropped off on the sidewalk in the middle of nowhere, you bitch? Now your clone needs a ride. He's on a fucking treadmill getting to my taxi. Alright, where's he going? Oh shit. Physics gave up for a second. I don't give a shit, it's a fucking taxi. Why is this wild simulation of taxi driving called Taxi Racer? Who am I racing against? What am I racing against? My patience? It's just me transporting clones to unidentified locations in a post-apocalyptic city. Now I understand I'm racing the clock, but that doesn't mean you can call this a racing game. If that's my foe, you might as well call this Taxi Timer, or The Lion, the Witch, and the Taxi. This arrow can go thoroughly massage some ass cheeks. I'm taking my own route. Oh shit. My taxi got its wiener sucked by a cake bakery. I'm still... Oh, son of a bitch. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna follow the arrow. Just ran into every fucking store available. How many coral stores are in this city? Before the aliens invaded this area, the coral must have been flying off the shelves. What is this? There's like an ocean under the mountain next to the grass. Oh, what the fuck? The ocean is under the grass. This city is hiding an ocean under their grass. I don't give a shit. I'd rather climb the mountain. I can't climb the mountain. Alright. Well, now that I've found out their evil scheme... Oh, what the fuck? There's water under their buildings, too? This city is just hiding the ocean from the world. There's nothing I can do to stop them. I'm just a taxi. Best I can do is slam into their buildings and drive people slower. Oh, what the fuck is this? I've been eaten by a building. I can maneuver out of this. I am a taxi driver. Oh shit! What happened? Oh, what the fuck? This must be revenge for all the streetlights my taxi ate. The mystery machine will surely get the job done. Let's go! Full speed ahead! Oh, look at the speed! Look at the speed! Oh shit, slowing down is impossible. Alright, there we go. Fuck, I parked really far away. We'll be here till tomorrow. Alright, that was a quick 24 hours. Damn it. Turning in this wagon is not easy. Alright, there's a good turn. Parking inside a building, all part of this strategic planning. There we go. Good turn. Oh, shit. Good turn. Pinball. Good turn. There we go. Good turn. Damn it! I might as well start transporting people on a hoverboard. This is impossible to control. Goodness gracious. Anything that can be hit has been hit. What the fuck? I got caught in a giant spider web. Is this building a giant magnet that just pulled my taxi to it? This is preposterous. I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
There's plenty of sad, pathetic losers on the internet, but above them all stands one YouTuber named Onision. I have more respect for adults that film themselves shitting in diapers than I do for Onision. For those of you fortunate enough to have never heard of this guy, and I imagine that's most of you watching because almost no one remembers this guy, he's a fucking fossil on the internet that's only remembered as the butt of every fucking joke online now. But he used to be a pretty big YouTuber, a really shitty one. He had 3 shitty channels, one where he talked about shit horribly with these pseudo-intellectual hot takes, one where he made the worst skits ever created on the internet, and then one where he made the worst skits ever created and also talked about shit poorly. He's fallen into obscurity these days because over the course of his career he fell into many controversies such as reports of being abusive in his relationships, manipulation. He also used to have this series where teenage girls would send pictures of their body to him so he could rate them on it. It's all weird, fucked up shit. And for the last 2 or 3 years, all 3 of his channels combined for like 100,000 views a month, so he was pretty much dead on the internet. But this week he came up with a new strategy for gaining attention, which was posting weird, cringy 50 Shades of Grey fanfic shit on his Twitter, saying things like, I can't wait for you to fuck me, I want to wake up in the morning with your pussy around my asshole, things like that. And it was too hard for people to not make fun of him, because this man's just a human punching bag. Calling this guy a human is giving him a very generous title, because he's not. This dude's like a fucking pinworm. He just lives in your asshole and makes you itch, and to scratch that itch you have to make fun of him. He's pathetic. Imagine your life revolving around having to get made fun of just so you can make a paycheck. I really don't know how this cockroach can be happy with his legacy. His whole existence revolves around going online and making people hate him and laugh at him. Hemorrhoids have more support than Onision. Urinary tract infections have more fans than Onision. People like broken bones more than they like Onision. His real name is Greg. Greg, how can you be happy with this? If you ever have a child, don't you think that child's gonna be so fucking, just embarrassed of you? Oh yeah, what's your dad do for a living? Oh, he goes online just to get fucking laughed at. Oh great, that's awesome. Okay, cool. Bring him in for show and tell so we can laugh at him. It's fucking pathetic, and I didn't want to talk about this guy because he thrives off this kind of attention. Whenever someone mentions him, no matter how negative, it's always the only thing that even boosts his dead channels by even a slightest amount. But I figured since he's all over the internet right now, it was worth talking about because he actually is getting investigated for child grooming, which sounds about right given Onision's past and all of the alleged things against him. And also just taking one look at his content, it looks like the kind of shit someone that grooms children would make. But anyway, let me just show you a clip from some of his content so you get an idea for the kind of person he is and the kind of shit that he thinks is entertaining, even though it's some of the worst jokes of all time. Keep in mind, this came out this year, March 11th of 2019.
Donegan, in tonight's top story, a special ed school got shot up by a former U.S. Marine? Yes, according to our reports, 100% of the special ed students went ahead and died because instead of running away from the muzzle flash, they ran towards it. Apparently, for some reason, they mixed up the gunshot sounds with a popular rap song, and a lot of them kept screaming, "That's my bop!" One of the former U.S. Marine that shot up the school, coincidentally, was also the surviving teacher, who got a high five for making the world a better place.
Some real side-splitting comedy, Onision, real gut-busting stuff. Sticking your fucking head in between 2 dump trucks colliding would be less painful than sitting through an Onision video. This guy has absolutely no talent whatsoever. Now, I did promise I'd never make a video on Onision because for the last 3 years his entire channel and online presence across all 3 of his channels has been so incredibly dead that even mentioning it in like a fucking passing fart would be enough to kind of help it. So I didn't want to even take the chance because this is the only thing he does. He thrives off the attention, even if it's the worst negative shit in the world. It's the only thing that matters to him, and it does work because his channels have gone from 100,000 views a month across all 3 to now up to 3 million views a month on just a single one, all because of his Twitter antics and being investigated for child grooming. It's all he cares about. This is the kind of person he is. I mean, just take a look at this channel. Look at those views compared to the one he just posted today on his Twitter, which is about all of the drama and shit. It's the same for all of them. His channels have had a huge boost in views, which is extremely sad, and people are talking about his meltdown video, which is obviously just him thinking he's untouchable and trying to capitalize off the the drama. But he did actually lose his Patreon, which is great news, so that means he's now lost $10 a month that he was making over there. But yeah, anyway, just want to make this quick video talking about this fucking loser. Hopefully all this attention doesn't revitalize his online career. And yeah, that's it. So yeah. Review bomb battles aren't rare, but they are embarrassing. And right now there is a bloody showdown going on between Breaking Bad fans and Game of Thrones fans.
The most recent episode, In the Name of the Mother, was originally sitting at a 10 out of 10, which is quite common when a really good episode of a show releases because fans will flood the ratings with 10 out of 10s before it eventually settles a little bit lower when the less hardcore fans give it a rating, but there wasn't really a chance for this to happen. Soon after release, the episode started getting review bombed, as you can see by this perfectly natural voting distribution. I guess the show is either a 1 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10.
This shit is always so cringe. I've said it a million times. I think Breaking Bad is a perfect television series, and this episode in particular, I think 1000% deserves a 10 out of 10. Till the cows come home. If the universe lasts another 10 billion years before the heat death, I hope at that moment Ozymandias will still have a 10 out of 10 rating, because that's what it's earned. I think it is an incredible masterpiece. But that doesn't mean that nothing else can ever be a 10 out of 10. There can only be one. Shit, even the Sith in the fucking Star Wars universe had the rule of 2 at the very least. It's ridiculous how there's like this gatekeeping of 10 out of 10 from the Breaking Bad fans. So anytime something even starts to like encroach on that sacred ground, on the Ozymandias sacred ground, they start review bombing it without ever having seen it at all, just to fuck it. It's so embarrassing. Like, there's a group of people in every fandom that for some reason take it so seriously that they put the achievements and the accolades of the property they're a fan of on their own soul. So in this case, there are people whose entire identity and personality revolves around being a defender of Breaking Bad and ensuring that this 10 out of 10 remain unsullied by anything else coming close, and they'll fight tooth and nail for it. It's just so embarrassing because, like, they feel personally attacked because another show has an extremely good episode, like in this case, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms with In the Name of the Mother. I am a huge fan of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I already made a video recently glazing it, which thankfully has not aged poorly or anything because this show is only getting better. The finale airs tonight. I'm extremely pumped for it. And I think that this was an incredible episode of the television show. Do I think it would have stayed a 10 out of 10 without the review bombing? No, I don't think so, because it's not a 10 out of 10 episode. Very few things are. It probably would have settled in like the 9-7-ish range if I had to spitball, but the fact that it got review bombed in there and just fucking dragged to hell for the crime of just being an extremely good episode of a television series is so fucking silly.
Well, due to having a 10 out of 10, and the only other episode of a show with a 10 out of 10 being Ozymandias from Breaking Bad, when the review bombing started, people were quick to blame Breaking Bad fans. And I'm sure a lot of the review bombers were, but also some people just like causing chaos. Well, anyway, the news that Breaking Bad fans were review bombing the show went viral, and in turn, Game of Thrones fans decided to retaliate, review bombing Ozymandias, which held a rating of 10 out of 10 for basically 13 years. But after the recent review bombing is now sitting at a 9.7 with a massive 71,000 one-star reviews.
That is a very good point. There's no 100% confirmed evidence to suggest every single one-star review bomb that came out of nowhere was from Breaking Bad fans or anything. There definitely are people that just want to poo-poo on anyone's fun and do what they can to shove a little misery wherever they are able to. So it's definitely possible it's just people that did it for the sake of, you know, fuck you guys and that's it. But there were some very vocal Breaking Bad fans going through the marching orders of review bombing this and getting a lot of people on their side to do it, at least from what I saw. And what is clear is after that story went viral, as Dolan Darkus said, then Game of Thrones fans responded by review bombing Ozymandias, and now it is no longer at the 10 out of 10, which is just, that's an affront to God. Because I do think it is a 10 out of 10 episode. There's a reason why it's held a 10 out of 10 for 13 years. And now it's gone. Fizzled. Over what? Why? Why spill this blood? Why can't multiple shows be extremely good? Why can't there be 10 out of 10 episodes in more shows? I would rather that world as opposed to just one 10 out of 10 ever made. Like, I don't see why Breaking Bad fans get upset if there's another show that gets, teetering on a 10 out of 10 or extremely close, whatever, that they feel they need to start review bombing to keep it in line so that way there's only ever one. I would much rather a world where many shows are having 10 out of 10 masterpiece performances, because that's much more entertaining than just getting served dog shit.
Similar things have also happened in the past with Attack on Titan fans and Breaking Bad fans review bombing each other. You can tell it's bad because the next episode of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which actually hasn't even released yet, has also been review bombed. The entire thing is basically just next level unemployed activities.
True. Dolan's right. So yeah, even the episode that's airing in a couple of hours from now is already been review bombed here because of this pointless loser fight.
Here's some of the more pathetic reviews from either side. We've got this Breaking Bad fan giving it a 1 out of 10 and saying, Game of Thrones can never be a percent of Breaking Bad. Bunch of cornball fighting over this medieval slop, just stories of kings and kingdoms. I have seen better in that genre too, but this is too overrated, and review bombings won't even change the fact that Breaking Bad has been 10 out of 10 for more than a decade. And Game of Thrones, even in hundreds of years with hundreds of sloppy spin-offs, can never do it for once.
Jesus Christ, Junior, from the sound of your message here, it doesn't even sound like you were alive when Breaking Bad was airing. Holy fuck, did he write that review on construction paper with a box of crayons? My god. I think that is the perfect epitome for these review bombing soldiers here, the champions on the front lines of these review bomb battles between fandoms. That right there is the perfect summation of their mentality. Actual baby brain.
And we've got this one from a Game of Thrones fan. The last thing you're ever going to see is a Game of Thrones fan smiling down at you as you loose your rating. When people ask what happened here, tell them the North remembers. Tell them winter came for Breaking Bad. Not every story is about a chemistry teacher with ego issues. Some episodes are about character depth, atmosphere, tension before the storm, subtle storytelling.
Holy Redditor. I can actually hear the grease and fedora slipping off of his cranium as he typed that one up. To be fair, you have to have a high IQ to understand review bombing, am I right? Oh my goodness gracious.
It's just embarrassing, man. I mean, I guess Breaking Bad fans were the ones who started it. The best outcome I can think of is that IMDb just wipes all the fake ratings from both shows over the last few days, and the people involved go out and apply for a job or something. You're allowed to like both shows, guys. It's not a competition. Thanks for slopping by.
I don't know if that's something IMDb often does with getting rid of baloney, bogus reviews that are very clearly like this, a review bombing back and forth buttfuck fest. I don't know if they do that, but if they don't, probably should. I think it is such a crime that because of all of this hoopla, Ozymandias is no longer a 10 out of 10. And as Dolan said, it does seem like Breaking Bad fans were the ones that started this just completely unnecessary nonsense review bombing war, all because A Night of the Seven Kingdoms had a banger episode that was doing really well on IMDb. And now look where we are. All this bloodshed for what? Nothing to show for it. War. War never changes. Yeah, review bombs are cringe. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm going to be talking about some bullshit. I got on YouTube this afternoon and I was greeted with this jolly message. Most comment notifications will now be delivered by Google Plus and not to your inbox. Learn more. I have to say, it's about fucking time. I was always wondering why YouTube comments would show up in my YouTube inbox. It's really counterintuitive. I was really looking for them on my Google Plus account I don't own. Thank heavens they've implemented this feature. Now it's time to be honest. This is fucking preposterous. Obviously, Google is aware that Google Plus is biting the asshole right now. It has about 40 users, and that's just abysmal for Google standards. So what they're trying to do is kickstart Google Plus using YouTube, which is already a successful platform. So they're making you sign into Google Plus to view the comments on YouTube. But not only just to view the comments, you have to sign into Google Plus to make a comment. Look at this. I want to comment on my own video. I have to fucking sign into Google Plus, despite already being signed in on YouTube. I don't have Google Plus. I don't want Google Plus. I don't even want to know Google Plus exists. I don't use Facebook. I don't use any of that shit. Why do I need Google Plus to comment on an entirely different website? Now, I know I don't comment often, really not at all, I'm certainly not about to start, not now. I don't want to sign up with Google nuts. But I know a lot of people do like to comment, and this is just an unnecessary obstacle. Here's a video YouTube put out to justify their new system. YouTube comments just got better. That's a rather subjective claim. Is there supposed to be no audio for this? Start a conversation on YouTube. You couldn't do that before, so I'm glad that's here now. Well, there's still no audio. That's terrific. I guess it really doesn't matter. The audio for this is probably just the sound of a fork twirling around in spaghetti, because this new commenting system is some soggy dog shit. I couldn't think of a more adequate soundtrack for it than that. See comments you care about up top. Well, that's rather hostile. So if you're not up top, you don't even matter. No one cares about your comment. You're just some loser. It's a very nice message to promote YouTube. Join the conversation. The new YouTube comments blow. YouTube, blow us. Let's read the official blog. Let's say you're enjoying Lindsey Sterling or Epic Rap Battle's latest video and want to join the conversation. Would you rather see comments from people you care about, including Lindsey or ERB themselves, or just whoever in the world was last to post? So everyone out there that doesn't have over 1 million subscribers, you can go fuck yourself. No one wants to read your comment. Isn't that what you're trying to say, YouTube? You bastards, that's just downright wrong. We told you recently that better commenting is coming to YouTube. When that will arrive, we'll never know. What else we have here? Remember, you're in control of how you're seen publicly on YouTube, whether that's keeping your current YouTube channel name using your own name or creating a new one. That's something I want to talk about right here. Using your own name. YouTube will not stop asking me and everyone else to use their real name. Every time you say no, they just assume that you were wrong and says, "We'll ask again later." They just think you're going to wake up the next morning miraculously and say, "You know what, I was wrong yesterday. I want to use my real name on YouTube." They think you're losing sleep over saying no. It's fucking stupid. If you say no, they shouldn't keep asking. They're just waiting for you to slip up and say yes by accident. Then your real name's out there, and you're fucked. Now, I've been on YouTube for around 7 years, and it's undergone a lot of changes throughout that time, and people complained about those changes, but they weren't all bad. This one right here is terrible. It is the worst feature YouTube has ever tried to add. Now, I can think of 2 features they've added that were really good, though. The transition from the star system to the like system, and they had a feature not too long ago where if you clicked on a video, there was a drop-down menu above the video that you could click on and you could bring up videos from that same channel. And that was just a cool way to navigate a channel. They've blasted that feature off the site, but it was pretty cool. Back on topic, this new commenting system is just not good. And also, this message right here can go fuck itself. I don't know what this message means, but it's on top of every video I watch, and I'm tired of it. This message is a piece of shit. And I know I'm tardy to the party here, but the one channel thing that they're using here on the YouTube channels, that can go fuck itself as well. Now, to wrap up here, people shouldn't be forced to sign up for something they don't want that isn't even related to the site they're trying to use. I understand they're trying to integrate Google Plus into YouTube, but they really shouldn't do that. Or if they're going to do that, make it an option, not a requirement. It's just not the right approach at all. And unfortunately, I seriously doubt YouTube will change the commenting system. They'll probably do exactly what they've always done in the past, which is just force people to accept it. And that sucks because the commenting system is just not good right now. Really, YouTube as a whole is hard to navigate. They really, really need to do something about YouTube in general, not just the commenting system. The whole site is really convoluted. It's just a massive clusterfuck right now. They do need to fix YouTube. But I doubt they will. Hopefully they do. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm playing Die Shippers Vonde Chameleon for the PC. Let's do this shit. I know this game is based on a movie, a Dutch movie. I don't know Dutch, can't read Dutch, don't know what I'm looking at here. Let's Linton. Alright. Seisten Hekel. I don't know how to pronounce that, I don't know what it means. I'm just gonna hit enter. Bestering Medhet Totens board. Alright, Ranum. Let's rock and roll. Here we go, now we're talking. Watch out, Hydro Thunder, here comes the shippers. Get the fuck out of here, little boat. What do you think you're fucking doing? Oh, shit! Now just doing a little backflip, little style. Oh, wow. That tugboat was having none of my ass bacon. Wow. Rest in peace, tugboat. It just sank. Oh, shit. Shit! Damn it! Am I controlling a feather on the water? Oh, son of a bitch! Come on, level out. Alright, there we go. The kids were drowning, but at least the boat's alright. I mean, they're not really humans either. They're just little Lego people here. What is this, rockets? Oh, shit! That was suboptimal placement of the rockets. Oh, here we go, underwater again. That's where I'm supposed to be, considering this is a incognito submarine. Let's fire these. There we go, get that out of here. Little can of beans, little can of peanuts. What am I supposed to do with these? Just offer them to people? Nope, there we go. Gotta make sure to run into every single thing you can possibly see when you're operating a boat. That's rule number 1. I cannot stop this boat from capsizing. There we go. Is this a cell phone? T-Mobile? Alright. Excellent advertisement. In a high-quality game such as this, I'm sure to buy a T-Mobile device after I finish the race. What does it even do? Alright. Gives me a little boost of speed, I guess. Alright. A T-Mobile boost, if you will. Alright, well, I guess I was wrong. It gives you the ability to jump. Now that is completely useless. Come here, you little can of oil. Super speed, yippee! This is fun. Oh! Little bumper cars action here. That's sure to get me back in the race. I guarantee all the people in these houses are looking out the window wondering what 2 cigarettes are doing operating a boat. Oh, get out of here, tugboat! Ooh, now that was a filthy turn. My goodness. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. I guess that little boat's equipped with some anti-missile defense system. Oh, it didn't help you there now, did it? Oh, look at T-Mobile. I love T-Mobile. Thanks, T-Mobile. Die Shippers von de T-Mobile. So many mobile T's. Are those sheep over? Oh, look at all those sheep. Yeah, those are sheep. I love sheep. Die Shippers von de Sheep. Eat my propeller, green buoy. More T-Mobile, thank goodness. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, shit. Shit. Not on my watch. Get out of here, yeah. How do you like that? Swatted out of midair. Where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going? Are we going in the same direction? What a coincidence. I'm just gonna get there a little bit faster than you. Rendezvous 3. How about you rendezvous at my dick hole? Yeah, please don't go to my dick hole. I can't exactly fit an entire tugboat up my urethra. I am gonna catch this bitch up here, though. Get back here. Come here. Are you taking some T-Mobiles from me? Are you sapping my signal? No, sir. Oh, shit. Pile up. Hot air balloon in the distance. Keep your head on a swivel, gentlemen. Fucking Captain Ahab's soaring overhead. He's taking the express route. Alright, that's splendid. Just go ahead and leave me in the dust. I like dust. Care to jump in the water and help me out a little bit, sheep, you selfish pricks? Oh, can I catch this person? Yes, yes. Come on, baby. Oh, fuck. Come on, Big Daddy needs a 4th place. Oh, that's a pleasant surprise. Foapy. Alright. Yes, that is some foapy action indeed. Not even the computer can control this fucking boat. Look at it go. It's just hitting everything. I'm not even controlling it right now. It really speaks volumes about the controls when the computer can't even keep it on track. What's really disturbing, though, is that there's no sound in this game at all. Maybe it's just the copy I have, but there's not a single sound to be heard. It's just not... Yep, this isn't the right way. That's fantastic. How about a little warning next time, like, hey, pal, imminent hairpin turn coming up, brace, or be ready. That would have been lovely. Oh, awesome, here we go. Yep, boat's just sticking up in the air like an erect Moby Dick. Fucking incredible, last place again. But at least I'm not alone, I have my T-Mobile device here. All these T-Mobile phones and shit makes me feel like I'm watching Shark Tank. This game really does need sound, though. This is just absurd. Well, then again, the only sound I'd be hearing is blah 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 from these 2 assholes drowning. Fucking goodness. When did NASA create a flying boat? And why are they allowing 2 billiard cue sticks to operate it? Oh, here we go. Go, Rockets, get him. Take him to an overpriced restaurant. There we go. I know that hit. Those Rockets wouldn't let me down. I'm just having too much damn fun right now. Oh, it's my nemesis, my rival. No. He's playing dirty. Level out, come on. We're still in this, we'll get him. I tell you, if my wiener was any harder, you could use it as a pull-up bar for Ewoks. What is this? Oh, torpedo. Perfect. That ought to help me do nothing. Excellent. Oh, fucking damn it. Shit. The current's taking me away. It's having its way with me. No, fuck. Come on. There we go. Oh, milk cartons. Excellent. Deploying old milk. That ought to show him. Go, Rockets. Mow his lawn. Oh, there we go. There we go. I can catch up now. Come on. We got this shit. This is our shit to get. Yes, Ronde 2. Ronde Barber. Faster than a bullet, more unstable than francium. This boat... Oh, shit! That is an advanced technique. We call that the diving oak tree. It's a move known only to the most advanced of boat conductors, such as myself. Alright, the nipple tampons were intercepted in mid-flight. Someone please inform the Pentagon. Oh, round 2? Alright, the anti-air capabilities of these trees and grass are certainly noteworthy. Oh, there we go. Fope, 5th place. Not bad. Omi's polder. Show me shoulder. That is the English pronunciation, I believe. That is pretty fucking unfair right there. Whoever gets to the can of titties first gets a huge advantage over the rest of us. You know, but then again, who are the rest of us anyway? We're just a bunch of plebeians. Who the fuck cares about us? Oh, come here. Come here, first place. Get over it. Damn it. Come on. Level out. Here we go. Here we go. What do you think you're going, first place? The only place first place is going is to me. Which means first place should be running backwards. Fuck. No one outruns me. Oh, you fucking cheater. Flying boat. I am the fastest boat on the water. Although this doesn't even look like water. It just looks like carpet that's wrinkled. Oh shit, no, fuck! Oh, fuck, I didn't see that propane tank till the last second. No, 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 don't fuck! Shit! You deranged lunatic! What the fuck was that about? He just flew in there at Mach 5 and gave the damn tank a kiss. Alright, I guess he just thinks they're candy. Ran into 2 of them back to back. He went out of his way for that one. He made a conscious decision to touch that one. All power to him, though. He's living the dream, doing what he wants. I'm coming for first. Oh, yes, perfect. Thank you, Bridge. Just snuck by him for first place. It certainly bridged the gap between first and second place. I'm in the lead now. What's up? No, I've got it. I've got it. Come on, bastard. Come on. Fuck. Stay steady. Yes. Go. Go. Please. Yes. Excellent. First place. Fope. 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 Utslag. Fucking perfect. First place. That's what I'm talking about. A little award ceremony here, alright. There's 3 kids and then Elvis Presley there. They're all cardboard cutouts, it seems. And they're all floating above the stand. You know, I don't even care that I didn't win, though. We came in second place. We fought hard for it. That's good. Druk op inter am door tigan. Words I don't understand, but I'm sure that they mean congratulations. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
You gonna participate in Kodansha's Manga Academy contest? Anyone can compete? Oh, I should make my own manga. Holy, that goes crazy. I can't draw for shit, but maybe I could be like one. I can get Murata to make the actual manga. Imagine. But to be honest, one's webtoon, like, it really didn't look that bad. It was fine. Kodansha is opening its doors to the world as our first unified global scouting project. Not just another manga award, but a search for the raw, the bold, and the yet-to-be-discovered talent across borders. We're not looking for perfection, we're looking for potential. Okay. You get a cash prize, 300k yen. Okay. Do I get like a deal with them? I get featured, but I don't get like a deal? It's about $2,000. Okay. So it's 2K, own editor, and publication on manga platform. Alright, gotcha. I thought, the way I was reading this, it seems more like you just get one spotlight. They just feature it once. But if you get like a deal, that's good. That sounds cool. The man who forgot how to poop manga, here we come. Yeah, I'll submit a bunch of my ideas. I will submit the woman birthing herself to achieve immortality. That might be the way to do it. A shotgun approach, just everything all out there at once. What are some of my other banger ideas I've had? The Yanny and Laurel one. That only works as a movie. Skynet manga. Skynet manga, that's a good idea. But if you win, would you actually go to Tokyo? No. No, I'd ask someone to go in my place. A body double. I can't fly. Oh yeah, we could go for one of those like long title ones. That's good, that's a good idea. I used to be a shitposting loser, but then I leveled up to level 900 when I got whisked away from my magical refrigerator and I gotta defeat the Shadow Lord before breakfast. That kind of thing. Yeah, that actually goes hard, write that down. Yeah, it's a good one, that's a good idea. That might have legs. Rooster fight is a thing, so anything's possible. Rooster fight's cool, though. The animation that I commissioned is a really good idea. I just don't want to blow my load on it in too many spots. I'd rather the animation come out first, so I'm not going to rip that for the manga. Not the Godslap one, the other one. So I don't want to ruin that one yet, because I think it's a great idea no one's done. So that one's got to stay in the old steel trap. Shueisha's manga contest could be next, though. We can submit tons of good manga, though. It doesn't have to just be one. We can do both. Maybe this isn't such a bad idea, actually. Imagine. Can anyone submit ideas? Yeah, it's apparently anyone. You submit your manga. It's not ideas, you submit a manga, by the way. I think it'd be fucking worthless if you just feed them just 2-sentence ideas. They want like a product. How much AI shit do you think they'll get? So much. They will get so much, I bet. Sounds like they're looking for artists more than people to write stories. Probably. That would be my assumption. They'd probably prioritize the style over the writing. I would think. Maybe not, though. Oh, this guy's onto something. AI fuck my mother, so now I must hunt down with the Demon Lord in order to find the creator of the AI, but on the way I find a robot that I fall in love with. I think you've got something there, Deku. Adapt your League documentary into a manga. Wait, you're kinda cooking. Based on a true story. That might be the way to do it. It's not a bad approach. It's definitely not a bad approach. That's for sure. A tournament manga, but scalpers fighting over Pokemon. Instantly sued. You lost the contest and you got Nintendo knocking at your door. You're cooked, bro. That's never gonna work. Would you ever visit other countries without flying? Probably not. Yeah, we'll see. Who knows? Make a Baki spin-off about Unnamed Cop 1. Oh, generic police officer? That could be a cool idea. A character who never actually participates in any of the fighting or the story itself, but is always a witness to it. So you experience the story through his eyes, because he just happens to be in the right place at the right time to see everything unfold. You can travel by boat, though. Terrible idea. I would never travel anywhere by boat that far. An awful, awful journey. I thought people in Florida love boats. True. Boats are fine. Boats across international waters over the course of like a 2-week trip? Fuck that. I got no problem with boats in general. Going out and fishing and stuff, but I would never fucking take a 2-week voyage to go somewhere on boat. Your requirements for flying is having a fighter jet with military pilot and parachute rig. So would you travel on a boat to another country if the captain was Navy? Yeah. Oh, for sure. If for some reason the fucking Navy was like, oh, Charles, you wanted to go to Sweden? Yeah, hop aboard. We're actually heading that way right now. I'd do it, yeah. At that point. Because if anything goes wrong, I'll just take one of the choppers out or something. Yeah. For sure. Hey, we're about to park this aircraft character in Sweden, leaving from Tampa. You want to hop aboard? I'd absolutely do that. Or Japan or something, wherever it's going. Like you would know how to fly a chopper. I wouldn't fucking fly it, but I'm assuming if something went catastrophically wrong, everyone would be taking choppers out of there and I'd just hop aboard. But if the military's already willing to chauffeur me around, then yeah, I'd just take the fighter jet. It wouldn't be my first choice. If the military for some reason was willing to use resources to let me travel somewhere, I'd do the fighter jet. With parachute. And on the lap of the jump master. But that's flying. It's not the actual act of flying that scares me, it's the act of dying in a plane. But if there's like backup strats, like failsafes, like there isn't a jet with the ejector seats and all of that stuff, oh, I'd for sure do that. Pretty sure everyone's afraid of dying. Exactly! Which is why it's completely rational to be afraid of flying. That's what I'm saying. So you get it. See, you're starting to understand it. What about a blimp? There's only like fucking 4 blimps left in the world. No, man, I wouldn't take a blimp. That's waiting for a disaster. Fucking Hindenburg. Well, hopefully we can connect countries with those speed trains in our lifetime. Yeah, that'd be cool. I like that idea. I also am waiting for Pangea 2. When everything just comes together again, then I'll just take long road trips. Either one of those would be great for me. We need teleportation. That'd be cool too. That one I don't think's ever happening, but... Well, I also don't think Pangea sequel's happening anytime soon either, but... Teleportation I know's not happening. But maybe like pneumatic tubes or something from continent to continent. But I feel like... That'd be fucking awful. You'd definitely just die in transit there. He'd just blow you to pieces with the speed. That's probably off the docket. Sora is getting shut down. Yep, I saw the good news. I know. A pretty great day. It was a double whammy because then Disney announced that they're pulling that $1 billion commitment that they had made to, like, let OpenAI train on Disney characters. I did see that they're still tinkering with the notion of Disney having a strong AI presence, but last I saw, they're no longer doing the OpenAI deal. And that came on the back of them announcing Sora's shutdown. Glorious. Finally something to smile about. OpenAI is winding down Sora, the video generation app it launched to much fanfare last year that signaled a bigger push into creative tools and social media. OpenAI is shuttering the standalone app to focus on other priorities. As we focus and compute demand grows, the Sora research team continues to focus on world simulation research to advance robotics that will help people solve real-world physical tasks. Sounds a lot better than just a lot of shitposty Sora AI videos and AI-generated anime. God, it's such good news. I read somewhere, and I don't know if this is confirmed, that they were losing like $10 million a day on Sora. And that just put a wet spot in my trousers reading that. Oh, it's so good. This must be what it felt like when my grandparents watched the moon landing. Yeah. I imagine it was much of this sensation. Oh, so good. We respect OpenAI's decision to exit the video generation business to shift its priorities elsewhere, Disney spokesperson said. We'll continue to engage with AI platforms to find new ways to meet fans where they are while responsibly embracing new technologies that respect IP and the rights of creators. Yeah, that's a bunch of fucking hogwash there, Disney. Can't wait for the AI bros to start tweaking. I doubt they're taking it that well, but who knows, maybe they're being very understanding of it. Let's check the OpenAI subreddit. No, even they don't seem to care all that much. AI generation tools are like a hydra. You cut off one head, 4 more take its place. Sora was a big head to cut off, though. That is good, no matter how you spin it. No, you gotta check out r/defending AI art. Why do antis do that? AI slop. Why did you come to an AI sub then? Probably just to make fun of you would be my guess, man. These are like real Redditors. Like the quintessential Redditors. Just, I can tell based off this one meme as their top post. Holy. Not gonna lie, I don't think we should correct the Sora dead AI's overcrowd. If they are dumb enough to think Sora is the only video gen AI, then let them believe it. If they think AI is truly dead, then maybe they will stop raging on the internet. Who thinks Sora is the only video generating AI? Are they fucking lost in the sauce somewhere? No one thinks that. Not a single human being on the planet thinks that. People are just happy to see Sora get the plug pulled. Also, this is a terrible meme. People 10 years ago, imagine a future where AI does everything for you. Life would be so much simpler today when they see something made by AI. The idea here would be they do all the chores and shit no one wants to do, like the good use of AI, as opposed to just video generating celebrities screaming the N-word, or like garbage like fat people breaking bridges or whatever. How are these two even related? Or just taking jobs from artists. If only the Fruit Love Island TikToks were made with Sora. Yeah. That will persist though. Fruit Love Island continues. As sad as that is to say out loud. It does live on. Oh yeah, I saw that the family that got offered $26 million to sell their farmland to AI data center, and they said no. Well, let me see if I can find the link to that real quick. That was so fucking cool, man. That's a real patriot. What was her name?
To that offer.
Yeah, a woman and her mother in northern Kentucky, get this, they just turned down a $26 million offer for their property because they don't want to see a data center built there. Local 12's David Witter spent the afternoon with these.
A little bit more than that. They were talking about how much the land means to them. They've had the land for generations. They've lived there for so long. They also use it to like feed their community and everything. So the land means more to them than the money ever could. And also, they basically just say, fuck data centers. They don't want to see the land get destroyed for it. Huge W, though. Huge W.
India.
Stay and hold and feed a nation. If it's my way, I'll stay and hold and feed a nation. 26 million doesn't mean anything.
Some people might find it hard to understand how Delcia Bear can turn away a $26 million offer to buy some of her land until you spend a little time with her walking the dirt road she grew up on and in the house her daddy built.
My grandfather and great-grandfather and a whole bunch of family has all lived here for years, paid taxes on it, fed a nation off of it, even raised wheat through the Depression and kept the bread lines up in the United States of America when people didn't have anything else.
Delcia is one of dozens of landowners.
So good. 26 million. 26 million. I saw some intellectuals raising their pinky and saying, well, if she was smart, she would have taken the offer and then built a bigger and better farm. And I hate that perspective, man. That shit is so ass. I think her perspective makes the most sense. This land means more than the money does. She doesn't need 26 million for a bigger, better farm. She's got the perfect farm that's been in her family for generations, does exactly what she wants, has everything they want, everything they need, everything they want to do, keep feeding the nation, taking care of the cattle, everything. The fuck does 26 million do for you there? You've got what you want. You've got it. The money does nothing. And it's exactly what her mom says, too.
They call us old stupid farmers, but we're not. We know whenever our food is disappearing, our lands are disappearing, and we don't have any water. And poison, we know we've had it.
Oh, come on. AI data centers don't do that. Except for every single time they're installed. But surely this time would be different. No, this time they've got it all figured out. They worked out all the kinks. There's no way they're going to keep sapping all the water and ruining everything. That's not going to happen again. They got that all fixed.
Sia's mom, Ida Huddleston, is now 82 years old. She says she does not need the money or the hassle. She was born on this land and she plans to die here And she certainly does not trust the promises made by the AI companies or the people who want them to build here.
What do you mean you don't trust the promises from the AI companies? Who's more reliable than these AI corporations run by these fucking zombies at the top? They only ever tell the truth with realistic expectations and exactly what's going to happen. If you can't trust them, who can you trust? It's like saying you don't believe in Santa Claus. Holy shit, no faith in AI companies?
So what do you say to the people who are in town that say, hey, this is going to bring jobs, this is going to bring economic prosperity?
I say they're a liar and the truth ain't in them. Is what I say.
No, that's impossible.
For Delcia,
a scam
or not, she says she's connected to her home like Scarlett O'Hara.
Grok, is AI a scam?
As long as she was attached to that land.
Are AI data centers a scam, Grok? And then put me in a bikini.
That's exactly.
Love that. See, that is the perfect American attitude right there. Love that. I saw this earlier today. It's been a great day for AI, honestly. Sora shut down, Disney pulling out of the open AI deal, and then this. Lovely. One of my friends used your clip saying AI is good in the medical field on a graduate project and the doctors liked it. That's good to hear. Hey man, I've been screaming that from the mountaintops. I love AI's usage in the medical field, especially with some of the more like recent stuff we're seeing, like the one we went over with the dog, and using it to help make individualized medicine for the dog with cancer. That's a great usage of AI. That's the stuff that AI should be thriving in, instead of all the garbage that we have it used for right now with like the creative industry. That's what it should be explored with. Nah, fuck that, Grok. Make my dog fight Vegeta. True, that is more valuable. Charlie, you will sell your own farm for $26 million? Fuck no. If that same company rolled up and offered that for my land, I would say that no for sure as well. But, to be fair, I guess it's a little bit different for me, since I already have money. For someone like this, I think it's a much more powerful statement and a far more patriotic perspective to plant your feet saying, I don't want that money because the land and what we can do with the land means more than the money does. So I think it's far stronger coming from someone like this family than it ever would for me. They ruin the surrounding community, and yeah, there is just literally nothing good about an AI data center being installed. Clean water has lived to see another day. Yes, it has. Against all the odds.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Phobia, the Fear of the Darkness, for the PC. Let's do this shit. It is now loading. That is what it is doing. Phobia, the Fear of the Darkness. I really shouldn't have started playing this right now. I've got to take a shit. January 20th, 1998. My name is David Norton, and I have to take a shit. I was on the way to my new job outside the town. I was driving my Clifford mobile, it seems. It was my first day in the Clifford mobile. I had still a couple of miles to go before I shit my pants. Suddenly became a fierce snowstorm of shit in my trousers. My car crashed and I couldn't move it anymore. But the shit in my asshole was moving more than a car ever could. The storm were getting stronger and I was losing hope of making it to the bathroom on time. Then I saw a large manor in front of me, and I thought, hey, there must be a toilet in there. I knocked on the door a few times. The shit was ready to make my asshole explode oh shit, I didn't read it. Fuck. I just missed a crucial part of the story, but I've gotta take a massive shit. Alright, I've successfully given my toilet a snack. I'm sorry, I probably should have done that bowel movement before I started playing this. But we're in the house now, so let's see what we have here. What is this? Is it some type of trampoline? I don't think so. It must be like a desk. What is this? Wardrobe? Shitty wardrobe. That's a shitty clock. Controls. You actually think I'm gonna read the controls? Go fuck yourself, piece of paper. I've got it under control. Where am I supposed to go? All of these doors are locked. Every single door is locked. These doors exist to be locked. This is a big-ass house. And I'm very familiar with ass houses. This may just be the largest in the country. Well, somebody call I'm Surprised Incorporated. I've already been here. Siddhartha tried to find Nirvana. I just want to find where the fuck to go here. Can I open this chest? What is it? Enter? No, it's not doing anything. Holy shit! Did that just land? It landed perfectly on its top. Fucking goodness gracious, that is spooky. Locked. What are the odds? Oh, here we go, finally, something opened. This toilet looks like it could use a good plunging. Yeah, get in there, wine bottle, get it, fix it! That is an unclogged toilet now. There you are. What the fuck? Alright, what just happened? What the fuck? Oh shit, what the fuck is going on? I just unclogged the toilet and now I'm down here? These lights are on down here though. So I guess unclogging the toilet fixed the electricity. Yippee, that is some damn fine plumbing. I am the fucking powerful plumber. Unclogging this world, one wine bottle at a time. I got the lights on, I'm tired, I should find guest room. Alright, let's go. What the fuck is going on? What am I stuck on? What am I stuck on? I can't leave. Oh shit, the frame rate is fucking itself. What is going on? I've entered into a singularity, shit! Save yourself, wine bottle, get out of here! Go, run! Felt like I was just throwing a Super Bowl winning touchdown pass. My frame rate is at a rootin' tootin' 8 frames per second. Oh, there we go. Alright, why the fuck can I not move away from this chest? There's like a wall here. It's these books, isn't it? They've put me in a cone of isolation. You son of a bitch's fuck, I will rip all the pages out of every single one of you. I have an idea. I'm gonna save the game, and I'm gonna reload it from here, and maybe this invisible force field will be gone. Come on, Papa needs a new pair of nipple sprinklers. Yes. Shit, frame rate's still fucked up, but we've escaped. And I've got my wine bottle with me. We've done it. We have escaped the grasp of some hostile air. Where did my wine bottle go? Pardon me, excuse me, excuse me. I'm the king of boxes and wire spools. Bingo. Identify yourself, room. Now they want to go to sleep right away, alright. That bed looks cozy. What do you hit to use it? Is it enter? It is indeed enter. How's it going? Zoinks. The lights are off again. And I already unclogged the toilet. Somebody must have went upstairs and tried to flush a tank down the drain. No, who are you? Where are you going? Oh, fuck. They just slipped and fell. There's not even a wet floor sign here. That's just dangerous. That's a safety hazard. Goodness, I hope they're alright. They really ate it hard. I'm surprised their titties didn't get mummified on the way down. He really took it like a champ, though. I mean, he didn't say ouch. He didn't punch a kangaroo in the pouch. I'm gonna save real quick, actually. I don't want to get stuck on the air again and then have to go back to the earlier save. Anything upstairs? No, I've already been all fucking over. Oh shit, door opened. Are you cold? Do you need a blanket there? Whose fuck is shitting itself? There are so many loading screens. What is going on? These book fuckers are a different color. They're movable. They're movable, I knew it. I knew it. How am I gonna move them? Oh, I can actually pick them up. I can pick up a whole book fucker. I am the strongest man in the world. Yeah, goodness gracious. You were moved. I moved you. I hope you didn't like your previous area because I moved you from it. I actually knew these bookshelves were movable when I saw them. Because in cartoons and shit, when a object is a different color than the surrounding objects, it's because it's animated. I don't know if it applies to video games. It might have been a coincidence. Alright. Oh, look at that. They left me an army of wine bottles. Outstanding. Open, says Titty. There we go. There we go. Locked doors are no longer an obstacle. Oh, neither is a little wardrobe. Trying to stop me. Good evening. Are you the owner of this house? What the fuck are you screaming for? Why are you smacking me? You piece of shit. Why don't you throw yourself out of one of these windows? Oh, don't be trying to chest bump me. I need to find my wine bottle now. I need some defense. Wibbly wibbly. How do you like that move? The door maneuver. Oh, I guess somebody put glue on these stairs now. This is terrific. My frame rate's fucking up. This really isn't the time for my computer to be eating itself. I'm trying to run away from this zombie bitch thing. Where's the kitchen? I need that wine bottle. I need to be able to fight that bitch. Awesome. My frame rate again. I guess my computer is just popping some bubble wrap right now. It's not really paying attention to running this game. This is incredible. Oh, fucking piece of shit. A strategic ambush. Alright. Alright. I found it. The ultimate weapon. My Excalibur. I will throw this like a javelin. I will use this as a spear. I will piss in this and toss it like a grenade. I've got you now. Sneak attack, bitch! Oh, fuck. Alright, well, I'll just take the key then. Alright, why the fuck is the frame rate fucked up again? Damn it. Oh shit, he's still here! No, take that. Oh, the wine bottle didn't do anything. Damn it, wine bottle was useless. Run, run, run! No, fuck, shit! What happened? He fucking dove off the stairs after me. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel gave up. They threw in the towel and just said whoops-a-daisy. I think they noticed the plummeting stock price and tried to throw the parachute on last minute here to try and save it. And actually, it is working. Their stock is rebounding after they've announced they're just going to go back to the old branding and everything, which is definitely the right call because the new logo is just more of that minimalist corpo dog shit, just personality-less, sterile, chrome garbage. I use chrome in the way that it was used in SpongeBob, how everything's chrome. Well, when it comes to marketing, there's been a huge push over the last few years to do everything as simply as possible and take all of the creativity and soul out of, like, a brand identity. I don't understand it at all, just boiling everything down to plain text. And for Cracker Barrel, it's even more incomprehensible because their old logo was kind of iconic, and the entire reason people even go to Cracker Barrel is for the sake of nostalgia. To go to something that reminds them of being a kid and driving across the country to old Meemaw's house. Like, and you get like that whole blast from the past at Cracker Barrel. And now this whole new marketing campaign was about how they're modernizing it and changing it. Like, it's super stupid. Obviously, the people that are going to Cracker Barrel probably weren't going to respond well to it. And even people that don't go there weren't going to respond well to it because no one likes to see this fucking direction that companies take now. It was a lose-lose situation across the board. I don't know how they thought they could squeak a fucking W out from their butt cheeks here with this one. And now, after everything was going tits up for them, they've just desperately said, alright, you win. We're going back to the old logo, and we're not going to be making these sweeping changes. Their original statement after the backlash was that it was a vocal minority that didn't like it, so they tried the denial approach and drank a delusion smoothie. It wasn't saving them, so now they're trying to snap back to reality and trying to paint this as like a good thing, like, we listen to you guys. We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away. Our old timer will remain. It's like the end of a fucking MCU movie. Old timer will return. So now they're like, okay, I guess it wasn't a vocal minority. So we're gonna listen to you guys, because if we don't, I think we're gonna be ending up with our ass in the air getting fucked in the stock market. This now puts Cracker Barrel in an exclusive club of companies whose marketing was so bad they had to just pull the plug, get it off life support ASAP, and go backwards. This includes Coke, like with their new Coke push, an infamous marketing blunder. Also, HBO Max, where they changed to Max, but then eventually back to HBO Max. Again, I'm going to go off on a little tangent here. I really don't know what kind of scam is being run from marketing agencies on these big companies, but all power to them. They must be making so much money through coming up with the most simple, stupid ideas ever that any sensible person with half a brain would hear and be like, yeah, it's a bad idea. But somehow these marketing drones are able to convince these like fucking billionaires and like these super high upper echelon people on the food chain of massive corporations that they should completely redo everything and ruin their brand image because somehow that will make it fresh. I don't know how it's working for them. Well, I mean, it's not working for the companies, but it's working for the marketing agencies of convincing them that they need to be giving them hand over fist amount of money to do these awful changes. Again, these are changes anybody, like even someone at like a fucking elementary school would probably hear this and be like, why would Cracker Barrel do that? I don't like that. Actually, any human being would hear these changes and just, they'd naturally ask the question, why? But somehow these companies don't. Like, let's talk HBO Max. You have your marketing firm that's doing all the levers and pulleys on the doodads and whatever to try and help your company grow there with the streaming platform. And then one of them says, let's change the name from HBO Max, a name everyone knows and recognizes, to just Max. Does no one ask why? Like, why would you not just follow that up with a simple question, like a simple inquiry saying, but why? Because there's nothing to gain from that. You actually gain nothing. All you do is lose people that don't know what Max is now on their fucking TVs. Like, oh, what is this program here, Max? What'd you download here? Is this some kind of porn platform? What is this garbage? Get this out of here. Like, you just lose the entire identity of it. Like, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Especially in Cracker Barrel's case. They lost like $100 million overnight, and I have to wonder how much they paid for this huge rebrand and this huge push. The whole idea of Cracker Barrel is nostalgia. And this new push was about getting rid of the nostalgia. You've done it. The marketing execs, they really do get it. That, like, these guys, they've got their finger on the pulse of what the people actually want. It's like every single marketing push from these companies is about, like, how they can completely change things and then try and, like, hypnotize people into thinking that this is a good thing. Like, yeah, you're gonna hate this, but you gotta take your medicine. You gotta swallow the pill. We know you better than you know you, and this is what you want. So it's what we're giving you. Yep. And it didn't go over well. I'm actually very surprised that they shifted course so quickly. I thought for sure they were going to ride this for a little while here and just try and brute force it. But it must have been so bad for them internally that they're like, okay, just fucking abandon it. Please, God, we have to save this now. I thought for sure they were going to stick to it for a little while to, test the waters, dip their tootsies in there before, like, fully cannonballing back into the pool of regret and, reverting everything. I thought they were going to stick the course. Because most companies do. When they spend this amount of money on this kind of push, it's very hard for them to admit fault and go backwards. So I thought they were just going to go for, brute forcing it through, like, okay, just hunker down, plant our feet, lat spread, and yeah, we might lose a little bit in the short term, but what about the potential long-term gains, which are always non-existent in a change like this? It's not like there was like a huge flood of people that were like, okay, now I can't wait to try Cracker Barrel. Now that it's gone fully minimalist and is now just another generic sterile restaurant, I can't wait to get my teeth in there and chomp on those meals. Like, that doesn't exist. There was never that group of people. All it does, again, is just kick out the customers that went for a specific purpose of, like, that old-timey feel. But these companies don't seem to know that when they make these changes. So I thought for sure they were just going to try and get that imaginary group of people into the door, but they didn't. And they made the right call by abandoning it this quickly. It should have never even been something that had been greenlit in the first place, but at least they did act pretty quickly in reverting everything. Definitely was the right call to do that. They should have never even got this far in the first place. Maybe this will be like a lesson going forward that maybe a lot of those marketing agencies you're paying the big bucks to don't really know a fucking thing about what they're doing or what people are looking for out of your brand. I mean, I know that's kind of blasphemous to say in the corporate world, but maybe it's just a little food for thought. Oh, also, one more thing I wanted to mention. In the midst of all the Cracker Barrel hoopla, I saw some reports from employees claiming that they don't actually make the food at Cracker Barrel fresh. Like, it's not all made from scratch at some of the restaurants, which, I mean, I guess it doesn't surprise me per se, because a lot of companies make these claims about, like, how fresh the food is. We make it here. In fact, we got all the animals in the back and we go slaughter them there and make it so fucking fresh you wouldn't believe it. And it's like, yeah, that's probably not true. In Cracker Barrel's case, though, that was like a core component to their pitch on their cuisine. So if that is true, that's a damn shame. Like I said, I've never really had a problem with Cracker Barrel food. I've always enjoyed it. Every time I've gone there, it's been like good eating. I've never been disappointed or anything. But one of their big things of the new marketing push was like improving the food. So I don't know if that means that now they really are going to commit to making it all fresh from scratch at the locations or what. But I don't think all of this is going to lead to more customers going to Cracker Barrel, like a new wave of enthusiasts going there. Like, they listened, I can't wait to commit to eating at Cracker Barrel 3 times a week with my family. I don't see that happening. I think this will just be everyone going back to not eating at Cracker Barrel unless they're really feeling nostalgic or if it's something that's just really convenient on a road trip or something. I don't see this being like a huge eruption of popularity for the brand or anything, even though it did get their name out there in a big way, and I'm sure there are people that are happy that they did go back and listen to the feedback. Granted, that's not what they did. They weren't listening to the feedback. They just noticed that they were fucking floundering in the stock market. They were losing so much money. But regardless, there are people happy that they at least did go backwards. And they might try it once or twice. I just don't see it leading to, like, long-term explosive growth of Cracker Barrel or anything like that. Even though it is rebounding with its stock, I don't think anything's going to really change for this company going forward. Though I did mention that one of their changes in this new push that they've now abandoned that I actually thought was a really good idea that they should definitely still go through with is changing their chairs. Those chairs, they do not feel good on the old tuchus after a little while. I think changing out the chairs was a actual good idea. That is a banger. They should definitely still do that. Get rid of everything else they were proposing, except that. Get new chairs. Get some, like, real comfortable chairs to sit on. Because those seats they got there, yucky. They are just not comfortable. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about Cracker Barrel. That's really about it. See ya. I cannot believe it. I thought this was impossible, like a growth spurt in my 30s. I didn't think this was something that would ever happen here. I feel like I'm 9 years old and I just watched a birthday party magician pull a quarter out from behind my ear. My mind is blown. Earlier today, former Prince Andrew was arrested following Epstein Files revelations. For those that don't know, Prince Andrew was in a lot of the files. There were even pictures as well, very disturbing stuff. He was a stronger presence in the Epstein Files than Obi-Wan Kenobi was in the original Star Wars trilogy. He was in there a lot. And there's been tons of allegations and a lot of evidence and a lot of ties with Epstein. But I think most people, myself included, just didn't expect anything to happen because that's been kind of the protocol recently, where the Trump administration in particular is constantly just telling the American public to move on from it and it's not a big deal, stop caring. Pam Bondi struggles through her lobotomy to try and get a story straight about where she stands with Epstein files on if they exist or if they don't, if they're on her desk or what's going on there. It seems like everyone kind of plugs their ears when Pam Bondi's around and they don't fill her in on the talking points, so her story's never cohesive. The only thing she sticks to is that Epstein files are all out there and we're done. And there's nothing more to be done about it. Justice has been served with 0 arrests outside of Maxwell. And of course, Perjury Patel loves to lie about it. Todd Blanche also takes a special kind of joy in letting people know that, yeah, most likely nothing's ever coming from this. It's not a crime to party with Epstein.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there videotapes that you all have?
Yeah, there's a lot of videotapes, actually. But according to Todd Blanche in this administration, that's not like actionable evidence. Yeah, there's nothing here. Everyone's making a mountain out of a molehill. But interestingly enough, it seems like other places in the world are taking it more seriously than America is here, this administration. Internationally, there have been a lot of powerful figures that have come under intense scrutiny and have stepped down or been relieved of their position. And now we're seeing Prince Andrew be arrested in the UK for his involvement here in the Epstein files. And they're investigating that, seeing what's going on there. That's more than this administration has done. The Trump administration, still 0 fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, whom they're doing everything in their power to ensure has the most luxurious time in prison possible. Now, normal, sensible people with a functioning frontal lobe are all celebrating that it's an arrest in regards to the Epstein files. Finally, hallelujah! That's a pump your fist moment. That's a certified finger-wiggling situation here. But weirdly enough, there's one person who's real tore up about it here. I'm telling you, this guy looks like he's got the suds right now, like fucking SpongeBob. Trump's extremely sad that Prince Andrew got arrested.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. So I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing to see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing.
What a fucking odd response. It's sad that someone has been arrested in relation to the Epstein files. Why? Why shouldn't they be investigated? Why is this sad? Why is this cause for tears? Like, he looks like he just watched the ending to Marley and Me. He's looking emotional as shit right now over Prince Andrew's arrest. Why is this something sad? Like, not a single mention of, like, the victims ever from Trump, really. He never really seems to care about the victims in the Epstein case. It's only ever, oh man, there's a lot of innocent men here that are getting roped into this, and that's the real victims. That's the real sad story. Guys that, you know, just wanted to talk baseball with Epstein and all of that kind of shit, getting labeled nasty stuff. Man, that's the real bitch of it. It's so wild to me that when it comes to Epstein, Trump's MO is move on, it's not a big deal. Yeah, the most infamous child sex trafficker in this nation's history, you know, had a bunch of clients and all of them are getting away with it. Big whoop. Go cry about it. Kick dirt, pussy. Let's move on. It's nothing that anyone should ever care about. You know, all the rape, the torture, the murder, all of that stuff, it's not a big deal. That's small potatoes. Get over it. And then when someone like Prince Andrew gets arrested in regards to it, he's like, oh, no, that's sad. That's really sad. We need to take a moment of silence here. That's sad stuff. Please, won't everyone play a sad song on the world's smallest violin for Prince Andrew? This is a really heartbreaking scenario here. It's like watching an ASPCA commercial. I couldn't believe it. I shan't believe it when I saw Prince Andrew was arrested. Oh, my lord. An entire tissue box was expended, wiping the tears from my eyes. What a weird response. It's very clear this administration is desperately trying to do everything in its power to distract and deflect from the Epstein files and try and minimize just how important this is, how big of a deal this is. And now he's trying to sell you on this pile of dog shit here that it's like a bad thing that Prince Andrew's been arrested. And I guess maybe for Trump and his friends it is a bad thing because there's a chance Prince Andrew might start squealing. He might let the cat out of the bag and could implicate some other very powerful people in relation to Epstein. So maybe that's why he's so tore up about it. It's just so fucking crazy that he doesn't even try and hide it. And he doesn't need to. His fan base will absolutely just swallow his whole cock at all times for anything at all.
A stunning royal arrest. Former Prince Andrew taken into custody from his home in the English countryside. It follows growing revelations about the alleged connections between the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew, the former Duke of York and brother of King Charles. Thames Valley Police saying the arrest was on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
This seems like they're pursuing it pretty seriously. I imagine an investigation is underway where I would, again, guess that they find a lot of evidence on Prince Andrew and Epstein's connections and some really fucking horrible, heinous shit. Now, I've got a little hunch there's a little someone special out there that's also starting to sweat profusely after seeing this news of Prince Andrew's arrest. Victoria Hervey. Victoria Hervey had a relationship with Prince Andrew quite a while ago, and she's got a very interesting take on Epstein.
That was very powerful. So, like, if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like, to be honest, like, if you're not in those files, it would be an insult, because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right. So the people who aren't in the files are these?
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist that wrote about it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? You're the loser because you're not in this. I find that jaw-dropping.
They're just so brazen now. With her whole chest, she says it would be an insult if you weren't invited to party with Epstein. You're a loser if you didn't party with Epstein.
Police have been looking into emails in which Andrew apparently shared confidential government information with Epstein. The latest batch of released files showing Andrew forwarded reports about foreign countries and trade opportunities to Epstein in 2010, when he was serving as a UK trade envoy.
Charles, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?
But the scandal has been growing for years.
That clip they show in the segment right there where someone said, "How long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?" and the crowd, like, erupts in shock and awe and disgust. Like, they're upset that someone said something about it. That blew my mind. Like, is everyone there just okay with it? They all rolled their eyes collectively like, "Oh, here we go, Epstein again. Can you just let it go? We're trying to ignore it." Like, what the fuck? I'm hoping I'm having like a bad read on what happened there, but I think it came across pretty clear that the people there were not too pleased to hear Epstein's name brought up there. They'd rather just pretend that it's not real, I guess. Which is crazy. And that's exactly what so many of these powerful politicians that have engaged in these unthinkable evil acts want. And people, just sheep, are okay with it. They're like, "Oh my God, look at this guy who went out of line and said something about Epstein and Andrew. This is crazy. Can someone shun that guy? Can we get him out of here?"
With other allegations, including of sexual misconduct against Andrew, including from Epstein victim Virginia Roberts Giuffre, seen in this picture with Andrew. The prince asked about it in an infamous interview in 2019.
She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat.
That one is a timeless Prince Andrew classic. That one is an iconic moment from Prince Andrew's time on Earth. I actually made a video on that 6 years ago. His defense was, this couldn't have happened. This is a big, bold lie. This is a fib. Because, I don't sweat. Even though there is so much proof of him sweating, this guy sweats. He's a fucking sweater. He sweats a lot, actually. It was the wackiest fucking defense. But again, he got away with it until very recently, it seems. And I guess it's not even clear if he hasn't got away with it. He's been arrested, but he's not, in jail or anything yet. They're still investigating. So, like, it's possible he still gets away with it. But for all of this time, he hadn't even been arrested or anything. So even, like, the worst fucking lie ever to protect himself about not sweating was enough. It's just so blatantly corrupt across the globe. Like, they don't even bother trying to hide any of this or even cover it up at all, really. And people just excuse it. They just let it go. Like in that clip a moment ago, where someone brings up Andrew and Epstein and everyone's like, "Fuck you, buddy. I'm busy being a blind worshiper of this political figure. Come on, man. I'm busy trying to not think for myself." It's so sad and scary. Now anyway, in America, obviously there haven't been any Epstein-related arrests since Maxwell, of course, and if Todd Blanche and the rest of the administration is anything to go by, it doesn't seem like they're interested at all in pursuing anything Epstein-related with clients or co-conspirators, anything like that. It doesn't seem like they're actually pursuing justice in any way, shape, or form. They're trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about it, get over it. They are literally saying that. So it doesn't seem like there's any arrests coming to anyone there. And there have been a couple of very powerful people that have lost some of their positions at the corporations that they were a part of as a result of the Epstein files due to public pressure and scrutiny. So there have been some people that stepped down here, but again, no investigations, no arrests or anything like that. So it looks like they're still getting away with it. Even though they might not be at those mega corporations anymore, they still have unfathomable wealth and are not punished for their involvement in these Epstein files and all of their fucking crimes or anything. The administration is not interested in pursuing it, it seems. But who knows? Maybe Prince Andrew's arrest is the first domino to fall, and we'll see tons more arrests of these evil, vile people that are pulling the strings behind the curtain, that have gotten away with this evil for so long. Now, I want to put a little bonus clip in here because something else has just recently happened. A new name, well, I guess not a new name, but more information has come out with about Leslie Wexner and his involvement in the Epstein case, and a very interesting moment has just unfolded as he was being asked questions.
It was just regularly done. Answer the question.
His lawyer there said, "I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay?" And then Les Wexner starts giggling about it. Do they teach that in law school? Is that part of the bar? I don't know if I've ever seen that strategy there from a lawyer. That's pretty alarming, I would think, right? Maybe? Yeah? I mean, come on. That's peculiar, right? For his lawyer to be saying something like that? Now, this is in an Epstein deposition. He also said some very fascinating stuff about Rothschild. Like, this had quite a bit in it, but this moment right here was by far the most odd. I would think most people would see this, hear this, and immediately recognize, okay, this is fishy. Anyway, though, Prince Andrew being arrested is good news. Don't let Trump fool you into thinking that it's sad news. An arrest finally being made in regards to Epstein. Oh my goodness. Maybe we can actually start getting punishment for some of these fucking monsters out there and learn who else is a part of it. Like this, I think this is a good thing. The arrest of Prince Andrew. Well, I should have seen this coming. Prince Andrew has been released. That didn't last very long. They got him in there and then they said, okay, time's up. He's still under investigation, supposedly, but yeah, he's not being held or anything. He was arrested, but he's now released. The investigation, supposedly ongoing. I made this video, like everything you have watched up until this point, I made this afternoon, and now this news is just now breaking about him being released, so definitely need to include that in here. I'm hoping that they're taking the investigation seriously, though I'm now skeptical because, well, I mean, they already let him go. That was very quick. He was there for a couple hours, maybe. He went in there, took a nap, and then went home, I guess. Well, that's the latest update on the Prince Andrew arrest. Alright, well, that's really about it. So yeah. Wow. The Dispatch finale dropped today, and I am happy to say they stuck the landing. They didn't fumble at the goal line here. They went all the way in for the touchdown, reach around, go to town, boot scoot boogie. It was a absolute joy. I am really going to miss Dispatch now. Like, I've been just glued to the episodic release, because I think they've done a great job with it, releasing 2 episodes every Wednesday. It's been so hyped, just looking forward to Wednesdays every week, and now we finished it. Like, it's bittersweet, because it was an incredible conclusion. Like, I think this finale was so good that it's put me in just such a joyful mood. I could probably watch someone steal my car right now, and it still wouldn't wipe the smile off my face. Like, I think they've done an amazing job with it. But I'm really going to miss not being able to play it every Wednesday now, a new episode, 2 new episodes every Wednesday. This game is just so good. And of course, I'm biased. I'm in the game. I play Sonar. But even setting that aside, if I wasn't in the game and I was just experiencing this with having no skin in it whatsoever, I would still be loving it just as much. And I stand by that. The game is so fucking enjoyable. So anyway, I just wanted to show you some some of the highlights from episodes 7 and 8 here. Also, my whole computer shut off at the end of, while I was streaming, so it ended stream, and I left everyone on a cliffhanger. But what I was saying before my computer crashed was, what I really hope doesn't happen is that Ad Hoc goes the way Telltale did back in the day. I don't know how many of you remember this, but the reason Telltale games quality declined so much, at least in my personal opinion, is because I think they were just biting off more than they could chew by taking on so many projects at once. They were releasing what felt like a new Telltale game every like 8 fucking months for like a ton of IP. So, you know, as Bilbo Baggins famously said it, not enough butter spread across too much bread type thing, where these games that were getting farted out didn't have as much time and care put into them, as much passion, because there were these strict deadlines, there's so many and, you know, buns in the oven, that they didn't get a chance to be as good as their earlier works. With Dispatch being as successful as it is, this game has sold over 1 million copies in 10 days, and I imagine that number is only going to keep growing, since now it's wrapped up, and most people, I think, were probably waiting for all of them to be there so they could binge it. Like, as this continues to be even more successful, I really hope they don't do the same thing where they just start, you know, working on so many projects at once where they're not going to be able to give the same tender love and care to those games as they did for Dispatch. Because it's so clear when you play this, a ton of passion went into it. Genuine love went into this game. And I really hope it's able to keep it, Ad Hoc is able to keep that intact for all of their works, because when they are firing on all cylinders like they did for Dispatch, there's nothing else like it. This is one of the best written games I think I've ever played. Like, in general. I mean that too. That's not exaggeratory. So I'm very excited for more of Ad Hoc's work in the future. I'm praying, fingers crossed, we get a season 2. And that's not just for selfish interests of having another voice acting job with reprising my role as Sonar, hopefully. But I just genuinely want to play more in this world that they've built. I want to spend more time with these characters. It is that good. Anyway, though, if you want to see my whole playthrough, it's on the Moist Critical Gaming channel, but I just want to give you some highlights here, and mainly a lot of Sonar moments.
Invisigal suspended, obviously, but...
You didn't really do anything wrong.
Consider cutting her from the team. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you should consider it. It's 100% your call.
Can I get back to you? I really don't want to think about it right now.
Of course. Yeah. It's just... I can't help but think that we've already cut a hero for far less.
We had to send a message.
You almost cut Sonar for nothing, just because he likes titties. It's a good point.
This gets better and better.
Isn't Sonar a coke addict? So what? That wasn't the reason they were cutting him? Robert explicitly mentioned boobies. The coke was secondary.
I've found doing something good always helps when I'm feeling bad. We're fortunate to have that opportunity. Something Chase never took for granted. So, let's get to work.
Time for a good shift. Sonar, you mind doing everything? You can kind of solo the whole city now. Pretty quiet day. The whole city's grieving. Sonar, why don't you get out there and cheer everyone up with some magic tricks? The hell just happened there?
Oh, Golem's shitface. I think he's about to piss mud on the high school.
Yeah, you know, I saw him pulling over a beer truck earlier. I did think that was weird.
Come on, buddy.
Jesus, Golem.
Spit it out.
I'm not vomiting this shift.
100%, baby. Oh yeah, I'm cooking. And we have max synergy. Fuck yeah. She's riding me like a Valkyrie. Huge! Waiting for Malevola to finish so she can heal Golem.
Hi, just calling to confirm one of your Z Team heroes for our interview this afternoon.
Oh, that's not good.
Program?
Sonar's in bat form. That's not good. There goes all my charisma. Eek. Okay, Prism. All up to you. That's unlucky. What are the odds that I could get Sonar here, transform, and get him back in time?
I'm fucking toast.
I think I can do it. I really think I can do it. Oh, it's gonna be a close shave. Oh wow. 96? Do we? Oh yeah, we succeed. Hold on. Actually perfect.
That's good.
Literally perfect. Am I the biggest brain dispatcher in the business? Holy shit. Actually immaculate. Wow.
Hello?
Truly built different.
Is this thing working?
Shit. Sorry, Robbie. I zoned out there for a second.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, talk up the reformed villains. Something only Sonar is capable of doing.
And that's how
Nice.
it's fucking done.
We want her out.
We basically took a board vote. That's why we're in the boardroom.
She shouldn't have done what she did. I think she should go, sir. Boss. Robert.
I don't want to kick her out, though. But I want to go Blonde Blazer. All in on Blonde Blazer.
Just me.
What you didn't know was what Chase was willing to put on the line for you. And so please don't throw all of that away by walking away from this. From us.
They're right. I don't deserve anyone's forgiveness. Anyone's help, anyone's love. Because I can never repay it. Nothing I do will ever make up for what I've already done to you. I'd hoped getting the astral pulse back would help.
The theory was right.
I couldn't even do that.
She was with Shroud in the beginning.
Owe anyone anything.
100%.
Least of all me.
I was there that night.
Yep.
What are you saying?
Even blue. My augments conveniently stopped working. So I signed up for the Phoenix program the next day. Which gave me the chance to fuck your life up twice.
Yeah, I'm kind of over it.
Say something?
Yeah, it's all good.
I forgive you.
Water under the bridge.
So there. Will you fucking chill out now?
You can't fucking forgive me? You haven't even, processed what's going on.
You did villain shit while you were a villain. Does it change things that you directed at me? No, it doesn't. That's in the past. You're not the same person that was there that night. Neither am I.
That's sweet, but I feel numb.
Hey, stop.
Hey, you put a bomb on me and I'm fine. I don't really care. You gotta just making a big deal out of nothing.
I'm not
You know what I
letting
mean?
anyone cut you.
Yeah, you fucked up my suit, but then I made good friends with
The
Royd.
same way you look at Blazer.
Yeah, that's right,
Even
though.
if it was just once, you know? That'd have been enough.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yes. You do.
Oh wow, she just literally won't stay because we won't fucking get married? That's crazy. You know what? I take it back. I'm actually pissed you put a bomb on my suit. But I did. If I lean in, do I lose the Blazer route? I mean, we're not exclusive or anything yet, right? There's still a grace period. We're still feeling each other out. But I don't want to lock into a route. I'm pretty sure if I lean in, though, that locks me out of the Blazer route. I'm almost positive that I will. I just have a hunch. Or, if this fucks me in both aspects, I'll just have a virginity playthrough. Which is also pretty cool. Then I'll unlock superpowers of my own. Fucking cum max, what is it? Cum holding? What the hell is the name of it in the community? I forgot. I'm committed to the Blazer route. I feel like leaning in would lock me out of it. Retention, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, retention maxing. I don't think you can do both, is the thing. I'm just gonna trust my gut here.
Courtney,
I'm trusting my instincts.
Could you two do me a favor and shut the fuck up?
I want to start a bar fight.
You got a problem?
Is that you? No, it's not me. He's got long hair.
I know what's going on. Cheers, fellas, to the fucking dream. To 5 minutes with the tightest ass in all of LA County.
Yeah, motorboat those butt cheeks. Oh, hey!
Right. End up blowing air right up her butthole. What's up? You don't like asses?
Glass him. Might as well. Bar fight!
Oh, not as far as I was gonna take it. Good on you, kid. Let me replace that drink.
That guy is definitely Shroud. Holy shit!
Obviously, you two don't need an introduction.
With pleasure.
Damn, Coop is back!
Or the past.
Spit!
With the pulse.
Hockaloogie!
I'll control this city and restore balance.
Oh, that didn't go far. Nice kick, Sonar. You're not Sonar. Hey, Mandy.
Oh. And by my calculations, it was closer to 32%. But half sounds better.
Dweeb. Nerd. I saw under your mask. I know you're a loser.
You should know I was going to take you to the actual Hollywood sign. Not as sturdy as you.
Get me in front of my computer. I'll start dispatching Sonar. Only he can handle this.
Keep 'em coming.
This is 6 verse 5, right?
Literally every fucking day.
Alright, we gotta send everybody out there to rescue Sonar. We can't take a chance of not having Sonar. Go get him!
I get in where I fit in. If there's even
Bring my boy back!
fucking burn this shit to the ground.
Sonar's off the bench.
Trainees are pissing themselves. Can someone help me out?
Oh, join Sweet Talker in reassuring the trainees no one should die? I mean, that's just Sonar solo, right? Like, I don't need anybody else, right? Even with low morale, I feel like Sonar solos this. But maybe I should just do this to be safe. Nah, if Sonar can't solo this, then they don't deserve to have a good pep talk. Oh, easy Sonar. Ease nerves with a red ring roast. Yeah. Don't mind if I do.
Alright, gang's all here. Some of you in worse shape than others.
Flawless run.
I moved your Mecha Man suit to the rec room. Here. Take this.
We're fighting the Red Ring, right? I'm not walking home from fucking yoga.
All I got, brother. Hey, don't listen to her kind of bullshit, okay? Keep her tied up.
I got some pepper spray you can borrow if that's not enough. Thumbstick.
What?
It's his name, because he sticks you with... Ugh, they're all fucking idiots, Robert, but they're dangerous. I'm not fucking around. Untie me. He looks stupid, but he is a killer. You don't have powers. You need my help. Just let me help. Please.
I mean, yeah, I literally can't go it alone.
Alright.
Like, legitimately, I can't. Like, I can fight in a bar fight.
What are you...
I'm looking for...
But I can't actually fight these people here.
What did he do that for?
Oh, I fucking wonder, Vizzy, why would he lock up his tools around invisible criminal thieves?
Robert!
Oh, thank you.
Just go get the gun!
Thank you.
I wish you would have let me choose. I would have grabbed the gun. Oh, no, I got piss all over me.
Hey, nice job. Nice job. Why are his nuts out?
Oh, thought that was normal. You mind helping him?
Why would your crinkle cut your balls through your zipper if you don't have... What are you asking me?
Can you just put his dick away? Feels like the dignified thing to do.
Dignified for who?
I know the guy a little, and it's bad enough he's unconscious.
Yeah, here, I'll do it. I'll put his cock away, you're right.
Piss everywhere.
Thank you. That was very decent of you.
Oh, perfect. I'm putting piss in my open wounds. Well, actually, I don't think it matters that much. It's sterile, right?
Stick together.
Yeah, because you were totally in control of that situation. Crazy, right? It's like real big, but super quiet. So cool.
So fucking cool!
Your dad said he'd help me build a mech if I helped him build the Astral Pulse. Just another promise he didn't come through on.
That's what this is all about? You needed it to power your stupid spider shit?
It's not stupid.
Come on, kid. Using the pulse to power a mech is like plugging your cell phone into a nuclear reactor. No. I'm gonna use the pulse to change the world.
That plan is gonna be hard to pull off after I kill you.
Fuck! JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 2.
They don't like that.
Missile Fury. Probably safer. Alright, I chose wrong. Ah, fuck! Okay, now I know not to play it safe. Oh, he's not punching nuts anymore. The cross body block, that's my boy. No! Fuck!
I hope my saving you from collision was appropriate.
It was phenomenal.
No. No. No, not like this. Not like this. No, it can't be.
Robert, this isn't working. He knows our next move before we do.
Does he? I don't know. He just kind of blasted and throwing his tentacles around.
I've never been more insulted in my life. You fire me, a literal assassin, for some moronic bumfuck bat boy?
What?
He shits in the parking lot. Did you know that? Ask the cleaners how much guano they come across.
I'll apologize.
Look.
Help us stop Shroud and earn your spot.
I don't remember any of the lines I did for Sonar in this position. I remember some villain lines, but I don't remember like a climactic.
That's where you're wrong.
That's my boy.
I thought I had friends.
Damn, she's fucking stronger than Shroud.
Robert, no!
Oh, shit.
Oh, I missed one. Jesus. Oh, it's like Osu. Fuck. He wasn't letting me move in that direction. Oh! I can't just mash it either. Jesus. He beat my ass.
Shroud's got a new suit now? What the fuck? How long was I out?
Blazer?
You're the only one I told about my amulet, so I figured he wouldn't see it coming.
Holy shit. Look at you.
Oh, look at you.
Oh shit, yeah, look at me. Shit, no, look out.
That's cute. I was wondering why the amulet wouldn't work for other people when it was revealed. That makes sense.
Come to your stupid dog. You all hear that? I've been through all the game theory on this moment 1,000 times. I'm not steps ahead, I'm miles. So, don't fucking test me.
I have to cheese it. I wonder. Fuck. I feel like I gotta give him the real one. I can't. Here, we'll just do both. Let's just make it easy. I don't want to cheese it too long and think too hard. I'm just gonna give them both. Just take both.
What the fuck is this, Robert?
You said you wanted the Astropulse. I gave it to you. One of those is it.
They look fucking identical, Robert.
Look, you're right. I can't outsmart you. Because, you know what? I'm not a smart guy. So, the only way to keep you from knowing what I'm doing is to not have any idea what I'm doing. Which is how I feel all the time.
Banger.
I trust my gut and I take my best guess. Just like you used to do. Before you plugged all those fucking Christmas lights into your head. Before you were afraid to make your own decisions. Elliot.
Maybe we wait till we get home?
Shut the fuck up! Fuck you.
Upright.
You son of a bitch!
Don't be mad. You lost. It happens.
Sorry, kid. We both lose.
I guess I can still be surprised.
So I get to choose to kill him, right? I have to be able to, right? I mean, am I getting... Okay, I hate cheesing it like this. These are tough decisions. It's not a tough decision. I want to kill him. But does Blonde Blazer no longer want to be my wife anymore? Does she end up being afraid of me? That's the only reason I'm thinking. Or does she find it be cool? Like, I want to execute this man. But do I miss out on love? That's the only consideration. It's the easiest choice of my life, killing this guy. But we have to think about the long-term ramifications. Fuck. Be like if I kill him, she won't love me. But if she doesn't love me with my hands a little dirty, then so be it. And it is what it is. He's dead. If she can't handle me at my dirtiest, she doesn't deserve me at my cleanest. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, I was gonna say, did this just put me back on the Invisigal path? Son of a bitch. Good news, Shroud strangled himself. Robert did everything he could to stop him. We did it.
Girlfriend's alright.
She's not my girlfriend.
Then you're an idiot. Because it's obvious she wants to fuck you.
You sure? I don't know, I killed a man, and I don't know if she's gonna like that very much. I think I put myself on the celibacy path, actually.
So...
These are the real heroes right here. This is the team that thwarted Shroud in the Red Ring.
Damn, Sonar is aura farming over there.
Z-Team! Z-Team! These fuckers are the best.
For his issue.
Right, the whole being on the brink of death issue.
That's the one.
Well, it looks like he'll enjoy while it lasts.
So, do you feel better?
I feel great.
Oh. After killing Shroud?
Oh, you heard.
Yeah. Robert, why? Did you kill more than one person today?
If
It
I'm
felt
honest, It felt fucking great.
I'm surprised to hear that, but I suppose I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
She didn't like that very much. That's okay.
I should let you know that you're suspended pending an investigation. Just a formality. Getting ambushed by Shroud and the Red Ring?
Yeah.
Was that too weird of a way of asking if you wanted to make out later?
No.
We did it!
It was perfect.
We're getting married right now. Trackstar, come officiate this wedding. I killed a man today. Everything worked out.
Let's be careful with your dispatcher.
How cute.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, instantly painful, actually.
That was such a banger of a game. Holy. I thought it was going to end on a cliffhanger. I did not see how they were going to wrap it all up satisfactory in 2 episodes, but they did an incredible job with it. That was so fucking good. Oh my god, that was so good. Oh, so if you don't support her is when she goes the villain route. Got it. Only 24! Oh my god. Only 24% of players made the right choice? What the fuck? That's crazy, actually. What? No, there's no way. Imagine you have like a 10-minute villain monologue. Yeah, imagine. Alright, let's see. This is the villain route for Sonar. Let's see how I did. It's probably rough. I genuinely don't remember. Because when I'm reading the lines, it's hard to know, like, the context, like all the context around it, because I hadn't seen anything from the game. So I only have like little bits and pieces. So fuck, maybe I just didn't even know some of the lines were when I'm a bad guy.
Can you take care of him for me? Obviously, you two don't need an introduction.
I've been waiting for this.
So cute.
You.
Do I just start like biting on his nipples or something? Oh wait, why is the quality all fucked up? Fucking haymakers.
Isn't working.
I thought you wanted revenge.
By SDN agents, heroes, and whoever else you and your ring have pissed off recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if...
Oh, shit.
Disrespect. One of the last true heroes.
My line's better. That goes hard.
Sorry about that.
He knows our next move before we do.
Robert Robertson returned. I fucking warned you that cutting me was a big mistake. Boy, I guess you're probably realizing that right about now, huh?
It sounds like me when I had my old mic.
You're actually so dumb, dude. You know she was stealing toilet paper from the office?
I'm sorry. I really am.
Sonar, stop.
Oh, look, Dad. Mom's home.
Hey, we're your friends. Please, this isn't you. Help us stop Shroud and earn your spot back on the Z team.
No, I don't think I will. Because you know what? Now I'm on the me team. And if you couldn't appreciate me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
The classic Facebook line.
If these new augment Shroud hook me up with give me some pretty sweet new moves. Want to see it?
No, actually.
Yeah, no, not really.
Holy shit. You also say that when you kill Shroud. Really? I need to see Sonar kill Shroud. I think I like the underground fight more. This one's fucking great. I mean, the Coop fight was good too, but I actually really like this one a lot. I mean, obviously a little biased, I guess, but I think this is very cool. That's perfect.
We did good, brother. Z-Team saved
Damn, he didn't do he didn't do whatever path leads you to Sonar killing him.
Choke damage, but I don't care.
You ever think about getting out in the field and being a hero?
Not my thing, bro. I like the work I do. I'm good at it.
No doubt.
You said that IRL when you killed him. Oh, I think you're talking about in-game. I thought that's what you were saying.
You're too small, bro. Too small.
No joke, I started to feel bad for them. It was mesmerizing.
I was like, holy shit, what are the odds?
Yep, that was a fun scrap for sure.
I see. You mean like the actual Charles White said that line when I killed Shroud in my playthrough as well. Now I see what you're saying. Isn't that crazy, huh? I didn't even register that. It's saying Sonar, remember that makes me think we're getting a season 2. Well, you could say that about like the Blonde Blazer will remember that, about how good it felt to kill my father, that kind of thing. But as far as I know, there is no season 2 plans as of now. But like I said, I feel like there's no world they don't come back to it with how successful this game has been. There's no world they just leave it at one season. It's too big not to. And they leave it perfectly open-ended for more. There's no doubt in my mind there'll be a season 2.